Yudhishthira and the Yaksha. During their 12 years in wilderness, the troubles and privations endured by the Pandavas often drove them to near despair. In the following episode, Yudhishthira is plunged into grief at the apparent death of his four brothers. As in the episode of the snake, his intelligence and ability to engage in philosophic debate saved the Pandavas from disaster. His interlocutor this time is a Yaksha, one of a race of forest demigods, rather like the fauns and satyrs of Greek mythology, who traditionally attend on Kubera, god of wealth. Sometimes they are depicted as dwarfish in form, with pot bellies, but they can be handsome too, and indeed can assume any shape they like and can even look like trees. However, as so often in Indian myths, characters turn out to be other than they seem, and, as with the snake, there is a reason why Yaksha is so interested in philosophy. Compare the story of Yudhishthira's Last Journey, Volume 1, pp. 41-44, where he experiences a similar revelatory surprise. How the Pandavas must have suffered when Draupadi was abducted, said Janmejaya. What happened after her rescue? Deeply disturbed by the abduction of Draupadi, Raja Yudhishthira and his brothers left Kamyaka, continued Vaisampayana, and went to the entrancing forest of Dvaita, abundant in delicious roots, fruits, and lovely trees. The Pandavas and their wife Draupadi lived there, all engaged in their austerities, subsisting frugally on fruit. So Kunti's son Yudhishthira, Bhima, Arjuna, and the two other Pandavas, the son of Madri, stayed in Dvaita. And on account of a Brahmin, these great foe-chasing dharmas experienced a sorrow that led to joy. Let me tell you of the agonizing experience these exalted Kurus had to pass through before it brought joy. One day it so happened that a Brahmin churning rod and 2 fire sticks got entangled in the horns of a deer. The extraordinarily swift animal bounded off in massive leaps a great distance from the ashram. Excellent Kuru, the Brahmin saw his articles disappear and, eager to continue the sacred fire, rushed to where foe-less Yudhishthira and his brothers were relaxing in the forest and said to them in plaintive tones, I hung my fire sticks and churning rod on a tree. A wild deer happened to come and rub against them. He bounded away with huge leaps far from the ashram, taking with him my precious articles. O Raja, O Pandavas, I beg you to track him down and restore the articles which I need for the sacred fire. Kunti's son Yudhishthira heard the Brahmin's complaint and stirred, marched out, bow in hands, with his brothers. To help the Brahmin, the excellent Pandavas immediately put on armor and, carrying their bows, gave hot pursuit. Catching up with the animal, they flung darts, threw javelins and fire arrows, but missed. Even as they were doing this, the deer disappeared. Disconsolate, the mighty heroes were overcome by tiredness. Hungry and thirsty, the frustrated Pandavas found a banyan in the forest and rested under its cool shade. While they were resting, irritated and impatient, Nakula said to his brother, the finest of the Kaurava sons, we have never been lazy in dharma and artha. We have never refused to help any creature. Why is it, king, that we are now baffled? Who knows how adversity comes, or its cause, answered Yudhishthira. Dharma dispenses both merit and defect. Bhima said, we have been baffled because I failed to kill Dusashana when he dragged Draupadi into the Sabha. Arjuna said, we have been baffled because I tolerated the sharp, vicious, bone-smarting insults of Karna. Sahadeva said, we have been baffled because I failed to kill Shakuni when he defeated you in the dice game. Raja Yudhishthira said to Nakula, "Son of Madri, climb up this tree and survey the 10 points. Your brothers are tired and thirsty. See if there are any signs of water or water-bearing trees nearby." Nakula did as asked. He climbed the tree and, surveying the area, said to his eldest brother, "King, I can see clusters of trees and I can hear the cries of cranes. There must be water very near here." Kunti's son, firm in truth, Yudhishthira, said, "Handsome one, hurry there and get us water in the quivers." Instructed by his elder brother, Nakula promptly hurried to the spot where he thought there was water. He was about to drink from the crane-rigged clear water when he heard a sky voice speak. "Child," said the Yaksha, "no. I was here first. Son of Madri, answer my questions first, then drink." Nakula was very thirsty. He ignored the words and drank. No sooner had he sipped than he fell down dead. Kunti's son Yudhishthira wondered why Nakula was delaying. He said to his heroic, foe-tormenting brother Sahadeva, "Sahadeva, your brother who was born minutes before you has been gone long. Go, find him and bring water." Sahadeva followed in the same direction and came to the spot. He saw his brother Nakula lying dead on the ground. Anguish over his brother's death afflicted him, and thirst oppressed him. He stopped to drink and heard these words, "Child, no. I was here first. Answer my questions first, then drink your fill, and take what you will." Sahadeva was parched. He ignored the words and began drinking the cool water, and fell down dead. Kunti's son Yudhishthira said to Arjuna, "Destroyer of foes, your brothers have been gone a long time. Go, find them, and bring back water. May you succeed. You have always been of help to us." Intelligent, sleep-conquering Arjuna took his bow, arrows, and unsheathed sword and went to the lake. White horse-vehicled Arjuna arrived at the lake and found his 2 water-seeking brothers dead on the ground. Seeing them stretched as if asleep, Arjuna was pained. The son of Kunti lifted his bow and looked around him. He could see nothing in that dense forest. Parched with thirst, he stopped to drink the water. As he did so, he heard the sky voice of the Yaksha. "Why this hurry to drink? You cannot without my permission." Kunti's son, Bharata, answer first my questions, then you may drink your fill and take what you will. Prevented Arjuna shouted, "Face me and stop me. Dare to order me when my arrows have shredded you." Arjuna demonstrated his ability to hit an invisible object by sound and filled the sky with mantra-charged arrows. Excellent Bharata! Thirst afflicted him, but he continued to throw darts, javelins, steel arrows, and infallible weapons. He riddled the sky with a shower of arrows. The Yaksha said, "All useless, Arjuna. Answer and drink. If you drink before answering, you will die." Kunti's son, ambidextrous Arjuna, heard this and refused to abide by the words. He drank and fell down dead. Kunti's son Yudhishthira said to Bhima, "Bhima, frustrator of foes, Nakula, Sahadeva, and Arjuna went long ago and have not yet returned. Go, find and bring them along with the water. May you succeed." Bhima went to the lake, beside which his tigers among men brothers lay dead. He was depressed by the sight, but greatly thirsty. The strong-armed Bhima said to himself, "Must be the work of some Rakshasas or Yakshas, and I will have to fight today. So let me first refresh myself." The wolf-waisted son of Kunti, eager to drink, hurried to the water. When the Yaksha said, "Child, no. I was here first. Answer my questions, then drink your fill and take what you will." Bhima heard the Yaksha of tremendous energy, but instead of answering his question, drank and fell down dead. The Raja son of Kunti, a bull among men, was consumed with anxiety. After thinking, he stood up. He went towards that secluded part of the forest where no human voice was heard, only deer, boar, birds, only blue bright trees, only the humming and droning of bees and the chirping of birds. The widely renowned, illustrious Yudhishthira entered and came to the golden-flowered lake, which looked as if Vishwakarma has fashioned it. Eager to have a glimpse of his brothers, the son of Dharma, faint with fatigue, came to the lake and gazed awestruck. Yudhishthira saw his Indra-like brothers dead on the ground, like the world-guarding Lokpalas fallen at Yuga end. Seeing Arjuna dead, his bow and arrows scattered, and Bhima and twins lying inert and lifeless, Yudhishthira gave out a long hot sigh. Tears of sorrow bathed his face, grieving for his dead brothers. The strong-armed son of Dharma broke into a protestation of sorrow, saying, "Bhima, you promised I will smash the thighs of Duryodhana on the battlefield. All empty words to me, because now you are dead." Noble-minded and strong-armed enhancer of the splendor of Kurus, human promises must be frustrated. But how can celestial vows such as yours also prove futile? Arjuna, at your birth the gods said, "Kunti, this son of yours will equal the 1,000-eyed gods." And on the northern Pariyatra mountain the creatures sang, "This one will restore all the glory our enemies have snatched from us. Himself invincible, he will conquer all." How can it be that hugely powerful Arjuna is dead? Why is Arjuna lifeless on the ground, ruining my hopes? After we have depended on him for so long, oh, why have the furious in battle heroes been routed? Kunti's strong-armed sons, Bhima and Arjuna, conquerors of their foes, heroes whom no weapons could repulse. This wicked heart of mine must be made of stone. Why does it not burst seeing the twins lying dead, excellent men, learned in the Shastras, wise in the ways of tradition, performers of rituals? Why are you untimely dead, unvanquished ones? Why do you lie coupling feelingless with the earth? Your bodies unwounded, your bows unhandled. Noble-minded Yudhishthira, seeing his brothers serenely sleeping like toppled hills, broke into sweating grief. The Dharmatma Lord of Men said, "It had to be," and drowning in sorrow's sea, speculated on how they had died. Noble-minded, strong-armed Yudhishthira, though he knew all about the mysteries of Kala, could find no answer. The tapas-performing Dharmatma son of Dharma, Yudhishthira, tried to calm his agitated mind and began to use his powers of fine reasoning to discover who could possibly have killed these heroes. There are no signs of violence on their bodies, no footprints anywhere. The killer must be a supernatural being. Let me reason this out carefully. But first, I must drink some water. But perhaps the devious Duryodhana has conspired with the Raja of Gandharva, Shakuni, to pollute this pool. Deed and misdeed to him are one. Which hero can trust that perpetually scheming person? He may have had secret agents to do all this for him. Subtly intelligent Yudhishthira argued on these lines, but he ruled out the possibility of a poisoned pool, because the faces of his dead brothers appeared undistorted. He thought, they have serene expressions on their faces. Each of my brothers had the strength of a waterfall. Who else but Kala, the spirit of time, could have taken them? Convincing himself that that was the cause of their deaths, he scooped up the water. The Yaksha's sky voice said, "I am a moss and fish-eating crane. I have transformed your brothers into spirits. Answer my questions or be the fifth victim." Child, no, I was here first. First, you must answer my questions, then drink your fill and take what you will. What kind of excelling god are you? Asked Yudhishthira. Rudra, Vasu or Marut? No bird could have done this. Who has smashed these 4 mighty mountains, my brothers, Himavat, Paryatra, Vindhya and Malaya? Strongest of the strong, your feat is remarkable, for neither gods, anti-gods, Gandharvas nor Rakshasas could stand up to my brothers. A splendid feat. But why? What do you want? I do not know. I am afraid, yet I am curious to know. My head is aching, and my heart is filled with apprehension. Noble one, who are you? Why are you here? I am a yaksha, not a water bird. May you prosper. I am the one responsible for your brother's death. Yudhishthira heard these chilling words of the yaksha, and crept up to him while he was speaking. He had a massive, palm-tall body, grotesque eyes. He seemed to burn like the fire of the sun. He was a huge hill. He was perched on a tree, and cloud-rumbling growls issued from his throat. I warned your brothers again and again, he said, but they wanted the water on their terms, so I killed them. He who loves his life should not drink this water. Don't even try, son of Kunti. I rule this pool. Answer my questions, then drink your fill and take what you will. Yudhishthira said, Yaksha, I have no desire to take what is yours. Good men have never recommended that a person praise himself, O bull among men, but I will answer as best as I can. Ask. The yaksha asked, What makes the sun rise? Who keeps him company? Who causes him to set? How is he firm? Yudhishthira replied, Brahma makes the sun rise. The gods keep him company. Dharma makes him set. He is firm in truth. The yaksha asked, What makes one scholarly? What makes one exalted? How does one find a companion? How does one become wise? Yudhishthira replied, Shruti makes one scholarly. Tapas makes one exalted. Intelligence is the best companion. Serving elders makes one wise. The yaksha asked, What makes Brahmins godlike? What dharma of theirs do good men have? What is their human attribute? What do they have that ignoble men also have? Yudhishthira replied, Study of the Vedas makes Brahmins godlike. Tapas makes them resemble good men. Morality is their human attribute. Slander makes them resemble the ignoble. The yaksha asked, What makes Kshatriyas godlike? What dharma of theirs do good men have? What is their human attribute? What do they have that ignoble men also have? Yudhishthira replied, Bowcraft and arms skill make Kshatriyas godlike. Yajnas make them resemble good men. Fear is their human attribute. Abandoning the distressed makes them resemble the ignoble. Yaksha asked, What is of the greatest value to cultivators? What is of the greatest value to sowers? What is of the greatest value to prosperity seekers? What is the greatest value to begetters? Yudhishthira replied, Rain is supreme to cultivators. Seeds are supreme to sowers. Cows are supreme to prosperity seekers. Sons are supreme to begetters. The yaksha asked, Is there a man who has intelligence, offered puja by the world, respected by all creatures, enjoying sense pleasures, who breathes and yet is not alive? Yudhishthira replied, The person who does not gratify gods, guests, servants, pitris, and his Atman, these 5 breathes but is not alive. The yaksha asked, What is solider than earth? What is higher than sky? What is swifter than wind? More prolific than grass? Yudhishthira replied, The mother is solider than earth. The father is higher than sky. Mind is fleeter than wind. Thoughts more prolific than grass. Yaksha asked, What does not close its eyes when asleep? What does not move after birth? What has no heart? What swells by its own force? Yudhishthira replied, Fish do not close their eyes when asleep. An egg does not move after birth. A stone has no heart. A stream swells by its own force. The Yaksha asked, Who is the friend of a traveler? Who is the friend of a householder? Who is the friend of a sick man? Who is the friend of a dying man? Yudhishthira replied, The friend of a traveler is his road companion. The friend of a householder is his wife. The friend of a sick man is his doctor. The friend of a dying man is charity. The Yaksha asked, Who is the guest of all creatures? What is the eternal dharma? O Indra among kings, what is Amrita? What is this entire universe? Yudhishthira replied, Agni is the guest of all creatures. The milk of cows is Amrita. Amrita is the eternal dharma. The entire universe is air. The Yaksha asked, What moves alone? What is born again after birth? What is the remedy against cold? What is the largest field? Yudhishthira replied, The sun moves alone. The moon takes birth again. Fire is the remedy against cold. Earth is the largest field. Yaksha said, What is the essence of dharma? What is the essence of fame? What is the essence of heaven? What is the essence of happiness? Yudhishthira replied, The essence of dharma is liberality. The essence of fame is charity. The essence of heaven is truth. The essence of happiness is gentleness. The Yaksha asked, What is man's Atman? Who is his destiny-chosen friend? What is his main support? What is his supreme refuge? Yudhishthira replied, A man's son is his Atman. His wife is his destiny-chosen friend. The clouds are his main support. Charity is his supreme refuge. The Yaksha asked, What is most worthy of praise? What is the best wealth? What is the greatest gift? What is the finest happiness? Yudhishthira replied, Skill is most worthy of praise. Moral knowledge is the best wealth. Health is the greatest gift. Contentment is the greatest happiness. The Yaksha asked, What is the greatest dharma in the world? What dharma is always fruitful? Controlling what means freedom from sorrow? With whom is friendship never wasted? Yudhishthira replied, Refraining from harm is the greatest dharma. The dharma of the Vedas is always fruitful. The controlled mind means freedom from sorrow. Friendship with good men is never wasted. The Yaksha asked, Renunciation of what makes a man loved? Renunciation of what brings freedom from sorrow? Renunciation of what makes a man wealthy? Renunciation of what makes a man happy? Yudhishthira replied, Renunciation of pride makes a man loved. Renunciation of anger brings freedom from sorrow. Renunciation of lust makes a man wealthy. Renunciation of greed makes a man happy. The Yaksha asked, Why does one give to Brahmins? Why does one give to actors and dancers? Why does one give to servants? Why does one give to kings? Yudhishthira replied, One gives to Brahmins out of dharma. One gives to actors and dancers to be praised. One gives to servants that they may live. One gives to king out of fear. The Yaksha asked, what envelops the world? What prevents self-discovery? Why are friends forsaken? What blocks entry into heaven? Yudhishthira replied, ignorance envelops the world. Tamas prevents self-discovery. Friends are forsaken for greed. Attachment to things blocks entry into heaven. The Yaksha asked, when is a man dead? When does a kingdom die? When is a Shraddha as good as dead? When is a yajna dead? Yudhishthira replied, when a man is poor, he is dead. The kingdom dies when the king dies. The ignorant priest means a Shraddha dead. A yajna without dakshina is dead. The Yaksha asked, what is the path? What are water, food, poison? Who is right for a Shraddha? Answer, drink your fill and take what you will. Yudhishthira replied, men of truth are the path. Water is sky, cow is food, selfish prayer is poison. A Brahmin is right for a Shraddha. What do you think, O Yaksha? The Yaksha asked, king, what is knowledge? What is tranquility? What is the supreme kindness? What is simplicity? Yudhishthira replied, experience of the ultimate is knowledge. Tranquility is a serene mind. The supreme kindness is to wish the good of all. Simplicity is a reposed mind. The Yaksha asked, which enemy of man cannot be conquered? What is man's persistent frailty? Which man can be called moral, and which man is immoral? Yudhishthira replied, anger is the unconquered enemy of man. Greed is his persistent frailty. The man is moral who seeks the good of all. The man is immoral who lacks compassion. The Yaksha asked, king, what is delusion? What is pride? What is laziness? What is grief? Yudhishthira replied, folly in dharma is delusion. Exaggerated self-importance is pride. Inaction in dharma is laziness. Non-knowledge is grief. The Yaksha asked, what do the rishis call steadiness? What is known as patience? What is the supreme ablution? What is charity? Yudhishthira replied, keeping to one's dharma is steadiness. Restraining the senses is patience. Washing the mind clean is the supreme ablution. Respect for all creatures is charity. The Yaksha asked, who can be called a pandit? Who is an atheist? Who is the fool? What is karma and what is envy? Yudhishthira replied, the man who knows dharma is a pandit. The atheist is a fool. The fool is an atheist. Desiring things is karma. Envy is a rapt heart. The Yaksha asked, what is self-importance? What is hypocrisy? What is the divine favor? What is vice? Yudhishthira replied, self-importance is massive ignorance. To pretend to dharma is hypocrisy. The fruits of charity are divine favor. Slandering others is vice. The Yaksha asked, dharma, artha and kama clash with each other. How can these contraries be reconciled? Yudhishthira replied, when dharma and one's wife are in harmony, dharma, artha and kama are reconciled. The Yaksha asked, who gets indestructible hell, O Bharata? Answer this question quickly. Yudhishthira replied, the man who summons a begging Brahmin and then refuses him alms gets indestructible hell. The man who declares as liars the Vedas, the Dharma-shastras, Brahmins, gods, and the dharma of his ancestors gets indestructible hell. The man who has wealth, but neither enjoys it nor gives it in charity, protesting that he does not have any, gets indestructible hell. The Yaksha asked, "Tell me, O king, what makes a Brahmin birth, character, study of Vedas, education?" Yudhishthira replied, "Yaksha, child, listen to me. It is not birth, it is not education, and it is not study of the Vedas. It is character. A Brahmin should look to his character. A man whose character is not weak is never himself weak. The man who has no character is lost. Teachers, students, and others who study the Shastras are trivial and foolish. The scholar is he whose actions show character. Even a Shudra is better than a man who knows the 4 Vedas but lacks character. The Brahmin is he who with controlled senses performs the Agnihotra sacrifice." The Yaksha asked, "The sweet-speaking person, what does he gain? The deliberate man, the man with many friends, the dharma-keeping man?" Yudhishthira replied, "The sweet-speaking person is loved by all. The deliberate man gains material success. The man with many friends leads a happy life. The dharma-keeping man gets the ultimate." The Yaksha asked, "Who is happy? What is wonderful? What is the path? What is the news? Answer my 4 questions and drink." Yudhishthira replied, "Yaksha of the waters, the man is happy who, not in debt and not in a foreign land, in his own home and in the 5th or 6th part of the day, cooks a frugal, satisfying meal. Everyday creatures die, yet everyone thinks he will live forever. What is more wonderful than this? Arguments are futile. Revelations conflict. No single rishi has the whole truth. The truth of dharma is mysteriously hidden inside a cave. What great men have followed, that is the path, O Yaksha of the waters. In this massively deluded cauldron of a world, where the sun is fire, and the days and nights fuel for that fire, and the months and seasons the ladle of the cauldron, Kala cooks creatures. That is the news." Yaksha said, "4 tormentor, your answers are right. Tell me, what makes a man man? What man has all wealth?" Yudhishthira replied, "Word of a man's good karma reaches heaven and earth. As long as that word lasts, he remains a man. That man has all wealth, to whom pleasant and unpleasant, joy and sorrow, past and future are the same. That man is lord of all wealth, who in past, present, and future is an unaffected, serene-minded, self-contented yogi." The Yaksha said, "You have described the all-wealthy man. One of your brothers can be restored to life. Choose which?" Yudhishthira replied, "Yaksha, I choose Nakula, dark-skinned, pink-eyed, sultry tall, broad-chested, and long-armed. Revive him." The Yaksha said, "But Bhima is dear to you, and Arjuna is your chief support. Why do you choose Nakula, O king, who is only your step-brother? Why do you leave out 10,000 elephant-strong Bhima and choose Nakula instead? They say Bhima is very close to you. Why do you prefer the life of your step-brother? Why do you leave out Arjuna, whose strength of arms is admired by the Pandavas, and choose Nakula?" Yudhishthira replied, "Dharma violated destroys. Dharma cherished protects. I never violate dharma, because it would then destroy me. Non-injury is the highest dharma, in my opinion, the ultimate end. I am firm in non-injury. Yaksha, revive Nakula. People know Raja Yudhishthira is a man of dharma. I will not swerve from my dharma. Yaksha, revive Nakula." My father had 2 wives, Kunti and Madri. I know that both had sons. As Kunti is to me, so is Madri. I make no distinctions. I treat both as equal mothers. Yaksha revived Nakula. The Yaksha said, Excellent Bharata, since you hold non-injury above Artha and Kama, may all your brothers return to life. As soon as the Yaksha said this, the Pandavas rose. Their hunger and thirst deserted them, said Vaisampayana. Yudhishthira asked, Who are you, invincible, who stand on one leg in the water? Are you a god? I cannot believe you are a Yaksha. Are you the finest of the Maruts, or of the Rudras? Are you the thunder-wielding Lord of gods? Each of my brothers can fight 100 warriors. I know of no warrior who can defeat them all. They seem to have woken from deep sleep. Are you a friend of ours? Are you our father? Yaksha replied, Child, I am your father. I am vastly powerful Dharma, bull of the Bharatas. I came here to see you. My limbs are fame, truth, discipline, purity, simplicity, modesty, poise, charity, tapas, brahmacharya. One can reach me by these doors: non-violence, impartiality, peace, gentleness, humility. You are dear to me. It is our good fortune that you have practiced the 5 virtues: calmness of mind, self-control, moderation, forgiveness, yoga. You have risen above the 6 weaknesses: hunger, thirst, sorrow, delusion, decay, and death. The first 2 appear in the first stage of life, the next 2 in the second stage, to prepare creatures for the next life. I am Dharma. I came to test you. Your forgiving nature has pleased me. Faultless one, I will grant you boons. O Indra among kings, ask your boons. I will grant them. Those who have devotion for me are never refused. Yudhishthira said, May the Agnihotra sacrifice of the Brahmin, whose fire sticks were carried away by the deer, not be frustrated. This is my first wish. The Yaksha said, Son of Kunti, it was I, as a deer, who carried away Brahmin's fire sticks in order to test you. The noble Yaksha added, Your boon is granted. May you prosper. You are like a god. Ask another boon. Yudhishthira said, We have been 12 years in the forest. The 13th has come. Grant that no one will be able to recognize us wherever we stay during this year. The noble one said, That boon is granted too. He consoled Kunti's son with the power of truth, saying, Bharata, even if all of you move about in your own shapes, no one in the 3 worlds will recognize you. Scion of the Kurus, through my favor you will live unrecognized in the city of Virata in the 13th year. Any of you will be able to put on any disguise that he mentally wishes. Give to the Brahmin these fire sticks, which I as a deer carried away in order to test you. Dignified one, ask another boon. I will grant it. Finest among men, I do not tire of granting you boons. My son, ask a third and unique boon. You were born from me, O king, and Vidura from a portion of me. Yudhishthira said, You are the god of gods. I am honored to see your real form. Father, grant me what you will, and I will gladly accept it. Adorable one, grant me strength to overcome greed, folly, and anger. Grant that my mind move towards charity, tapas, and truth. Pandava, replied Dharma, you were born with these virtues. You are Dharma, but may it be as you have desired. Lord Dharma, the adorable of the 3 worlds, said this and vanished. The large-minded sons of Pandu were united as if after a refreshing sleep. Showing no signs of tiredness, the heroic Pandavas returned to the ashram and gave the fire sticks to the Brahmin. The man who recites this fame-increasing story of the Pandavas revived of the meeting of father and son will attain control of his passions and is blessed with sons and grandsons and life up to 100 years. The man who embraces this tale to his heart will never delight in doing adharma, or breaking up friendships, or stealing possessions, or sexually enjoying the wife of another, or harboring hatred. Krishna, the Peacemaker. As the Mahabharata approaches its climax, the great battle of Kurukshetra between the Kauravas and Pandavas, Krishna's role as an intermediary and would-be peacemaker between the two sides becomes even more important. When war breaks out, Krishna offers Duryodhana, leader of the Kauravas, a choice. One side can have Krishna's army, the other can have him as an ally. Duryodhana opts for the army. So Krishna becomes an ally of the Pandavas and takes on the relatively humble role of charioteer to Arjuna, the Pandava commander-in-chief. On the eve of battle, he recites to Arjuna the Bhagavad Gita, the most famous poem in Sanskrit literature, in which he tries to reconcile Arjuna philosophically to the conflict by urging him to pursue right action without thought of reward. It appalls Arjuna and his brothers that they should be fighting against cousins, and that both sides will have to kill their kith and kin. Krishna recites the Bhagavad Gita when it is clear that the battle is inevitable. Previously, he has tried to persuade the Kauravas to make peace. In this extract, his attempt to persuade Duryodhana to give up the war is backed by Gandhari, mother of Kauravas, by Drona, tutor to the Pandavas and the Kauravas in their boyhood, and by Vidura, the minister at the court of King Dhritarashtra, who tipped off Yudhishthira about Duryodhana's plot to burn the Pandavas alive. Even the perpetually weak and vacillating King Dhritarashtra tries, but Duryodhana remains unmoved, even when Krishna reveals his true divine form, miraculously enabling the blind Dhritarashtra to see it along with everyone else. Just before this extract, Duryodhana has said that he will not let the Pandavas have so much land as can be covered by the point of a sharp needle. It is Yudhishthira's decision to reconquer his lost kingdom with the help of the king of Virata, whom the Pandavas had helped when his kingdom was invaded by another king. That has precipitated the final all-out war. Krishna pondered this statement, continued Vaisampayana. Then the Dashra hero said to Duryodhana in the Kuru assembly, "You are eager for a hero's bed. You will have it. You and your friends have only to wait for the massacre." Fool, you think you have not been guilty of any misconduct with the Pandavas? O Rajas, listen and judge. You were jealous of the Mahatma Pandava brothers and conspired with Shakuni to manipulate a dice game. Why else, my friend, would the unsuspecting, honest and intelligent Pandavas agree to participate in the devious dice game? O vastly wise one, gambling is known to steal the honest man's intelligence and produce dissensions and misunderstandings. You and your scheming followers planned this disaster. Through gambling, you never consulted men of character. Who but you would have molested your brother's wife, the way you did after Draupadi was dragged into the Sabha? She is noble-born, full of patience, honored by them like life itself. You dared insult the Pandavas' queen. The Kurus know how Dusasana mocked the Pandavas publicly in the Sabha as they were preparing to go into exile. What kind of a man is this who insults his kinsmen, especially those honored for dharma, goodness and unselfishness? You, Karna and Dusasana, expressed your feelings then in words that suit only ruthless and cultureless men. You tried your best to kill the Pandavas and their mother by arson when they were in Varanavata, but you failed. The Pandavas for a long time disguised themselves and hid with their mother with an Ekachakra Brahmin, poison, snake, rope. You tried every means to assassinate the sons of Pandu, but you failed. You have always treated the sons of Pandu perfidiously, and yet you assert you have not harmed those Mahatmas. If you refuse to grant them their parental share, they will take it after divesting you of your glory. In spite of your repeated acts of humiliation, cruelty and wickedness, you pretend to be different. Your mother and father, Bhishma, Drona and Vidura, urge you to make a peaceful settlement. You are adamant. Peace will bring you profit. Peace will profit both. But your minuscule intelligence cannot understand this. You cannot possibly succeed by ignoring your well-wishers. What you plan to do smells of adharma and infamy. The Dasaraha hero said this to Duryodhana. Then Dusasana loudly addressed himself to the Kuru-surrounded Duryodhana. If you refuse peace terms with the sons of Pandu, the Kauravas will tie you and hand you over to Yudhishthira. Your father, Bhishma and Drona, will turn us over, Karna, you and me, to the son of Pandu. Dhritarashtra's son Duryodhana heard this from his brother and was infuriated. He rose, sighing like a huge snake. Vidura, Dhritarashtra, Maharaja Bhalika, Kripa, Somadatta, Bhishma, Drona, Krishna, brushing them all aside, the shameless, ill-minded, proud, disrespectful to the respect-worthy, Duryodhana stalked out. Seeing him march out, his brothers also walked out, followed by the whole assembly of courtiers and rajas. The abrupt exit of Duryodhana and his brothers from the Sabha made Santanu's son Bhishma exclaim, "Ill-wishers find enormous amusement in the spectacle of an angry man, ruined by his rejection of dharma and artha." The ill-minded son of Dhritarashtra is confused over means and ends, and filled with pride, anger, and greed. The time has come for the doom of the Kshatriyas, for the kings and courtiers have foolishly followed his example. The lotus-eyed Dasaraha hero Krishna heard Bhishma's comment, and said to all the followers of Bhishma and Drona, "The great failing of Kaurava elders is that they do not use force to prevent this proud and wicked king. Chastisers of your foes, it is time you took action. Faultless men, listen to those beneficial words of mine. My suggestions are motivated to seek your good. If you find them agreeable, act on them." The son of the elderly Raja Ugrasena of Bhoja was an ill-minded voluptuary. He usurped the throne and then was killed. I killed Ugrasena's son Kamsa in a fierce battle for the good of my race. His friends had deserted him. Ahuka's son Ugrasena was honored and reinstalled king. He annexed the Bhoja territory to his kingdom. Forsaking one, Kamsa, for the good of the many, the Yadavas, Andhakas, and Vrishnis found happiness. The supreme god Brahma thought at the time when the gods and anti-gods were arming themselves for battle. When the world split into two camps and faced ruin, the creator and ruler of the world thought, the Adityas, Vasu, Rudras, and other heaven-dwellers will defeat in battle the Daityas, Danavas, and anti-gods. In their fantastic warfare, the gods, anti-gods, humans, Gandharvas and Rakshasas will indiscriminately slaughter each other. And so great Brahma said to Dharma, "Tie up the Daityas and Danavas and hand them over to Varuna." Dharma carried out the order of the Creator and turned over the trussed Daityas and Danavas to Varuna. Made captive by Dharma's power and Varuna's noose, the Lord of Waters keeps the Danavas in the ocean. Neutralize Duryodhana, Karna and Shakuni similarly, and Dusasana, and turn them over to the Pandavas. Sacrifice a man for a family. Sacrifice a family for a village. Sacrifice a village for the world. Sacrifice the world for the Atman. Silence Duryodhana, O Raja, make peace with the Pandavas. This will save the Kshatriya race from extinction. These words of Krishna's, Vaisampayana continued, made Dhritarashtra say hurriedly to all dharma-knowing Vidura, "Child, go to vastly wise Gandhari. Bring her here. Together she and I will try to influence stubborn Duryodhana. If she is able to persuade ill-minded, ill-atmaned Duryodhana, we might be able to implement the peace plan of Krishna. Perhaps her words on peace may lead her foolish son, blinded by greed and misguidance, to the right path. If she is able to avert the awful impending calamity of Duryodhana's making, lasting happiness may still be ours." Vidura followed the Raja's instruction and returned with Gandhari, who was gifted with foresight. Dhritarashtra said, "Your ill-atmaned son, Gandhari, refuses to obey me. Greed will destroy his prosperity and life. He is so disrespectful and ill-atmaned that he stalked out of the Sabha with his friends, ignoring all his well-wishers." The Raja's daughter, renowned Gandhari, heard Dhritarashtra, and, wanting her son's welfare, said to her husband, "Summon your son here. He lusts for royal power. How can one without dharma and artha rule a kingdom? Yet far from humble, Duryodhana has got the near unattainable. Your fondness for him, Dhritarashtra, is to blame for this. You know his unrighteous inclinations, yet pamper him, and he, propped by you, indulges in kama and greed. It's too late now for force. He will not change. Having left the kingdom to that ill-atmaned fool, who has crooked advisers who play on his greed, you are now reaping the fruits. Be firm now. Your enemies are laughing at this family breakup. Maharaja, if a crisis can be solved by conciliation or by gifts, what is the point of using force?" Ordered by Dhritarashtra and requested by Gandhari, Vidura went and returned with the excitable Duryodhana. His eyes copper-red with anger, sighing long snake sighs, Duryodhana came to listen to his mother's words. When her wrong-path-treading son entered, Gandhari, motivated by a desire for peace, rebuked him. "My son Duryodhana, listen to me. I wish the good of you and your followers. My advice is not difficult. Duryodhana, best of the Bharatas, accept what your father, Bhishma, Drona, Kripa, and Vidura have advised you. You could not show me, your father, Bhishma, and others headed by Drona, greater honor than by agreeing to peace. My vastly wise son, you cannot rule a kingdom by the strength of kama, nor win, cherish, and enjoy it. An indisciplined man cannot really enjoy a kingdom. Only the disciplined and intelligent can protect a kingdom. Kama and anger are obstacles to a man's prosperity. First, control these two. Only then does a Raja conquer the earth. The ill-atmaned can hope to gain the massive authority of royalty, but governing a kingdom is another matter. The greatness seeker first trains his senses on artha and dharma. Self-discipline feeds intelligence as fuel feeds fire. Undisciplined, the senses can destroy a person as ill-trained horses can run off with a driver who is incompetent. The man who, without governing his Atman, tries to govern his ministers, or the man who, without governing his ministers, tries to govern his enemies, is soon subdued by others. That man succeeds who considers first his Atman as foe and governs it, and then governs ministers and enemies. Prosperity always favors the man who disciplines his senses, controls his enemies, wields the rod of justice against criminals, and acts after deep reflection. Kama and anger are slippery fish in the body net. They can be permanently trapped only by wisdom. No matter how eligible a person may be for heaven, heaven's doors are shut if he has kama and anger. A king who has totally conquered kama and anger, greed, pride, and selfishness is fit for world lordship. Kings who are eager to obtain dharma and artha and wish to defeat their enemies should first control their senses. The king whose kama and anger makes him deceive himself and others soon finds nobody on his side. My son, seek the friendship of the wise, heroic, foe-punishing Pandavas and enjoy this earth with them. What Shantanu's son Bhishma and Drona have said about the chariot heroes Arjuna and Krishna being invincible is true. Seek the protection of the strong-armed, effortlessly exerting Krishna. If Krishna is pleased, both sides will be happy. Enemies are ecstatic over the man who rejects the advice of wise and noble and learned friends. My son, how can war breed good? It violates dharma and artha. So how can it lead to happiness? Even victory is not permanent. Do not contemplate war. Afraid of dissensions, my wise son, your father, Bhishma, and Bhalika gave the Pandavas their kingdom's share. The fruits of that decision are yours. You enjoy the earth without obstacles, all the thorns having been already removed. Give the sons of Pandu their rightful half-share, my son, if you wish to enjoy the kingdom with your ministers. Surely half the world is enough to sustain you and your ministers. Follow your well-wishers and gain respect. A fight with the prosperous Pandavas, who are disciplined and intelligent, can lead only to loss of your happiness. Pacify your angry well-wishers and govern your kingdom after returning to the sons of Pandu their rightful share. They have endured enough misery for 13 years. Vastly wise one, curb your karma and anger-fed feelings. You are not worthy of possessing the Pandavas' wealth, nor are Karna and your irascible brother Dusasana. Anger inflamed Bhishma, Drona, Kripa, Karna, Bhima, Arjuna, and Drishtadyumna will go to their doom. My son, don't let your anger spell Kaurava doom. Don't let this entire earth be cruelly massacred. Your hope that Bhishma, Drona, Kripa, and others will fight on your side is likely to be disappointed. They know their Atmans and have the same affection for you and the Pandavas. The Pandavas have greater dharma. They may, out of loyalty to you, give their lives for you, but they will never be able to face Yudhishthira with honor. Greed does not bring prosperity to any person. My bull among the Bharata's son, curb your greed. Duryodhana ignored the sensible advice of his mother. He rose restless Atman and strode to his room. Coming out of the Sabha, he went to consult Subala's son, Raja Shakuni, the expert at dice. The decision arrived at by the four Duryodhana, Karna, Subala's son Shakuni and Dusasana was as follows. Krishna is no waster of time. His purpose seems to be to seize us with Dhritarashtra's and Bhishma's help. But we will strike first, and like Indra seizing the son of Virochana, seize tiger among men Krishna. When the Pandavas learn of Krishna's seizure, they will become as depressed and helpless as fangless snakes. Strong-armed Krishna is everyone's refuge and guardian. When the boon-granting hero is captured, the sons of Pandu and the Somakas will be helpless. Let us, without any delay, imprison quick-acting Krishna, despite the protests of Dhritarashtra, and proceed with the battle plan. This treacherous move of the scoundrels was guessed by the wise Satyaki. His inkling of it made him go to Hridika's son Kritavarman. He said to Kritavarman, "Hurry, get an armor-clad troop of soldiers and wait at the Sabha gate, while I get the message to fluently exerting Krishna." He entered the Sabha like a lion entering a cave, and divulged his suspicion first to Mahatma Krishna, then to Dhritarashtra, and finally to Vidura. He smiled and said, "They are about to embark on an act that violates dharma, artha, and kama. The fools are about to try to do the impossible. They have devised this most malignant plan. Kama and anger and greed have overpowered them, and they seek to kill treacherously the lotus-eyed one. Even as children and madmen try to seize fire with their clothes, Satyaki's words made vastly wise Vidura say to strong-armed Dhritarashtra in the Kaurava assembly, "Kala is now ready to swallow your sons, O king. They are bent on doing what is impossible, and if possible, shameful, conspiring against the lotus-eyed one, the younger brother of Indra. They want to seize him, who is invincible, unchallengeable, tiger among men. They will perish like moths in a blazing fire. If Krishna wishes, he can, in the midst of battle, angrily consign them to Yama, like a lion scattering an elephant herd. But such a karma is not ordained, because Purushottama Krishna never goes against dharma. Once Krishna burnt down Varanasi and the horses, chariots, and elephants of the city's king and his followers. So the conch, mace, and chakra wielder, as Lord Kala, will burn down Hastinapura and all its Kauravas." When the joy of the Yadavas Krishna became prominent, furious Indra attempted to subjugate him, but Indra failed. The anti-god Mura devised 6,000 powerful nooses to trap Krishna near Nirmochana, but Krishna broke free. This is the same Krishna that strode up to Sobha, smashed the hill, and killed Dyumatsena and his followers. The Kauravas are old, so lotus-eyed Krishna, thinking of dharma, does his best to forgive their ill karma. If the Kauravas and other rajas are intent on imprisoning Krishna, they will become guests in Yama's realm. The Kauravas are to chakra-wielding Krishna like so many blades of grass tossed in a strong wind. When Vidura had finished, Krishna faced Dhritarashtra and said, so that all standing near could hear him, "Raja, if your impulsive sons want to imprison me, let them try their best. O ruler of the earth, I can diagnose their anger and cure them too. But I will not do an action that is blameworthy and wrong. Your sons will lose all by being greedy. Their criminal intent gives Yudhishthira an edge over them. I can, if I wish, immobilize them and their followers, and turn them over to Yudhishthira, an easy enough task. But I will refrain from doing anything censurable. Let Duryodhana fired by wickedness and anger, do exactly as he wishes before you, O Maharaja. I give this freedom to your sons." When Dhritarashtra heard this, he called Vidura and said to him, "Summon wicked and greedy Duryodhana to my presence. With all his friends, ministers, brothers, and followers, I will try to bring him back to the right path." So Vidura brought Duryodhana again to the Sabha with his brothers and Rajas, though he was unwilling. Raja Dhritarashtra said to Duryodhana, Dusashana, and Karna, and all the other Rajas accompanying them, "Unfeeling Duryodhana, you have sought the help of low-minded followers in the commission of a criminal act, an act condemnable and shameful, an impossible act. Only if a family-dishonoring man like you would think of it, you and your vicious followers have planned to imprison the invincible lotus-eyed one, whom none dares challenge. Even the Indra-led gods cannot harm him. O Duryodhana, you are like a little child crying for the moon. You know very well that neither gods, anti-gods, humans, Gandharvas, nor Nagas can defeat Krishna. Imprisoning Krishna is like gasping air, or clutching the moon, or holding the earth on one's head." When Dhritarashtra had finished, Vidura looked straight at the tempestuous son of Dhritarashtra, Duryodhana, and said to him, "Duryodhana, listen to me carefully. At Sauba's gate, the Danava lord named Dviveda showered Krishna with what seems an irresistible volley of stones. He thought violence would be the way to destroy Krishna. He tried and failed. Now you wish to try violence. Naraka and all his Danavas failed in Pragjyotisha to capture Krishna, and now you wish to try violence? 6,000 great anti-gods in Nirmochana failed with their nooses, and now you wish to try violence?" When only a baby, he killed the ogress Putana. As a child, he lifted Govardhana hill to protect the cows. He killed the vicious Arishta, Dhenuka, and powerful Chanura, Asvaraja, and enormously wicked king Kamsa. He killed in battle Jarasamda, Vakra, heroic Sisupala, and Bana. Many other Rajas were also killed by him. Raja Varuna and the inexhaustibly energetic god of fire were humbled by him, and Indra stealing the paradise flower. He killed Madhu and Kaitaba as they reposed on the ocean. In another birth, he killed Hayagriva. He is the all-creator himself, not created. He is male power. He can do whatever he wishes. You cannot comprehend this amazingly powerful cowherd. He has the fierce, clear energy of an uncontrollable snake. If you try to harm strong-armed, untiring Krishna, you will perish like moths fly into a fire. When Vidura had finished, continued Vaisampayana, Krishna, slayer of enemy hosts, said to Dhritarashtra's son Duryodhana, "Small-minded fool, you think I am alone, and so it is easy for you to capture me? Here are the Pandavas, the Andhakas, the Vrishnis, the Adityas, the Rudras, the Vasus, the Maharishis." As he said this, foe-slaying Krishna laughed loudly. His laughter made his Mahatma body shake like lightning. Gods rushed out of his thumb. They flowed like fire. Brahma sat on his forehead. Rudra appeared on his chest. The Lokapala guardians of the universe on his arms. Agni from his mouth. Adityas, Sadhyas, Vasus, Aswins, Maruts, Indra, the Visvadevas, Yakshas, Gandharvas, Rakshasas. Balrama from one arm, Arjuna from the other, bow-armed Arjuna on his right, plough-wielding Balrama on his left, behind him Bhima, Yudhishthira, Madari's twin sons, behind them Andhakas, Vrishnis led by Pradyumna, and other chiefs with unpraised arms, conch, chakra, mace, Sakti missile, Saranga bow, plough, Nadaka javelin, and other weapons appeared, brandished in blazing splendor in Krishna's hands. From his 2 eyes, 2 ears, and nose, like spark-emitting smoke, appeared Siva. From the pores of his skin, sparks like sunbursts. Seeing Mahatma Krishna's awesome Atman, the Rajas, bewildered, closed their eyes, all except Drona, Bhishma, wise Vidura, and Sanjaya. Because they had tapas, they received celestial vision from Krishna. Krishna's magnificent form filled the sabha. Divine drums sounded, flowers fell. Dhritarashtra said, "Favor me, O lotus-eyed one, O excellent Yadava, worker for the good of the world, illustrious one, restore me my sight. I wish to see you. I wish to see nothing else." Strong-armed Krishna said to Raja Dhritarashtra, "Delighter of the Kauravas, I grant sight to your sightless eyes." Maharaja, wonder of wonders, for Dhritarashtra regained his sight to have a vision of the universal form. The kings, awestruck by the restoration of eyesight to Dhritarashtra, along with the rishis, praised Krishna. And the earth shook, and the oceans heaved, and the rulers of the earth were dumbfounded with wonder. Foe-chastising tiger among men, Krishna, indrew his magnificent, celestial, auspicious, and prosperous, radiant multiform. Krishna took Satyaki's hand and Kritvarman's hand, and with the permission of the rishis, left the place. In the ensuing commotion, the rishis, Narada, and others disappeared. The hubbub subsided. It was a weird happening. The Kauravas and the assembled rajas, seeing Krishna leave, followed him as the gods follow Indra for 1,000 sacrifices. But unimaginable Atman Krishna ignored the mandala of following kings and left like a smoke-rich fire. His white, massive chariot, carved in gold and tinkling with bells, with wheels that resounded like storm clouds, covered with white tiger skins and pulled by magnificent horses, among them Saibya, was brought up by Daruka. He was the son of Hridika, the great chariot hero, Kritvarman, a respected Vrishni, sitting in the chariot. Foe-chastising Krishna was about to depart when Maharaja Dhritarashtra said to him, "You have seen what power I have over my sons. Krishna, nothing is now hidden from you. I want peace for the Kurus. I will struggle for it. I implore you not to think badly of me. I harbor no malice towards the sons of Pandu. You know how I tried to dissuade my son Duryodhana. The Kauravas, these rajas, these rulers of earth, they are witness to my sincere desire for peace." Strong-armed Krishna, said Vaisampayana, said to Dhritarashtra, to Duryodhana's grandfather Bhishma, Vidura, Bhalika, and Kripa, "You have personally seen what happened in the assembly of the Kurus, how the uncouth fool left his seat, and how the world ruler Dhritarashtra confesses to his powerlessness. With your permission, I return to Yudhishthira. The excellent bowmen heroes, all splendid Bharatas, followed finest of men Krishna to his chariot. They included Bhishma, Drona, Kripa, Vidura, Dhritarashtra, Bhalika, Ashwathaman, Vikarna, and the chariot hero Yuyutsu. While the Kauravas looked, Krishna took his large, white, sweetly tinkling chariot to his father's sister. The Battle of Kurukshetra. With this extract from the Mahabharata, the great battle between the Kauravas and Pandavas begins. It goes on for 18 days, and by the end, Only Duryodhana and 3 others of the 100 Kaurava brothers are alive. On this first day, many individual duels and skirmishes are described, as well as the mass engagement of the armies with their chariots and elephants. The narrator is Sanjaya, Dhritarashtra's charioteer. Dhritarashtra said, "The soldiers of my army and of the Pandavas were equally ready for battle. But who attacked first?" "Duryodhana and his brothers," said Sanjaya, under the command of Bhishma, marched to the front line of battle. Eager to meet the challenge of Bhishma and Pandava, cheerfully advanced to the front line, led by Bhima. Lion-like roars and a confused clamor, karkachas blaring, cow horns, drums, cymbals, tabors, and elephants trumpeting on both sides. The soldiers of the enemy attacked us, and we, with fierce shouts, attacked the soldiers of the enemy. They shook like a forest that shakes in a storm, the Kauravas and Pandavas in that terrible battle, with cymbals and conches incessantly sounding. The tumultuous noise of soldiers and kings, of horses and elephants, that ominous hour, resembled a wide oceanic tempest. And strong-armed Bhima stood up and roared like a bull. It was a horrendous sound, a roar that caused horripilation. His roaring rose above the cacophony of conches and drums, the trumpeting of elephants and the soldiers' leonine shouts. The horses of both armies, thousands of them, neighed loudly, but Bhima's roaring rose above the neighings of the horses. The shouts of Bhima, as noisy as storm clouds and thunderclaps, filled all your soldiers with great fear. Hearing the roaring of Bhima, horses and elephants passed urine and dung, as other beasts do when a lion roars. He looked terrifying as he kept roaring like a cloud mass, alarming your sons. Then suddenly he attacked them. As he rushed at them, Duryodhana and his brothers shrouded him with arrow showers as clouds shroud the sun. Duryodhana, your son, Durmukha, Dushala, Sala, Dusasana, the chariot hero Durmarsana, Vivimsati, Chitrasena, Vikarna, the great chariot hero Purumitra, Jaya, Bhoja, Somadatta's brave son. They lifted their cloud-black bows, fitted long arrows resembling sloughed-off snakes, and stood ready to take action. They stood firm, facing the attack of the Pandavas. The sons of Draupadi, the great chariot hero Abhimanyu, Nakula, Sahadeva, Prishashta's son Drishtidyumna. These warriors' arrows tore through the ranks of Dhritarashtra's sons like thunderbolts splitting apart the peaks of massive mountains. Neither your soldiers nor the enemy gained an advantage in the first clash when the bows twanged and leather protectors flapped. O bull-brave Bharata! I noticed then the expert bowcraft of Drona's disciples, whose ceaseless arrows hit their targets. The twanging of the bows never stopped, and fiery arrows flashed through the air like stars dazzling in the sky. The other lords of earth stood there and watched, transfixed, the fascinating, horrendous battle between two groups of kinsmen. Recalling the wounds suffered earlier, O Raja, the great chariot warriors hurled challenges at each other, exerting their utmost. They looked magnificent, the two armies of the Kauravas and the Pandavas, chariots, horses, and elephants like painted figures. Other kings, too, took up their bows. Armed with bows and arrows, they stationed themselves with their armies on the battlefield. Under orders from Yudhishthira, thousands of Pandava leaders, shouting and screaming, charged upon your sons' ranks. It was a fierce and bloody encounter, painful to watch. The sun was obscured by clouds of kicked-up dust. Some fought, some fled, some ran, and then rallied. It was the same story with your soldiers and theirs. At the time of that terrible clash, your father Bhishma shone on the battlefield with a special heroic lustre. Lord of the world, early on that morning, continued Sanjaya, commenced a fearful battle that shredded the bodies of many Rajas. Each eager for victory, the Kauravas and the Srinjayas raised lion roars that shook the earth and the sky. The cacophony of leather finger flaps and the blare of conches, the leonine roars of warriors shouting at each other, the bull of the Bharatas, the twang of bowstrings, the march of infantry, the neighing of horses, the thud of clubs and steel hooks, the clash of weapons, the jangling of bells, on necks of colliding elephants, the din of chariot wheels that roared like storm clouds, all these sounds together, a horripilating conglomeration. The Kaurava warriors, absolutely reckless and ruthless, charged at the Pandava ranks with raised flagstaffs. O Raja, lifting a fearful bow resembling the rod of Kala, Santanu's son Bhishma attacked Arjuna on the battlefield. Tremendously energetic Arjuna lifted his world-famous Gandiva and rushed at Ganga's son Bhishma on the battlefield. Each of these Kuru heroes aimed to kill the other. Bhishma's arrows harassed Arjuna, but he stood firm. Pandu's son Arjuna attacked Bhishma, but he stood firm. The great bowman Satyaki then attacked brave Kritvarman. A horripilating encounter followed a terrifying duel. Satyaki wounded Kritvarman, and Kritvarman wounded Satyaki. Shouting as they drained each other's vital energies, pierced all over their bodies with arrows, the handsome heroes looked like two flowering Kimsuka trees in springtime. The mighty archer Abhimanyu chose to attack Brihadbala, but the Raja of Kosala quickly succeeded in slicing off the flagstaff and overpowering the charioteer of Abhimanyu. The overpowering of his charioteer infuriated Abhimanyu, Maharaja, and he succeeded in wounding Brihadbala with 9 arrows. With 2 arrows, foe chastising Abhimanyu sliced off Brihadbala's flagstaff, with one his wheel guard, with another he killed his charioteer. The 2 incensed heroes weakened each other with sharp arrows. The great chariot hero, proud of his prowess and hostile, your son Duryodhana, decided to attack mighty Bhima. Both are great warriors, chiefs of men, Kuru lords. They drowned each other in a rain of arrows on the battlefield. Both are Mahatmas, both expert in the use of all weapons. Seeing them, the world's creatures were awestruck. Dusashana decided to attack hugely powerful Nakula, who was wounded by the countless arrows Dusashana shot. But Nakula, son of Madhuri, countered the attack, with sharp arrows smiling as he cut Dushasana's bow and flagstaff and wounded him with 25 arrows. Your hard-to-defeat son succeeded in killing Nakula's horses in a fearful clash and slicing off his flagstaff. Durmukha was next. He attacked hugely powerful Sahadeva and succeeded in wounding him with a shower of arrows. Brave Sahadeva, in that fierce clash, was able to fire an arrow that felled the charioteer of Durmukha. Both were indomitable. Each attacked and warned off attack. Each terrified the other with horrendous-looking arrows. Raja Yudhishthira chose to duel with the Raja of Madra. The king of Madra was able to cut Yudhishthira's bow in 2. But Kunti's son Yudhishthira picked up another bow, stronger and designed to shoot swifter than the first. Shouting, "Stand your ground!" Raja Yudhishthira, roused to anger, showered the king of Madra with a hail of straight arrows. Descendant of Bharata, in another part of the field, Drishtadyumna attacked Drona, who, angered, sliced cleanly in 3 pieces the Panchal prince's hard-to-pierce bow. He fired a terrible arrow resembling the rod of Kala, an arrow that pierced the body of Drishtadyumna, who nevertheless lifted another bow and shot 14 arrows in the direction of Drona, wounding him. Drupada's son and Drona, both tempestuously angry, continued the duel. Maharaja, irresistible Shankha, attacked the son of Somadatta, equally resistible, shouting, "Stand your ground!" Brave Shankha rendered the right arm of Bhurisrava useless, but Somadatta's son was able to wound Shankha's shoulders. The duel between these 2 heroes on that battlefield resembled the ancient clash between Indra and Vritra. Fired with wrath, the self-confident great chariot hero Drishtaketu rushed upon the great hero named Bhalika. Raja valiant Bhalika let out a leonine roar and shot arrows that debilitated the enormously angered Drishtaketu. Like one maddened elephant attacking another, the Chedi Raja, Drishtaketu, infuriated, wounded Bhalika with 9 arrows. The 2 combatants roared and howled in their anger. Their wrath made them like the planets Buddha and Angaraka. Ghatotkach, like Indra wounding Bala, attacked and wounded the cruel Karma Rakshasa, Alambusha, with straight arrows. Incensed into an incontrollable anger, Ghatotkacha succeeded in shooting 90 arrows into the body of brave Alambusha. But Alambusha rallied and was able to shoot many hooked and knotted arrows that wounded the son of Bhima. Both Ghatotkacha and Alambusha looked as radiantly wounded on the battlefield as Indra and Bala in the god and anti-god war. Then, O Raja, powerful Shikhundin attacked the son of Drona, Ashwathama, who grievously wounded Shikhundin with a sharp arrow. Similarly, O Raja, Shikhundin was able to wound Ashwathama, the son of Drona, with a sharp and accurate weapon. The 2 continued their duel on the field of battle, harassing each other with a variety of remarkable weapons. Virata, the commander of his army, launched a fierce attack against brave Bhagadatta, and a magnificent duel ensued. Enraged beyond limit, Virata showered arrows on Bhagadatta, like clouds persistently drenching a mountain with rain. But the lord of early Bhagadatta retaliated with a swarm of arrows that covered Virata like clouds obscuring the sun. Then Kripa, son of Saradvat, attacked the Kekaya ruler Brihatkshattra, enveloping him inside a shower of arrows. Brihatkshattra retaliated with an equally strong counter-shower. They shredded each other's bows and killed each other's horses. Chariotless, they faced each other for battle with drawn swords. What followed was a duel of truly incredible ferocity. Foe chastising Drupada with great zeal attacked Jayadratha, the king of the Sindhus, who replied with equal zeal. The Raja of the Sindhus wounded Drupada with 3 arrows, but Drupada succeeded in wounding him with other weapons. The duel between these 2 were fierce and horrendous, like a conflict between the planets Shukra and Angaraka. Your son, Vikarna, on a swift horse, attacked brave Sutasoma, and a tremendous duel ensued between the two heroes. Though he wounded Sutasoma with arrows, Sutasoma held firm. Neither was Sutasoma able to shake your son Vikarna's composure. Fighting for the Pandavas, that tiger among men, that great chariot hero, Chekitana launched an attack upon Susarman. But Susarman blocked his charge, Maharaja, with a shower of arrows, and the great chariot hero, Chekitana, was repulsed. But he rallied and roused to anger. He harassed Susarman as dark clouds harass a hill with rain. O Indra among Rajas, the tremendously powerful Shakuni attacked valiant Prativindya like a lion and elephant. Infuriated, the son of Yudhishthira wounded the son of Subala with keen arrows, just as Indra might wound an anti-god. But Shakuni also, in that duel, succeeded in piercing the body of intelligent Prativindya with his knotted arrows. O Indra among Rajas, Shrutakarma attacked the great chariot hero, the powerful warrior Sudakshina, the king of Kambujas. Sudakshina succeeded in wounding the son of Sahadeva, but failed to rout him. He stood firm as Mainaka mountain. Incensed, Shrutakarman retaliated with arrows that penetrated the flesh of the chariot hero Kamboja king in many places. Foe humiliating Iravat, bursting with anger, attacked the easily angered warrior Shrutayusha on that battlefield. Arjuna's son Iravat roared with joy after killing his opponent's horses and scattering his followers. Shrutayusha, roused to anger, retaliated by a reciprocal killing of the horses of Arjuna's son with a massive mace. The two Avanti princes, Vinda and Anuvinda, attacked Kuntibhoja, who, with his son, had come leading a huge army. I was impressed by the wonderful coolness in the battle of the two princes as they fought a large contingent. Anuvinda wounded Kuntibhoja with a massive mace, but Kuntibhoja replied with a shower of arrows. Kuntibhoja succeeded in wounding Vinda with arrows, but was himself wounded in a truly spectacular duel. O Raja, the 5 Kekaya brothers launched an attack with mobile equipment on the 5 princes of Gandhara. Your son Veerabahu selected for attack Virata's son, Uttara, a chariot hero, and hit him with 9 arrows. And Uttara struck back with arrows and wounded him too. The Raja of Chedi decided to attack brave Ulka. He wounded Ulka with a shower of arrows, and Ulka shot a counter-shower of winged missiles. It was terrible, awe-inspiring duel. No one was able to win decisively, but they almost tore each other apart. In that great war, thousands of duels were fought between chariot heroes, elephant soldiers, horsemen, and foot soldiers. For a brief period it was spectacular. Then, O Raja, it became chaotic, a medley of confusion and noise. Elephants fought elephants, chariots fought chariots in that battle. Horsemen fought horsemen, and foot soldiers fought foot soldiers. It was cacophonic. It was terrifying in every way. The heroes charged at each other in wild confusion. The divine rishis, the siddhas and charanas who witnessed it thought it was a war between the gods and the anti-gods. Suddenly it appeared that thousands of elephants, chariots, horsemen, and foot soldiers were indiscriminately fighting each other. O tiger among men, wherever one looked, one saw only duplicate duels between horsemen, soldiers, chariots, and elephants. Raja, descendant of Bharata, said Sanjaya, let me describe the clash of thousands of soldiers fighting with blind fury. Son failed to recognize father, and father his son, brother his brother, sister's son his maternal uncle. Maternal uncle failed to recognize his sister's son, friend his friend. Pandavas fought Kauravas with wild fury. Some chariot heroes careered their chariots with such skills that they ripped apart the yokes of their opponents' chariots. Chariot staff smashed violently against chariot staff. Chariot spike grazed against chariot spike. Formation attacked formation, but the aim was to be the first to kill. Chariots blocked attacking chariots. Massive elephants toppled on elephants. Their tusks ripped open the hides of other elephants. Flags waving on their backs, slashed by fierce tusks. These elephants, Maharaja, reeled about in confusion, rushing at their opponents and trumpeting in agony. Prodded by pikes and hooks, the elephants, who responded to skilled training, attacked their wild, rutting adversaries. And when rutting elephants attacked, even massive elephants fled in all directions, screaming thinly like cranes. Many well-disciplined elephants, temples streaming with rutting juice, severely mutilated by swords, lances, and sharp arrows. Trumpeting in pain, some mortally wounded dropped dead. Shrieking horrendously, some fled everywhere, helter-skelter. Foot soldiers deputed to protect the elephants, broad-chested soldiers, experts in routing foes with pikes, bows, battle-axes, maces, clubs, arrows, spears, shafts, and heavy bludgeons with handles of iron and other weapons, including swords polished to a dazzling bright lustre, ran wildly with the sole aim of killing each other. The swords of valiant soldiers who smote each other shone with greater brilliance when stained with blood. The swish of the swords grew louder and louder as brave arms lifted them and whirled them around. Battered by maces and clubs, stuck by bright swords, pierced and pulped by the tusks of elephants, the soldiers emitted long and loud yells of pain, like the wailing of the spirits of the dead. Tremendously swift horses with tails like the feathers of a swan rushed at each other with intent to kill. Their riders hurled long, swift, polished, sharp, gold-plated darts that fell hissing like countless snakes. A few heroic riders on swift horses galloped across, leapt on chariots, and lopped off the heads of chariot heroes. Occasionally, a chariot warrior, getting cavalry within range, would wipe out the horsemen with sharp, knotted arrows. Maddened elephants, caparisoned in gold and splendid-looking as newborn clouds, knocked and trampled horses to death. Pierced near their temples and wounded by their haunches, flesh ripped by lances, many elephants trumpeted in agony, panic everywhere. In the absolute chaos that prevailed, elephants toppled horses and rider and crushed both. After toppling and crushing both rider and horse, the elephants roamed about, trampling flagstaffs and chariots. Gigantic he-elephants, rutting juice trickling down their temples, tusked and trampled horses and riders to death. Shining bright, sharp-tipped, wind-swift snake arrows stuck the heads, temples, haunches, and sides of elephants. Lord of the earth, dazzling bright javelins hurled by arms of valiant soldiers, sped like meteors, slicing through bodies of men and horses, ripping open coats of mail. Unsheathing sharp swords from scabbards of tiger skin and leopard skin, soldiers ruthlessly killed their adversaries. Though mangled and mutilated, their flesh a mass of blood, soldiers continued to fight with swords, shields, and battle-axes. Overthrowing chariots with their trunks, elephants roamed in every direction, urged by the shouts of men behind them. Wounded by javelins, cut down by battle axes, trampled by elephants, crushed under horse hooves. Soldiers fled helter-skelter, shouting for their kinsmen. They screamed for fathers, sons, brothers, and friends. They screamed for maternal uncles, sisters, sons, and others. Some were weaponless. Some had their thighs crushed. Some kept wailing that they wanted only to live. Some were limbless, arms shredded, sides bleeding. Some simply lay there, drained of strength. They begged for water on the battlefield, with throats utterly parched. Some dripping blood, and debilitated lay there, cursing themselves and cursing all your sons. There were the brave Kshatriyas also, who, though hurt, did not surrender their weapons and made no complaint. They lay where they lay, loudly proclaiming their pride, biting their lips with their teeth in their anger, and looking at each other with narrowed eyes. Others, strong, remained still and calm, enduring arrow wounds. Brave chariot heroes who had lost their own chariots, or been ejected from them, or been hurt by elephants, lay there and pleaded that they be taken on the chariots of others. Many of them, Maharaja, looked like Kimsuka flowers. In that hero-destroying battle, many terrible cries were heard. Many brave soldiers perished in that awesome carnage. Son killed father, father killed son, sister's son killed maternal uncle killed sister's son, friend killed friend, relative killed relative. In that battle between the Kauravas and Pandavas, great was the slaughter. No quarter was given in that vicious and bloody battle, and eventually the Pandava ranks began to weaken. O bull of the Bharatas, it was strong-armed Bhishma, with his silver flag of a palm tree with 5 stars, who reigned supreme like the moon on the Meru mountain. When most of that terrible day was over, continued Sanjaya, in which so many excellent heroes were simply exterminated, Durmukha, Kritavarman, Kripa, Salya, and Vivimsati, under your son's leadership, joined ranks in order to protect Bhishma. Assisted by those splendid great chariot heroes, Bhishma succeeded in driving a wedge within the Pandava ranks. His palm tree emblemed flag seemed to slice through the formations of Chedis, Kasis, Karukshas, and Panchalas. Bhishma's swift, broad-headed, knotted arrows easily cut off the heads, flagstaffs, and harnesses of the chariot warriors. O bull of the Bharatas, it looked as if Bhishma was dancing. Elephants wounded by his weapons trumpeted in agony. Abhimanyu, enraged, charged upon Bhishma in his chariot, which was pulled by excellent brown-skinned horses, and radiant with a flagstaff of gold that resembled a Karnikara tree. He attacked Bhishma and the 5 heroes. He fired a sharp arrow at the flag with the palm symbol, and engaged in close combat with Bhishma and his protectors. He wounded Kritvarman with 1, Salya with 5 arrows. He harassed his great-grandfather, Bhishma, with 9 arrows. With a single arrow from his bow, pulled completely taut, he sliced off the golden flagstaff on Bhishma's chariot. With a single swift knotted arrow designed to pierce anything, he sliced off the head of the charioteer of Durmukha. A 3rd arrow incapacitated the gold-worked bow of Kripa. His sharp arrows created havoc among those warriors, and he seemed to be lightly dancing as he skillfully shot them. The assembled gods were delighted with his dexterity. Noticing the accuracy of Abhimanyu's aim, the chariot heroes led by Bhishma concluded he was as good as his father Arjuna. His bow had the reverberating twang of the Gandiva bow. As he pulled and relaxed it, it resembled a circle of fire. For exterminating Bhishma in an organized rush at Abhimanyu, succeeded in wounding the son of Arjuna with 9 arrows, and sliced his flagstaff with 3 more arrows. Then rigid-vowed Bhishma attacked the charioteer of Abhimanyu. Though Kritvarman, Kripa and Salya harassed Abhimanyu, he stood as immovably firm as the mountain Mainaka. Though hemmed in by the great chariot heroes of Duryodhana's army, Arjuna's son continued shooting arrows at the 5 chariot heroes. Neutralizing their great weapons with a shower of arrows and harassing Bhishma with another arrow shower, Abhimanyu roared. He seemed to be a warrior of incredible physical prowess as he stood there fighting steadily and harassing Bhishma. Bhishma also shot arrows at tremendously powerful Abhimanyu, who succeeded in repulsing them without too much effort. With 9 arrows, brave Abhimanyu sliced Bhishma's flagstaff. There was a deafening roar of approval from the spectators. The palm tree-symboled flagstaff, decorated with gems and plated with gold, sliced by Subhadra's son, fell to the ground. O bull of the Bharatas, when he saw the flagstaff fall, proud Bhima shouted encouragement to Subhadra's son. In the course of that mighty conflict, brave Bhishma materialized a large number of supernatural weapons. The endless Atmand, great-grandfather of Abhimanyu, overpowered Subhadra's son with thousands of arrows. 10 great chariot warriors and expert bowmen of the Pandava ranks rushed on chariots to rescue Abhimanyu. They were Virata and his son, Prishata's descendant, Drishtadyumna, Bhima, the 5 Kekeya brothers, and Satyaki. As they charged furiously at him, Santanu's son Bhishma wounded the Panchala princes with 3 arrows and Satyaki with 10. With a single razor-sharp winged arrow, which he fired from a bow stretched taut, he cut off Bhima's flagstaff. The gold-plated, lion-emblemed flagstaff of Bhima, sliced by the arrow of Bhishma, toppled from the chariot. But Bhima managed to wound Santanu's son with 3 arrows, Kripa with 1 arrow, and Kritvarman with 8 arrows. Virata's son Uttara, riding an elephant with uplifted trunk, maneuvered the beast into charging at the king of Madra. Salya was able to check the furious attack of that king elephant as he rushed at his chariot. The Indra among elephants succeeded in angrily trampling to death 4 of Salya's excellent horses. Salya, standing in the chariot whose horses had been crushed, hurled a steel snake dart in order to kill Uttara. The dart pierced his armor, and he lost consciousness and fell. His lance and elephant hook fell from his hands. Salya drew his sword, jumped down from his splendid chariot, and with a mighty stroke sliced off the large elephant's trunk. His armor shredded by a rain of arrows, his trunk lopped off. The elephant screamed, toppled, and died. After performing this wonderful feat, the Raja of Madra, Salya, quickly climbed into the chariot of Kritvarman. Seeing his brother Uttara killed, and seeing Salya climbing into the splendid chariot of Kritvarman, Virata's son Sveta blazed with anger as fire with ghee. He picked up his great bow, which resembled Indra's, and rushed to the Madra king Salya to kill him. Surrounded on all sides by many chariot heroes, he succeeded in shooting a hail of arrows on his foe, seeing him charge into battle like a musked elephant. 7 chariot heroes from your ranks hemmed him in. hoping to save the Madra Raja from the jaws of death. Brihadbala, the king of Kosala, Jayatsena of Magadha, Rukmaratha, the illustrious son of Salya, Vinda and Anuvinda of Avanti, Sudakshana of Kamboja, Jayadratha, Brihatshatra's son and king of the Sindhus. The multicolored, stretched bows of these Mahatmas flashed across the battlefield like streaks of lightning. They deluged the head of Sweta with showers of arrows, like wind-driven clouds drenching hills with monsoon rains. Leader of an army, Sweta was enraged at this affront, and swiftly shot 7 thick arrows at their bows, slicing them off in an instant. But O Bharata, with amazing quickness they fitted new bows. That strong-armed and high-atmaned warrior Sweta fired 7 more thick arrows at his adversaries, and again succeeded in splitting apart their bows. Their bows smashed. The heroic great chariot warriors, livid with anger, brandished darts and shouted fiercely. O best of the Bharatas, the 7 arrows sped towards Sweta's chariot with the speed of Indra's thunderbolt. But Sweta skillfully countered and neutralized them with 7 arrows shot with great accuracy. With an all-piercing arrow, Sweta tried to pulverize Rukmaratha, O great Bharata. It sped like a thunderbolt at his adversary. Hit by the arrow, Rukmaratha collapsed on his chariot. He seemed to be dazed. He seemed to be unconscious. But his charioteer, in no way upset, drove him away in that bewildered condition from the battlefield. Shooting 6 more gold-plated arrows, Sweta succeeded in cutting off the flagstaffs of his 6 adversaries. He wounded their horses and charioteers with a steady stream of arrows. Then he rushed at Salya's chariot. A great confusion and cacophonous hullabaloo from your army accompanied the attack of the general Sweta on Salya. Placing Bhishma in charge, your strong son Duryodhana, along with many other heroes, rushed at Sweta's chariot. He rescued the Raja of Madra from certain death. A terrible, horripilating clash of arms took place. Elephants and chariots fought in almost indescribable chaos. Subhadra's son Abhimanyu, Bhima, the chariot hero Satyaki, the Kekaya princes, Virata and Drupada's son Drishtidyumna, the Chedis, the Matsyas, and other lion-like soldiers. The Grand Shire of the Kurus shot arrows on them all. The death of Abhimanyu. The tragic death of Arjuna's son Abhimanyu on the 13th day of the battle of Kurukshetra leads to one of the Mahabharata's finest passages of lament and reflection on mortality. Vyasa himself tells the grieving Yudhishthira the story of Akampana, who overcame his grief at his son's death. He also tells the story of the origin of death. The outcome of the battle is a Pyrrhic victory for the Pandavas. On the last day, Bhima fights Duryodhana and fatally wounds him. Yudhishthira stops Bhima from killing him, as it is cowardly to kill a wounded hero. The surviving Kauravas, however, are not so scrupulous. They sneak into the Pandava camp at night and kill Draupadi's 5 sons while they are asleep. The Pandavas return to Hastinapura, and Yudhishthira is crowned emperor. He reigns in peace and prosperity, but cannot get over his remorse at having started, through his weakness for gambling, a war that led to the massacre of so many of his relatives. It is thus in a spirit of remorse and contrition that Yudhishthira abdicates from the throne and makes his final pilgrimage to heaven with his 4 brothers and their shared wife Draupadi. Sanjaya continued, when the chariot division leader Abhimanyu was killed, the Pandavas abandoned their chariots and armor and bows, and sat in a circle around Raja Yudhishthira, locked in their sorrow over the death of Subhadra's son Abhimanyu. Raja Yudhishthira gave himself up to uncontrollable grief when he heard of the death of his brother's son. Yudhishthira said, after humbling the great chariot heroes Kripa and Salya, as well as Raja Duryodhana and Drona and Ashwathama, purely to please me, and after piercing Drona's impenetrable battle array and smashing the main force of their army, my brother's child Abhimanyu, who is learned and modest and skilled in warfare, who possesses all the virtues and is world-renowned, whom even the gods have difficulty in challenging, let alone defeating, that remarkable youth penetrated Drona's array. A feat natural to him, for he is chakra-wielding Krishna's dear nephew, as easy as a lion enters a herd of cows. What magnificent feats were displayed by him on the field of battle! The brilliant enemy bowmen who clashed with him soon felt the impact of his invincible war skills and were forced to retreat ignominiously. Our bitter enemy Dusashana fought with him and soon fled the field after being reduced to semi-consciousness by his arrows. After he had crossed the massive ocean of Drona's army formation, he was sent to death's realm by Dusashana's son. Abhimanyu is dead. How will I be able to face Kunti's son Arjuna? How will I face sonless Subhadra? How will we face Arjuna and Krishna today? What useless and incoherent words will we say? The fault is all mine. I sought my own good and my own victory, and I have harmed Subhadra and Arjuna and Krishna. It is not possible for a possessive man to see his own weakness, for the root of possessiveness is folly. In my eagerness to lick honey, I failed to foresee the fall from the tree. He was only a boy. We should have given him delicious food. We should have given him soft beds and ornaments. Instead, we sent him into the thick of the battle. How could he cope with the fearful peril we placed him in? He was only a little boy. He was like a restive seed chafing in harness. What will happen now? Arjuna will show his anger-filled grief, and we will burn in the shame of our deed. Arjuna is unselfish, intelligent, modest, patient, handsome, strong, respectful, friendly, heroic, firm in truth. The gods praise his prowess. He killed the Nivata Kavachas. He killed the Kalakeyas. In the flash of an eye, he killed the inhabitants of the golden city of the Pulomas and their followers who hated Indra. He is the powerful one, who assures protection to those who approach him, and we, through fear, have not been able to protect his son. A fatal fear must now be gripping the army of Dhritarashtra, for Arjuna, in his anger, will now slaughter them all. Devious Duryodhana and his crooked counselors will see their army slaughtered and will take their own lives in grief. When I see Abhimanyu, son of Indra's son, dead on the battlefield, neither victory nor kingdom, neither god rank nor immortality gives me any pleasure. Sanjaya continued, while Kunti's son Yudhishthira was deep in grief, Maharishi, born on an island, Vyasa, came to him. Yudhishthira paid his respects and sat down with his mind still sorrowing over Abhimanyu's death and said to him, Abhimanyu is dead. He has been killed by great chariot heroes and bowmen who rigged him and used unfair tactics. Subhadra's son was a great fighter but an inexperienced boy, who was forced to battle against impossible odds. It is true, I ordered him to carve out a path for us, which he did, but we were blocked by Jayadratha. Professional warriors, such as Kshatriyas, should at least fight fairly, but Abhimanyu was the victim of unfair means. This is what hurts me. I burn with grief. My eyes are filled with tears. I brood over this and I cannot find peace. The sage Vyasa turned to Yudhishthira, who was drowning in grief, and said to him, Supremely wise Yudhishthira, you who are learned in all the Shastras, vicissitude never perturbs men of your caliber. Abhimanyu is a hero. He is a Purushottama. The finest of men has killed his enemies and performed adult feats and is now in heaven. Yudhishthira should know that this is a law that none can evade. Death will take away gods and Danavas and Gandharvas. Yudhishthira said, All these powerful earth rulers are lying on the field without life breaths. They are what we call dead. Some were strong, with the strength of 10,000 elephants. Some had the vitality and force of a storm. Human beings have killed them and made them all equal. I could not imagine a human being alive with power to kill them, for they were accomplished and brave and strong. They are all dead, all those who had dreamt of conquering each other, all deprived of life breaths despite their wisdom. Today, I have realized the full meaning of word death by seeing all these earth lords lying dead. Killed by their enemies, they lie still on the field with all their pride gone. Many righteously angry princes have been laid down. I am filled with doubts. What is death? Who is death? How does death come? Why does death take away living beings? Respected grandfather, you are like a god. Explain this to me. God-like Rishi Vyasa said these consoling words to Kunti's son Yudhishthira, who had been questioning him so closely. Your Majesty, there is an ancient story dealing with this, a story that Narada narrated to King Akampana. Raja Akampana was crushed by the news of his son's death, which in my opinion is the most difficult sorrow to bear. Let me tell you the remarkable story of the birth of death, listening to which will remove your sorrow and attachment. Listen to me carefully as I repeat this very ancient and excellent story which kills sorrow and bestows health and long life. It is a holy story that will vanquish your worst enemies, for it is the most auspicious of all that is auspicious. It equals the study and chanting of the Vedas. Maharaja, all twice-born ones who desire long-lived sons and wealth and power should listen to it diligently every morning. Long ago in the Krita Yuga lived a Raja called Akampana. Once he was trapped on the battlefield by his enemies. He had a son Hari, who equaled Narayana himself in strength, a handsome and intelligent and accomplished warrior, whose prowess in battle was the equal of Indra's. Hemmed in by his enemies, Hari shot thousands of arrows at the waves of enemy warriors and elephants charging at him. It did not help. Though he displayed the most remarkable feats, he was killed on the battlefield by his enemies. Raja Akampana performed the funeral rites and gave in to grief. Day and night he could find no peace of mind. Learning of the grief that had overtaken Akampana after his son's death, the celestial Rishi Narada came to him. The fortune-favored Raja saw Narada approaching and offered him puja, after which he spoke to Narada, giving the holy man all the details of what had happened, his defeat by his foes and the killing of his son. My valiant son, whose radiance equaled that of Vishnu or Indra, has been killed by his enemies on the battlefield. Illustrious one, what is death? What is his valor, his strength, his manliness? I want to know the real truth behind all this. Boon-bestowing Narada listened to Akampana's questions and told the story which destroys grief caused by death of a son. Your Majesty, I will narrate this story to you exactly as I heard it myself. Listen to it carefully. In the beginning, Brahma, grandfather of all, created the world's creatures. Seeing that no creatures decayed or deteriorated, Brahma meditated on how best to introduce destruction in the world. Profound thinking failed to produce any useful idea. Maharaja, from Brahma's fierce frustration rose a fire that spread in all directions and licked the universe. Tongues of flame spread over the sky and the earth. The world lord consumed the entire universe with all its moving and unmoving life. Animals and inanimate, all life was wiped out by the frightening fire of all-powerful Brahma's ferocious anger. Matted-haired Shiva, lord of the Rakshasas, also called Sthanu, sought shelter from Brahma. Propitiated by Sthanu, who desired the welfare of the world's creatures, mightiest ascetic and primary deity Brahma said, "What do you desire? You, who were born from my own mind, deserve to have all your wishes granted. Whatever is dear to you will be done. Speak." Shiva said, "Lord, you can create the world's living beings with care. You look after the welfare of your multitudinous creation, yet your wrath is now consuming your creation to ashes. I see it, and I feel compassion. Lord, be merciful to them." Brahma replied, "It was never my intention to destroy the worlds. My intention was the welfare of the worlds. My anger proceeded from this." Mahadeva, burdened by the weight of creatures, the pure earth goddess begged me to destroy them. I thought and thought, but failed to find a way of destroying this infinite creation. So anger possessed me. Shiva said, "Lord of the earth, curb your anger. Refrain from destroying the worlds. Refrain from destroying all moving and unmoving life. Brahma, it is your grace that divides the universe into past and present and future. Brahma, you have burst into anger. Your anger has burst into fire. This fire now consumes trees and rocks and rivers. It consumes grasses and creepers. It devours all moving and unmoving life. Brahma, all moving and unmoving creatures are being reduced to ashes. Lord, no more. Grant me this boon. All that you created is disappearing in one way or another. Pull back your energy. Absorb it within yourself. This is your own creation. Look to the welfare of your creation. Let these breathing creatures live. The world you have created will be depopulated if all creatures are killed. You have made me the protector of the universe, so I beg of you not to exterminate all moving and unmoving life. Lord, you are always merciful, so I make this request." Narada continued, "These words of Shiva made world welfare-wishing Brahma withdraw his passionate anger within himself. The fire extinguished, and the supreme well-wisher of the universe preached the doctrine of work and withdrawal. Mahatma Brahma quenched the flames of his anger, and from the openings and tips of his sense organs emerged a lady, a red and black lady, a lady with red face, red tongue, red eyes, a lady with earrings of molten gold and molten gold ornaments. She emerged from his senses. She stood in the south. She looked at the two lords of the universe, and she smiled. Lord Brahma, controller of the creation and destruction of the worlds, addressed her gently and sweetly as Death, and said to her, "Destroy all creatures. You are the child of the anger I had for the world's destruction. Destroy all creatures, whether fool or scholar, on my behalf, so you will prosper." The lotus-eyed lady called Death listened and meditated deeply. Then she burst into flood of tears. Brahma, grandfather of all, for the welfare of the worlds, caught her tears in his cupped palms and consoled her. Narada continued. Suppressing her grief, the helpless lady Death joined her palms in prayer and, bending like a creeper, said, "Finest of eloquent speakers, you created me a woman. How can I knowingly do such a cruel deed? Brahma, I fear adharma. Grant me your grace. Sons, friends, brothers, mothers, fathers, husbands, all are dear to me. If I destroy them, will they not revenge themselves on me? This is what I fear. The tears that fall from the eyes of the grief-stricken fill me with fear. Protect me, Lord. Do not send me to the abode of Yama. Boon-bestowing Brahma, I bend my hands, I join my hands, I beg of you, grant this only wish. Lord of creation, grant me your grace to practice tapas. Lord Brahma, this is all I ask. With your permission, I shall go to the excellent ashram of Dhenuka and devote myself to tapas and offer you worship. Lord of the gods, it is not possible for me to destroy the lives of weeping creatures. Spare me from such adharma." Brahma replied, "You are Death. You were created to destroy. Go, destroy all creatures. Remove all scruples from your mind. This will happen. It is inevitable. Carry out my word. No one will blame you." Narada continued. She faced Lord Brahma with joined hands. In her heart she was pleased, but she was determined not to destroy any creatures, for she was eager for their welfare. The Lord of Lords was so silent for a while. The Lord of creatures seemed pleased with himself. He looked at the worlds and smiled, and the worlds continued happily as before. With the disappearance of the anger of invincible Brahma, the lady departed from the presence of that supremely intelligent being. Death departed, without promising to destroy the world's creatures, and hurried to the ashram of Dhenuka. Then she observed an extraordinarily strict and excellent vow. She stood on one leg for 16 Padma years, and 5 more Padma years because she was moved by compassion for the world's good. She withdrew her senses from all pleasant objects. Lord of the world, she continued standing on one leg for another 21 Padma years. For 10,000 Padma years she mixed and roamed with the animals. She came to the cool and sacred waters of the Nanda and spent 8,000 years practicing tapas on the banks of the Nanda, and so purified herself of all defects. Continuing her vows, she visited the sacred Kausiki and performed penance there by living on air and water. Proceeding from there to the Panchaganga and the forest of Vitasa, that pure lady emaciated herself by additional tapas. From there she went to the Ganga and the mighty Meru mountain, where she controlled her life breaths, becoming as it were a figure of stone. From there the pious lady went to the peak of the Himalayas, where in the past the gods had performed yajnas, and she stood on her toe for 1 billion years. She proceeded next to Pushkara and Gokarna and Naimisha and Malaya, and emaciated her wan body still further. No other god was her object of worship except Brahma, to whom she gave her total devotion. The undecaying Lord of the worlds was moved by her complete dedication and said to her gently and joyfully, "Death, what is it that moves you to such intense tapas?" Death replied to Brahma, "Lord God, I cannot destroy living creatures. Grant me the boon not to harm inoffensive creatures enjoying their health. I fear adharma. I am engaged in tapas. Undecaying Lord, have pity on this helpless and frightened devotee. Grant me refuge. I am only a timid and innocent woman." Past, present, and future knowing Brahma said, "No adharma attaches to you if you destroy the world's creatures. What I say can never be untrue. Favored one, destroy the four kinds of life. Eternal dharma is on your side. The Lokpala world protectors and Yama and various maladies will assist you. I and the gods will grant you boons. You will be purified and you will radiate in great glory." She joined her palms, and with bent head, she said these pleasing words to Brahma, "If this task cannot be done without me, then I accept your request to perform it. But on one condition. Please listen carefully. Greed, anger, hatred, malice, dissension, folly, shamelessness, and bitter speech make these passions tear human bodies apart." Brahma replied, "So it will be, Death. Proceed with your destruction. No adharma will attach to you. You will not be harmed. The tears you have shed that are cupped in my hands will be changed to diseases that spring from within the bodies of creatures and act as destroyers. As for you, do not fear. You are free from adharma. This is my word. You are free from adharma. You are the lady of dharma. You are the dharma of creatures. Devoted to dharma in accordance with dharma, you will rule all creatures. Cast aside anger and kama and remove the world's creatures. So doing, find dharma. The wicked will perish in their own adharma. Fulfill my command and be purified. The wicked will perish by their own misdeeds. Leave anger and kama and remove all creatures." Repeatedly addressed by the title of Death and afraid of the curse of Brahma, she said, "So be it." Controlling her anger and desire, she started removing the lives of creatures when their last hour came. This, then, is death. This is disease. This, the condition of human suffering. Death and disease are natural. Be calm. When creatures die, their senses proceed with them where they go, and return on rebirth. The gods die as well, exactly as mortals. A roaring and powerful wind, an everywhere flowing wind, a cosmic and cacophonous wind, a wind tearing open bodies, a never-ceasing wind. The gods too are mortal. O lion among kings, do not grieve for your son. He is happy in heaven, enjoying the company of excellent heroes. His sorrows are over. He lives with the virtuous. All creatures must die. When their time is ripe, they are taken away. To be born is to die. Creatures destroy themselves. Though death wields a rod, death does not destroy. Death is inescapable. It is willed by Brahma, so the wise do not grieve. Now that you know what it is, discard your grief for your son. Vyasa continued. Hearing these profound words of Narada, Raja Akampana turned to his friend Narada and said, "Finest among holy ones, my calm of mind is restored, and I am pleased after hearing your story. I am grateful. Finest of rishis Narada, a divine rishi with a serene Atman, happily and quickly returned to Narada forest. Raja Yudhishthira, after hearing this story, you should discard your sorrow. You know Kshatriya Dharma. You know where heroes go after they die. The great chariot hero Abhimanyu has attained heaven after defeating his enemies in the presence of all those brilliant bowmen. That great chariot hero died on the battlefield while fighting. He was killed by bows and maces and swords. He was the son of the moon in an earlier birth, and he has attained the lunar realm now. Son of Pandu, summon your courage and march with your brothers to the field of battle in righteous anger. Do not fall victim to listlessness. Legends and Folk Tales. The Mouse Merchant. There was once an immensely rich merchant who impressed all and sundry by the way he had built up his fortune from nothing. This is how he did so, and how he came to be called the Mouse Merchant. His father, who had also been a merchant, died before he was born, and his mother was cheated by his father's nasty relatives of everything she owned. She even had to flee from her house, pregnant with her unborn son, to take refuge in the house of a kind friend of her husband's. The Mouse Merchant was born there. She had to work as a servant to support him, and it was because she was so poor that a teacher agreed to teach her son for nothing as an act of charity. So, despite their poverty, the Mouse Merchant learnt to read and write. When he was nearly grown up, she said to him, "You are the son of a merchant, and should follow the same line. There's a rich merchant near here called Visakhila, who is said to lend capital to decent men from poor families. Go and see if he will give you something to start you off." The Mouse Merchant went to his house and heard the rich man shouting at someone else he had helped. He was pointing at a dead mouse on the floor and roaring, "If you had any brains, you'd be able to make money even from this dead mouse here. I gave you a handsome sum, and far from increasing it, you haven't even been able to keep hold of it. You've spent the lot." The Mouse Merchant then stepped boldly into the room, picked up the dead mouse, and said, "I think I can do better than that. This mouse will be enough for me. I'll take it, if I may, as capital advanced." He then wrote out a receipt for the mouse and gave it to the rich man, who, splitting his sides with laughter, put it into his strong box. "The mouse would be food for a cat," said the Mouse Merchant to himself. "So all I need to do is find a cat owner to sell it to." It didn't take him long to find a shopkeeper who kept a cat, who, laughing uproariously too, gave him 2 handfuls of corn as payment. The Mouse Merchant then filled a pitcher with water and took it and the 2 handful of corn to a crossroads under a shady tree. A band of woodcutters came by. He stopped them and said, with elaborate bows and many expressions of politeness, "My dear friends, you must be thirsty after your hard day's labor, and I dare say you would like a snack when you get home to your wives. Please have a drink of water from this pitcher, and take this small amount of corn too. It isn't much, but a clever wife can easily make a tea-time snack out of only 1/5 of it. So there's enough here for each of you. I would have given you more, but I'm a poor man." The woodcutters laughed even more loudly than the rich man and the cat owner had done. But the Mouse Merchant was so polite and charming that they took a drink of water and carefully shared out the 2 handfuls of corn. In return, each gave him 2 sticks of wood. The Mouse Merchant took the wood to the market and bartered the wood for some more corn, a small bagful this time. He went the next day to the same shady spot, again with a pitcher of water, and when the woodcutters passed by, he greeted them warmly and offered them water and corn, rather more corn than before. Each gave him 3 sticks this time, laughing with pleasure at his resourcefulness, but also pleased to get the corn at so cheap a price. And that was even more the case the next day and the day after that, When the mouse merchant was able to share out a sackful of corn amongst them, and the woodcutters felt it to be very good recompense for their labor and for the market value of the wood. A clever man also needs luck, and someone's luck is usually someone else's misfortune. Suddenly, heavy rain began to fall, and there was a shortage of dry firewood in the town. The mouse merchant had cannily not buttered all his sticks away. He had kept at least half of them back, and they now had a much higher sale value. From the money he made by selling them, he was able to set up a small shop, and from then on, as a trader, he never looked back. So wealthy did he become that he was able to make a mouse of gold and take it to Visakhila as a token of thanks for the dead mouse, as he had advanced him as capital, and to show how much he had profited from his wise use of it. "Open your strong box," said the mouse merchant, "and you will find the receipt I gave you for the mouse." Tears of laughter and pleasure rolled down Visakhila's cheeks when he found and examined the receipt, and so impressed was he by the mouse merchant's acumen that he gave him his daughter as a wife. The mouse merchant lived in happiness and prosperity for the rest of his days. He was always known as the mouse merchant, and in speaking of his financial wizardry, people used to say that it was as if he could hang up pictures without any walls. The Loyal Minister. A king called Adityavarman had an exceptionally wise and loyal minister called Sivaraman. But the king was prone to jealousy and mistrust, and he quite unjustly came to suspect that Sivaraman had been sleeping with one of the royal wives. The wife in question was pregnant, and the king knew the child could not be his, for he had not slept with her for 2 years. He called the guards of his harem and asked, "Who has been visiting her? You must have seen somebody come and go." The guards replied that the only person they had allowed into the harem had been the king's most trusted minister, Sivaraman. It must be him, thought the king, and he should be put to death for his treachery. But he is so well liked and respected. The people will not be at all happy if I have him executed. I'll have to find some other way of taking revenge. So, instead of arraigning the minister publicly, he cooked up a reason for sending him on a mission to a neighboring friendly prince called Bhogavarman. He then sent a secret messenger to the same prince, containing an account of Sivaraman's supposed treachery and a request that he be put to death. A few days after the minister had left, the queen, who was pregnant, panicked, contacted her lover, and told him to come to her in woman's clothes. She hoped to leave the harem that way, accompanied by her lover in disguise, without arousing the guards' suspicion. But her lover was a big and virile man. His disguise was ineffective, and the guards stopped them and arrested them. When they were brought before Adityavarman, he was filled with grief and remorse, for the queen's lover had now been apprehended, and he was not Sivaraman. How could he even forgive himself for having so wrongly suspected his wisest and most trustworthy minister, and, even worse, for sending that letter asking Prince Bhogavarman to kill him? Meanwhile, Sivaraman had reached Bhogavarman's court. The messenger too had arrived, and the prince was so shocked and disbelieving when he read the letter that he divulged its contents to the minister. Without turning a hair, the wise Sivaraman said, "Well then, if the letter asks you to put me to death, please do so, and if you do not, I shall kill myself." Bhogavarman was amazed at the calm courage with which the minister said this. Puzzled and impressed, he asked, "What on earth is going on? Do you admit to what King Adityavarman has written here?" "Whether I admit it or not," said Sivaraman, "I warn you that in whichever country I am killed, no rain will fall for 12 years. This put Prince Bhogavarman in a quandary. Adityavarman must have gone crazy. He said to his ministers, "This is all a wicked plot to destroy our land. Otherwise, why would he have sent him here to be killed? Couldn't he have hired assassins at home? But clearly, we must not kill him here, nor can we let him kill himself. Guards must keep watch on him and take him back to his country forthwith." So, the wise minister was brought back safely to Adityavarman's kingdom, and the king was so overjoyed and relieved to see him that he vowed never to mistrust him again. Goodness triumphs, honesty brings its reward. But brains are helpful too, and it was through his wise intelligence that Sivaraman had saved himself. The bed. A grain merchant and his wife had a son whom they spoiled dreadfully. They never made him study or work, and he grew up with no trade or skill. They found a wife for him, and he and his wife lived on with them in idleness and contentment. But no one lives forever, and when the grain merchant and his wife died, their son had no means of support. The small amount of money his parents left him was soon used up. His wife was beside herself with anxiety, but the grain merchant's son said, "Don't worry, I'll do some work. We'll soon live well again, better than ever before." He picked up an axe and said, "I'm going out today to work. Please cook me some food to take with me." With so little money left, there was hardly any food to cook. But his wife did his best, keeping only some scrapings and scraps for herself, and he set out for the forest, as serene and cheerful as he always was. He may have been spoilt and idle, but at least his indulgent parents had taught him good manners. As he wandered through the forest, he stopped before each tree and asked, "May I cut you down?" But none of them gave him an answer. So he returned home with nothing. His meek wife didn't dare ask him where he had been or what he had done. And the next day, when he announced he was going out again, she cooked another meal for him to take with him, mixing it with tears as she worried about what would become of them and how she herself would get through the day with next to no food. Again, the grain merchant's son asked each tree politely if he could cut it down, and receiving no answer from any of them, came home with nothing. On the third day, exactly the same thing happened, and while he was out, his wife lay miserably on the ground, weak with hunger and worry. On the fourth day, however, the grain merchant's son had better luck, or rather, God took pity on him. For he was really so innocent and vulnerable, and God helps those least able to help themselves. When he stopped in front of a mango tree and asked his usual polite question, the tree spoke. "Yes, you may cut me down," it said, "and you will reap great benefit." He chopped it down, heaved it onto his head, and set off home. His wife was asleep with exhaustion when he arrived. Woken by the rustling and sliding as he dragged the tree into the house, she said, "What on earth is this? A whole tree? What are you going to do with a whole tree?" "Wait and see," said her husband, dragging the tree into a room that they didn't normally use. "Give me water and food for a week, and don't disturb me." He shut himself away with the tree, and his wretched wife, having used her last stores and the few small coins she had left to provide the food, resorted to scrounging off neighbors to keep herself alive while her husband was shut in the room. What kept her going, desperate though she was the noise of sawing and hammering that came out of the room. Evidently, her husband was working at last. But never having learnt a trade, what would he achieve? At the end of the week, the grain merchant's son flung open the door and triumphantly called his wife. "See what I've made," he said, and there in the room was the most exquisitely carved bed she had ever seen. Immense love for her husband rushed into her heart, for she now knew that he had skill and talent after all. "I'll take it to the king's palace," he said. "It's fit for a king, so he's bound to buy it." And that was what happened. The king, when he saw the beautiful bed, was mightily impressed and agreed at once to pay the grain merchant's son the 1,000 rupees he had asked for it. But that's not the end of the story. For the bed was magical as well as beautiful, and the king, and ultimately the grain merchant's son and his wife, gained mightily from its magic. If trees can talk, so can what is made out of trees. And the curious thing about the bed was that its 4 legs were very talkative. The bed was now in the king's bedroom, having replaced the ornate but much less beautiful one that had previously been there. And when he lay down to sleep, he heard one of the legs saying to the others, "I don't know about you, but I don't want to spend the rest of my life stuck in this palace. I'm going out tonight to explore the kingdom. You 3 stand firm, so that the bed doesn't tip over. I'll be back in the morning." "Very well," said the other 3 legs. "So long as each of us can go roaming at night in turn, don't be late coming back." Amazed and somewhat nervous at hearing this strange conversation, the king lay without moving. He pulled the sheet more closely over his head, but saw through a chink the bed leg hobbling across the room and out into the night. 4 bed legs, 4 nights, and 4 sets of adventures. It would take a long time to describe them all, but briefly they went like this. The first bed leg saw 2 snakes plotting to bite and kill the king. They had decided that one of them should hide in his shoe to bite him when he put it on in the morning. The bed leg went back and told the other 3 about this, and the king heard all that it said. The second bed leg told of a ruined palace he had seen, where the howling wind had warned that the next time the king went into it, it would collapse and fall on his head. Again, this was passed on to the other 3 legs, and the king, still hiding under his sheet, but no longer so surprised or alarmed at hearing bed legs talking, heard everything. The third leg described a wicked, adulterous wife whose lover had dared her to cut off her husband's head. But when she did that and brought it to her lover on a platter, he cast her out as a murderess. The leg had been there when her lover had rejected her and had followed her back to her home, where she was sitting on the veranda with the body of her husband and his severed head beside her, hysterically weeping and telling the neighbors he had been murdered by thieves. The king shuddered when he heard this gory story, but continued to lie still, with the bedsheet pulled over his head. But the story told by the 4th bed leg roused him at last. It came hobbling and clattering back in considerable excitement and alarm, for it had seen 7 thieves who had carried off the king's daughter and the contents of the royal treasury. They carried her out on her bed, and she was still asleep when I left them. But that was only because the thieves were resting from their evil work. God knows what will happen to her when they wake up. At this, the king leapt out of bed. Despite his shock and alarm, he remembered to shake his shoes before putting them on. A snake slithered out, and by this he knew that the first bed leg had spoken the truth. He then rode with his soldiers at the fastest gallop to the palace the 4th bed leg had described. His sleeping daughter was indeed there, and the thieves too, who fled into hiding in the dark forest at the sound of galloping hooves. In his relief and joy at finding his daughter unharmed, the king longed to wake and embrace her, but he knew it would be best if she never knew what had happened. So he whispered orders to the soldiers to carry her back on tiptoe without waking her. 2 bed legs had been right, so the next day the king took note of what the other 2 had said. He sent his men to pull down the dangerous old palace, and he also gave orders that the murdered husband should be buried, and his lying, adulterous wife should be arrested and burnt to death. He then sent for the grain merchant's son. "What can I do to thank you?" he said. "Your bed has been my salvation. Had I not heard what its 4 legs said, I would today be dead from snake bite, or killed by the old palace falling on me. Even worse, my daughter would have been raped and probably killed. My treasury would have been empty, and that wicked, adulterous wife would still be howling over her husband's corpse, saying that thieves had killed him. So please, tomorrow, bring as many carts as you can, and take away as many rupees as you can load in half a day." Cheerful as ever, the grain merchant's son did what the king commanded. His wife was speechless with joy when she saw all the money. How supremely clever her dear husband was to have earned so much money for just 1 week's work. A pig's life. There was a guru who had exceptional mental powers and could look into the future. People would often come to him and ask what they would be in their next lives, whether they would be reborn in a higher or lower caste, or as an animal, whether they would meet loved ones they had lost, and so on. The guru always knew the answer, but never gave it to them, for he was wise and knew that the information could have a bad effect. Those who were destined to be reborn higher up the ladder of life might become complacent and careless with their morals, and those condemned to be reborn as dogs or snakes or insects might despair and pursue even more recklessly the loose or dishonest behavior that had condemned them to that fate. To each person who asked, he would therefore say, with a gentle smile, "Have faith, lead a good life, and God will take care of the rest." As regards his own next life, however, the Guru's insight was truly disturbing. He could see very clearly, if he concentrated his mind on his own death and rebirth, that he would be reborn as a pig. Why this should be was a puzzle to him. He had tried to lead a wise and good life. Surely he deserved better. But he reasoned that it must be because of the bad karma his previous lives had accumulated. Enough good had been done the last time for him to be born as a guru this time. But in earlier lives, there must have been wickedness that had not yet been fully paid for. Hence, this prospect of pighood. Then he thought of a solution. He called his favorite disciple and said, "I have done a great deal for you, rescuing you from poverty and training you in religious learning and wisdom. Will you do anything I ask in return?" "Of course," said the disciple, knowing that a man as good as his guru would never ask him to do anything wicked. "Well then," said the guru, "listen to this. My knowledge of the future tells me that in my next life I shall be a pig. But you see this birthmark on my brow. The pig will have the same mark. That sow over there in the yard will have a litter of 4 piglets after I die. Examine the piglets carefully, and you will find one with the mark. You'll know from the mark that it's I, reborn, alas, as a pig. But pigs are foul, unclean creatures, and there's no sin in killing them. So take your sharpest knife and cut its throat. That way, I'll be immediately released from a pig's life, and the good karma that I've tried to achieve this time will, I'm sure, give me better luck in the life after that." The disciple was amazed to hear all this, but he had complete trust in everything his beloved Guru said, and he happily agreed to do as he was asked. A few months later, the Guru fell grievously ill and died. There were loud lamentations from his disciples, but not from his favorite disciple, who knew that once his Guru had passed through his brief rebirth as a pig, he would be reborn as something even more glorious than his life as a Guru. He would be a great sage, perhaps with powers as great as the sages of old, the power to blast his enemies to ashes, or to challenge and scare the gods with his penances and austerities. And he, his favorite disciple, would be the means whereby he would achieve that spiritual mastery quickly. So the disciple kept a close eye on the sow in the farmyard, and sure enough, within a couple of weeks, she gave birth to 4 piglets. Holding his nose at the stench of the mud in which the sow lay with the piglets nestling against her, slurping and sucking at her ample dugs, the disciple easily identified the one with the birthmark. "Master," he said to the piglet, and the people nearby laughed and marveled that he should go on his knees and speak to a sow and her litter. "I am here to do as you commanded me. I have sharpened my knife and have brought this bowl to catch the blood. Lie still as I hold you and receive the slash of the knife that will release you from this miserable existence and carry you to the true sainthood you richly deserve." He raised the knife, pinned the piglet down in the mud with his other hand. But just as he was about to strike, the piglet squealed out, "No, stop, don't kill me. As my loyal disciple, I command you not to kill me after all." The disciple reeled back with shock at hearing a piglet speak such recognizable human words in its squeaking, piping voice. But before he could decide what to do next, the piglet said, "I know I asked you to kill me, but that was before I knew what it would be like to be a pig. Now I am here. I like it and regard it as a fair reward for my efforts to lead a good life the last time. This mud is soft. My mother's belly is warm. Her teats are exquisitely suckable, and her milk tastes like ambrosia. Please leave me be. If this is a pig's life, I'm all for it." More amazed than ever, but ever loyal and obedient, the disciple withdrew from the sow and scuttled off to the riverside to wash away the mud and filth that was spattered all over his body. Later, he bought the piglet from the farmer who owned the sow and kept it himself. No pig was ever more lovingly cared for, but that is because it is rarely possible to know that a pig in its previous life was a guru. If that knowledge were more commonly available to us, animals would perhaps be treated more kindly. The Bogus Sadhu. In a city on the banks of the Ganga called Makandika, a sadhu, an ascetic, became well known for his seeming simplicity and piety. He had taken a vow of silence, lived wholly on alms, and spent most of the day sitting on a shady patch of ground inside the precinct of a temple. He often seemed wrapped in samadhi, a trance-like state of meditation. Visitors to the temple were impressed at his lean, nearly naked body, the blissful expression on his lips, his motionless, cross-legged posture, his straight yet relaxed back, and the way he kept his eyes rolled up as if towards heaven, scarcely blinking. But sometimes he would walk through the streets of the town to beg, and one day he entered the yard of a rich merchant's house. The merchant had a beautiful unmarried daughter, and when she saw the sadhu in the yard, still wordless, but shaking at monotonously regular intervals the tin he carried for alms, she came down with some coins for him, for her servant had told her about him, how he lived in the temple and was considered to be a saint. A saint is supposed to control all his physical passions, but the sadhu suddenly lost control of his. At the sight of the beautiful young woman, her perfectly molded breasts, her slender but not too angular hips, her graceful movements, and her lustrous smile and eyes, he was overwhelmed with desire for her. As she dropped the coins into his tin, he forgot his vow of silence and let forth a helpless groan. To touch her, embrace her, lie with her, that would be better than any samadhi. "Oh no," he said, "oh no, oh yes, oh no." The merchant was in the bathroom adjoining the yard and heard the sadhu groan. He peered through the bars of the bathroom's small window and saw the sadhu doubled up, moaning and groaning. His daughter was alarmed and ran into the house to call her father, thinking that the sadhu must be ill. But by the time the merchant came out of the bathroom and into the yard, the sadhu had gone. Making inquiries from his daughter and the servants, the merchant established where the sadhu was normally to be found, and when he was fully dressed, set out to find him. Sure enough, the sadhu was back on his patch of shady ground in the precinct of the temple, sitting cross-legged, eyes rolled up. "What happened this morning?" asked the merchant. "I thought you were supposed to keep a vow of silence, but when you took alms from my daughter, you started moaning and groaning and clutching your stomach. Are you ill?" The sadhu remained motionless, and at first the merchant thought he would not speak. But then, in a thin, disembodied voice, he said, "I was not ill, but I was distressed. I suddenly saw into the future. Alas, that beautiful daughter of yours carries a curse. When she marries, you and your wife and your other sons and daughters will all die. I know that you are a devout and come to the temple regularly. It pained me to think of your fate, though I know as a sadhu I shouldn't give way to pain." Believing every horrifying word that the sadhu uttered, the merchant said in a panic, "Then what should I do? Must my lovely daughter remain unmarried?" "There is only one solution," said the sadhu. "Put your daughter in a basket with a tight lid and set her adrift on the holy Ganga. But make sure you tie a lamp on the basket so that it can be seen, and tether it to the bank too, so that it doesn't float wholly away." Unquestioning piety has its dangers. The merchant carried out the sadhu's instructions to the letter, and this took some ingenuity, for if his wife had found out what he had in mind, she would have exploded with rage and would have thrown him out of the house. So the merchant did everything himself in the dead of night. Having drugged his daughter with a sleeping draught slipped into her bedtime cup of tea. She fell so soundly asleep that she knew nothing as he lifted her out of bed and into the basket, and stealthily wheeled the basket on a handcart through the dark streets of the town, past the shuttered houses and shops, down to the bank of the Ganga. With grief in his heart, but certain that there was no other way of saving himself and the rest of his family, he floated the basket on the water, with the lamp attached, tethered it to the bank with a long rope, and pushed it out into the stream. "Goodbye, O beloved daughter," he whispered, "so beautiful, but alas, so dreadfully accursed." The sadhu now put his own plan into action. Calling 2 young men who had adopted him as their guru, he told them to go down to the river, look for a basket floating on the water with a lamp attached, and bring it back. "But don't," he said, "whatever you do, open the lid of the basket, even if you hear a noise inside." The disciples set off. But before they got to the river, a prince had gone there to bathe. He was feeling melancholy and lonely, and hoped that solitary immersion in the sacred, moonlit river would soothe him. He noticed the basket with the lamp, tethered to the bank, and out of curiosity he pulled it ashore. Imagine his amazement when he opened the lid of the basket and saw the merchant's daughter, her peerless beauty lit up by the light of the lamp, as well as the romantic moonlight. And imagine her amazement, too, when she slowly opened her eyes and saw the handsome prince bent over her. They fell in love on the spot, and before the night was over, they were married by the Gandharva ceremony that, in the world of story, avoids so much time and trouble. The prince sent the basket afloat again, putting inside it, this time, a chattering, bad-tempered monkey that he caught on the river bank. It was a job to control the monkey and put it into the basket. But love gives power and confidence, and the prince was ecstatically in love. He took the merchant's daughter back to his palace and left the basket floating, tethered with a lamp attached, just as before. The sadhu's disciples now reached the river and quickly saw the basket. They hauled it ashore and carried it back to the temple, puzzled by the scrabbling and chattering inside it, but obediently leaving the lid of the basket firmly fastened. "Take it round to the back of the temple," said the sadhu, when they arrived with the basket. But then the monkey was exhausted with trying to escape and was lying still in the basket, with its heart quivering, recovering its energy for another attempt. "Leave me while I perform special ceremonies over the basket," said the sadhu, and the disciples left him, puzzled by what their master had commanded, but questioning it no more than the merchant had done. Alone in the shadowy darkness behind the temple, the sadhu prepared to open the basket, not with prayers and incantations, but with a breathless, pent-up explosion of possessiveness and lust. The girl would be his, the merchant's nubile daughter, waking in his naked arms. But when he opened the lid of the basket, instead of the merchant's sleeping daughter, he saw with horror a bony, hairy, hideous monkey, who sprang out and furiously attacked him, biting off his nose and ears. It was as if his own vile lust had jumped out of the basket to punish and disfigure him. It is not told how the sadhu explained himself to his disciples, or how the merchant explained to his wife that their daughter was now married to a prince. But why worry about where a son-in-law comes from, if he is such a good one? And why ask how a sadhu lost his nose and ears if his comical disfigurement makes him even more successful at begging? The Dissolute Prince. There was once a king who had no children, and his wazir, his chief minister, had no children either. One day, when they were playing at cards, they made a pact. The king said, "If I ever have a son and you have a daughter, or if you have a son and I have a daughter, let us marry them to each other." "Agreed," said the wazir, thinking more about the cards than what he had promised. In due course, the king did have a son, and 2 years later, the wazir had a daughter. When the prince was 12 and the wazir's daughter was 10, the king reminded the wazir of their agreement. The wazir had no objection, so the two were married there and then, with much ceremony and feasting. But as the wazir's daughter was still so young, she remained in her parents' house. The prince grew up to be idle and dissolute. He spent all his time gambling and drinking, and his parents despaired of him. They knew that it would be disastrous if he inherited the kingdom, but they loved him despite his faults, and couldn't bring themselves to disinherit him. Anxiety and shame made their health suffer, and before long they were dead. The kingdom passed to the dissolute prince, and all their worst fears were fulfilled. He continued to gamble and drink. The kingdom went to rack and ruin, and in the end it was invaded and conquered by a neighboring ruler. The prince fled and became a wandering beggar. He pretended to be a fakir, but in fact there was no holiness in him at all. He begged because he had no other option. Meanwhile, the wazir and his wife too had died, and their daughter was left living all alone in their house. The prince had never come to fetch her. She was quite different from him. She was pious and studious. Her parents had left her some money, but she had given half of it to the poor and lived frugally on the remaining half. She spent her days praying and reading the Quran. Destitute though the prince was, he decided that he might as well have some female companionship, and he turned up at last to claim the wazir's daughter as his wife. He was almost unrecognizable when he appeared on her veranda. with his long tangled hair and beard, filthy loincloth and uncut fingernails. But she knew who he was and received him with dignified charity. She told her servants to give him a bath and a shave, and good food and clothes, for whatever he had now become, he was still her husband. Amazed and relieved to be treated so kindly by his wife, the prince announced that he now wishes to stay with her. Meeting him fully in the eye with her calm gaze, she said, "You're my husband, and you do have a right to live with me. But I want you to learn something first. Do you see that jungle over there? You must walk through it for a week. You will then emerge out to a huge empty plain. There are 4 things there you must look at. Then return to me and tell me what you have seen." Chastened by her solemn manner, the prince set out through the jungle. Surviving on fruits and berries, sleeping at night under thorny bushes, he eventually reached the plain. And just as she had said, there were 4 things there to look at. They were at the 4 corners of a large tank. At one corner, he saw a happily married couple with good clothes, food and beds, and servants waiting on them. At the second corner, he saw a miserable couple, weeping, sickly, haggard, lying on the bare ground. At the third corner, he saw 2 small, shining goldfish hovering in the air. They would dip down close to the water, but something stopped them from entering it, and they would fly up again. At the 4th corner, he saw a huge, grotesque demon heating sand in an iron cooking pot over a raging fire. The 4 strange sights certainly made an impression on the prince, and they were perpetually in his mind as he took the long path back through the jungle. "What did you see?" asked his wife, when he reached her house again, with the clothes she had given him soiled and tattered from the journey, and his beard half-grown again. He described the 4 sights. "Do you know who they were?" she asked. "No," he said. "I'll tell you," said his wife. And as they sat together on the veranda with the daylight fading, she told him the following. She told him that the happy couple were her parents. She had been a good girl to them, and they had lived out their days in prosperous contentment. The miserable couple, however, were the prince's parents. His drunken, dissolute ways had made them ill with anxiety, and they had died of broken hearts. And the goldfish, they were the children that the prince and his wife would have had, if he had fetched her to live with him decently. They are still waiting to be born, which is why they kept failing to enter the water, their natural element. And the demon, he was heating the burning sands of hell, on which the prince would be tortured and roasted, if he did not now learn the error of his ways. The prince and his wife sat silently on the dark veranda for a long time after she had spoken. Would she let him stay with her now? Would he become a good husband to her, with no drinking and gambling? Would the waiting children be born? One teller of this story says that the prince slunk away again out into the night to continue on a course of beggary, drunkenness, and shame. But others might prefer a happier ending, with him stepping with his wife over the threshold of the lamplit house and start of a decent life at last as a husband and father. The Invincible Plague. An epidemic of plague was afflicting India and had already killed millions of people. A king who was exceptionally pious and concerned for his subjects' welfare was desperate to stop the plague from spreading to his kingdom, and consulted his wisest priests and sages. They told him that the plague had been visited on them by the wrath and unpredictability of Shiva. The only way to stop it was to appease him with large-scale offerings and unstinting prayers. The king agreed to pay for elaborate pujas to Shiva in all the temples and homes of the kingdom, with abundant offerings of fruits and flowers, and also with animal sacrifices. Soon after the ceremonies had begun, Shiva himself appeared before the chief priest of the kingdom and said, "I appreciate all these offerings that are being made to me. But what are they for? What do you want me to do?" At first, the priest was speechless. So amazed and awed was he by the presence of the god and by the clarity and directness of his words. But eventually, prostrating himself on the ground before him, he managed to say, "O Lord of the universe, your mind embraces everything. Surely you know what we want. A terrible plague is stalking many of the kingdoms of India and will soon cross our borders too. Please." Shiva was gratified by the priest's prostrations and sincerity, and said with a smile, "All right, I agree to your request. My bull Nandi will guard your borders and protect your country from the plague." Shiva then vanished, and the stunned and grateful priest went to the king and told him what he had seen and heard. The king, in his piety, had no reason to doubt him, and was so pleased and grateful for the news that he gave lavish presents to all the Brahmins in the kingdom, 25 milch cows each, and 50 bags of cowrie shells. Sure enough, Shiva's bull Nandin appeared on the borders of the kingdom and began to patrol it energetically, charging along it, stamping his hooves, brandishing the trident that he carries as a symbol of Shiva's power, and shaking his horns. Villagers cowered at the sight and kept well away. But the news of Shiva's command had spread to them, and their joy and relief at their reprieve from the plague was unbounded. One night, the plague arrived at the border, in a vile and horrifying human shape, jeering at Nandin and threatening to enter the kingdom whatever the bull might do. Nandin snorted and stamped and waved his trident high. "Clear off," he roared. "Don't come a single step near. If you do, I'll stab you with my trident, rip you with my horns, and trample you with my hooves." So evil and violent was the plague that Nandin's threats only spurred him to fouler aggression. He charged straight at him, and the two of them engaged in an earth-shaking fight. Forests were uprooted and mountains were pulverized as they rolled and grappled and hurled at each other everything they could reach. The people of the kingdom huddled in their beds or fled to the safety of temples, fearing the end of the world. They fought all night, with neither Nandin nor the plague gaining the upper hand. But as dawn arose, their strength began to run out, and they made a truce. Nandin agreed to let the plague into the kingdom, but on condition that he stayed only one day and took only one man as his victim. But by the end of the day, there were weeping and lamentation throughout the kingdom, for people were dying like flies. The plague had come after all. The prayers and pujas had been to no avail. So much for Shiva's promise and the supposed strength of his bull. Horrified by the reports he was receiving of the death and suffering spread like wildfire throughout his kingdom, the king summoned the priests again to ask them what had gone wrong. "We do not know," they said. "Shiva appeared to our chief priest and promised that Nandin would protect us. And Nandin was indeed there on the borders, a terror to all who approached. We must find him and ask him what has happened." The priests fanned out to the borders of the kingdom and found Nandin still there, rested from the fight and patrolling again as vigorously as before. They threw themselves down before him and said, "O great bull, whose power is given to you by your master and who carries his trident, what has happened? How has the plague got through after all? Hundreds of people have died in a single day, and soon our kingdom will be decimated." "Impossible," roared Nandin. "Or, if it is so, then the plague is the biggest traitor and liar in the world. For he promised only to take one of you, not 100. I will find him, and this time fight him to the death." Nandin charged off, and such was his speed and fury that it was no long before he caught up with the plague. But to his surprise, the monstrous figure was not, as the priests had reported, running riot through the kingdom, but was sauntering back to the border, grotesque and repulsive to behold, but avoiding the people and not, it seemed, claiming any more victims. "What's this I hear?" roared Nandin. "You promise only to take one man, yet I hear you have taken hundreds. You are a liar and a scoundrel, and I shall fight you again now without mercy. There'll be no more truces." He charged at the plague, but instead of fighting this time, the plague simply jumped to one side and said cheerfully, "I did not break my promise. I infected only one man as agreed. But you know what plague is like. The black swellings and putrid, pus-filled blisters that my body carries appear on my victims immediately and strike terror into all who see them. The man I infected was in the yard of a temple, where hundreds of people were cowering, too frightened by the uproar of our fight to return to their homes. When they saw his symptoms, panic broke out. Some died of fear, others were trampled to death by the stampede of people fleeing through the narrow temple gate. Their deaths were nothing to do with me. Please let me go, for the day is over and my work in this kingdom is done." Nandin bellowed even more loudly at this, incensed by the slippery loquacity of the plague, as well as by his callous cruelty. He was about to charge at him again regardless, but Shiva's power restrained him. The plague slipped away, and Nandin vanished, and the priests were left with no clear explanation. But the next day there were no more deaths, so the panic subsided, and the king was willing to accept that. Though the priests did not know everything, they did know something. The crisis had been bad while it lasted, but it could have been worse. The moon's unselfishness. Even the sun and moon and planets need to know how important it is to act unselfishly, and many of their characteristics today stem from how they had behaved in the past. The sun, the moon, and the winds are all the children of a star so distant that we can scarcely see it. One day, they were all invited to a party by their uncle and aunt, Thunder and Lightning. As befitted the nature of thunder and lightning, the food at the party was on a lavish and flashy scale, with hot curries steaming and sizzling like the fire of the lightning, festive firecrackers booming like thunder, and sweets with silver foil on them laid out in dazzling patterns on gleaming gold dishes. The sun and the wind were quite carried away by all this. The sun got so excited as he tried one dish after another that his cheeks burnt red-hot, while the wind charged about breathlessly, jumping for joy at the firecrackers and hurling paper streamers. They had no thought at all for their mother, who lived in such a remote part of the universe that she rarely got invited to parties. Only the moon kept her constantly in mind, and from each dish that she was served, she kept a small portion especially for her mother, hiding it under her fingernails, which were long and elegant and beautiful. She also remained calm and poised throughout the feast, enjoying the food and the spectacle, but never getting overexcited like the sun and wind. In fact, by the end of the meal, the sun and wind were rather bad-tempered and exhausted, and the spectacular pyrotechnic display with which thunder and lightning saw them off home made little impression on them. Only the moon gazed at it with wonder, and as they journeyed back through space, she turned her head every now and then to admire its fading glow. The sun and wind, meanwhile, could think of nothing but their overloaded stomachs and the welcoming prospect of a good night's sleep. Their mother had watched for their return steadfastly with her single sharp eye, and when they were back, she said to them, "Did you enjoy the party? It's a long time since I was invited to anything like that. I hope you've brought something back for me, so that I too can enjoy the food you have gorged yourselves on." The sun and the wind looked shamefaced at this, for it had not occurred to them to bring anything back for their mother. "I am sorry, mother," said the sun, his cheeks burning this time with shame. "But I was enjoying myself so much, and the thunder and lightning put on such exciting games and displays, I didn't think about you." "Nor did I," said the wind. "But even if I had, I think I would have decided that the food wouldn't have been quite right for you. It was either very spicy or very sweet, and you like your food to be milder and more cooling." But the moon said, "You're wrong there, I think. There were actually lots that mother would have enjoyed, and even the spicy or sweet dishes she might like once in a while, in moderation. Fetch a large plate, mother, and see what I've brought for you." Their mother, the star, brought a plate as shining and serene as her own bright countenance, and laid it in front of the moon. The moon then raised her beautiful tapering hands and shook her fingers, and out from beneath her long polished nails dropped choice samples of all the food they had been given, the finest saffron rice, dainty portions of fish and meat, every kind and color of vegetable, sweets as decorative in their appearance as they were delicious in their flavor. Cooling foods were there too, mangoes and limes and dahi. It was only because the sun and wind had been so greedy with everything else that they had not noticed them. The mother of the sun, wind and moon said, "This is indeed a feast fit for a queen, and I intend to enjoy it like a queen, even if the thunder and lightning prefer my children's company to mine these days. But before I eat it, hear how selfishness brings punishment and unselfishness rewards." To the sun, she now said, "You got so hot and excited at the party and ate so much that forever after you will burn with the fire of greed. For most of the day and for much of the year, men will hate and avoid you. They will flee into the shade and curse you for parching their fields and withering their crops." To the wind she said, "You too had no self-control at the party, and never thought about me. You charged about recklessly, overturning dishes that had been carefully laid out, spilling cups of juice and tangling the table with paper streamers that are pretty and amusing if kept well away, but should not get mixed up with the food. Don't think I didn't see you. I may live far away, but my gleam is bright and my vision is accurate. You too will often be disliked by men for whipping up storms, for chilling them in winter and scorching them in summer." Then she turned to the moon, looked on her with full, tender radiance and said, "You are different. You behaved with dignity and composure. You appreciate the hospitality of the thunder and lightning, but you didn't get carried away. You ate with moderation and watched the firework displays with attention. You remembered your mother, and now I understand why you have spent so long polishing and manicuring your nails, for they came in very useful, and without them you would not have been able to bring, unnoticed by your hosts, so many dainty morsels for me. For your unselfishness and kindness, I bless you, and men and women will bless you henceforth too. They will look up at your calming, shining face for solace, and your gentle, serene beauty will bring steadiness to their feelings and purity to their souls. And that is why the moon remains so different from the sun and wind, and why she is loved so much." The generous king. There was a king who was famed for his generosity, and was therefore known as Lakshadatta, which means giving away lakhs. He would frequently give lakhs of rupees to those who petitioned him, and there were many in his kingdom whom he had lifted out of poverty. But he was wise too, and he knew that some people are condemned by bad karma to a life of misfortune, and there is no point in giving them anything unless there are signs visible to all that fortune has begun to look kindly on them again. That was why he had so far given nothing to a dependent of his called Labhadatta, who was so poor that he stood day and night outside the palace gate with nothing round his loins but a tattered scrap of leather. His hair was matted and his body was grimy, but he was not a sadhu, and he must have done something very bad in a previous life to be condemned to a life of such misery. Whether it was hot, cold, or rainy, he remained there, and the king did nothing for him. This was strange enough, but it was even stranger that the king remained apparently so indifferent to Labhadatta's fate, even when he revealed remarkable courage and skill. For example, one day the king set out on an elaborate hunting expedition, armed with his best bow and followed by his entire army. Labhadatta went along too, carrying nothing but a staff. But when the hunting started, he was just as successful at killing boars, bears, tigers, and deer as the king, and his army were with bows and arrows. Yet, when they all returned to the palace, Labhadatta took up his usual position outside the palace gate, unrewarded by the king. Another time, the king was engaged in a war with a neighboring king, and in the decisive battle that settled the conflict, Labhadatta slew more than anyone else, though armed with nothing but his acacia wood staff. Yet, when Lakshadatta returned to his palace in triumph, Labhadatta returned to his usual place unrewarded again. Years went by like this, and in the end the king took pity on Labhadatta and decided he should give him something in a disguised form to determine whether his bad karma had now been paid off. If fortune gives a sign of her favor towards him, I can then help him more, thought the king. But until she does, even lakhs and lakhs of rupees will not help him. So the king went to his treasury and selected some of his choicest jewels and hid them inside an orange. He then called an assembly of all his subjects in a large open space outside the palace and summoned Labhadatta to appear before the entire crowd. "You have shown your skill with your staff in hunting and in war," he said to him. "Now let me hear your skill in poetic composition." Labhadatta bowed meekly and recited the following verse. "When fortune fills a man's store, he gets from her more and more, but naught can amend a life condemned by fate to be hopelessly poor." The king seemed pleased by this, and ceremoniously handed to Labhadatta the orange that he'd stuffed with jewels. But the poor man thought it was nothing more than an orange, and the crowd too was shocked that the king, normally so generous, had given this most deserving of men so paltry a gift. Labhadatta needed a new loincloth more than he needed an orange, so he bartered it for a piece of cloth from a sadhu. The sadhu, not knowing where the orange had come from, gave it to the king as an offering when he visited the palace to ask for alms. The king recognized the orange at once and was grieved and dismayed to hear from the sadhu that Labhadatta had given it to him in exchange for a piece of cloth. For this was a sure sign that fortune had not yet smiled on him, had not yet revealed that the king had generous intentions towards him. Even worse, Labhadatta remained so poor that soon he had to sell his new loincloth for his food, and he remained at the palace gate exactly as before, hair matted, body grimy, and wearing nothing but a tattered strip of leather. Lakshadatta tried the same test again, filling an orange with even choicer jewels, calling a public assembly and asking Labhadatta to recite again. And this time, the wretched man bartered the orange for 2 pieces of cloth from a courtier, who, completely unaware of what it contained, returned it to the king as an offering, together with another, more lavish present of his own. Labhadatta, meanwhile, sold one of the pieces of cloth for food. He kept the other, but such was his poverty that in no time he was forced to sell that too. The same test was tried a third time, and it was a mistress of the king's who got the orange in return for alms. And when the king received it from her hand, as a mark of her affection for him, he was greatly saddened, for it showed that Labhadatta was still in the grip of his bad karma, and 3 times running he had not been able to recognize the favor that the king wished to do him. Lakshadatta was on the point of abandoning all further attempts to determine whether fortune now favored Labhadatta, but he decided to give him one more chance. An orange was filled with jewels yet again, an assembly was called, and the grimy and disheveled Labhadatta was invited to recite. Meek as ever, he produced the same verse. When fortune fills a man's store, he gets from her more and more, but naught can amend a life condemned by fate to be hopelessly poor. At this, the king handed him the orange, but this time it slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. At the point where it had been cut and the jewels inserted, it split open, and in front of the whole assembly, such a dazzling array of jewels rolled out as had never been seen except by the king and his treasurer. They were so bright and brilliant that all who were there had to cover their eyes from the glare of the sunlight reflected on them. The assembled courtiers and townspeople whispered amongst themselves in awe. They understood now that in giving Labhadatta an orange, the king had been as generous as his name implied, not as curiously mean as he had appeared. And Labhadatta himself was so humbled and amazed that he prostrated himself before the king, speechless and with tears of gratitude rolling down his cheeks. 3 times, said the king, I tried by this device to see whether fortune now favored Labhadatta, and 3 times I was disappointed. I dearly wanted to help him, but I needed to be sure that the guilt of his bad karma had been absolved. Now it is clear to us all that fortune had smiled on him at last. Not only do these jewels now belong to him, but I shall give him villages, elephants, horses, and gold beyond his wildest dreams. Then he left the assembly, to the cheers of the populace, and Labhadatta returned to his usual place by the palace gate. But before the day was ended, courtiers arrived with gifts that the king had promised, and the man who had been so poor that he had nothing to cover his loins but a tattered scrap of leather became a feudal chief, respected by all for his wealth, nobility, and power. The Dog Mother. A king and queen had been married for some years, but were getting anxious and depressed because they had no children, and a pet bitch, whom they kept and doted on almost in lieu of a child, had no puppies either. At last, the queen got pregnant, and, to add to their joy, the bitch got pregnant too. There really must be some kind of connection between me and her, said the queen. I wouldn't be surprised if she had her litter on the same day as I have my baby. Sure enough, on the day that the queen went into labor, the bitch did too. But lo and behold, out of the bitch came 2 perfectly formed little princesses, while the queen gave birth to 2 puppies. We must swap them, of course, said the king. Who ever heard of a queen having puppies and a dog having children? But the queen was resistant to any such idea. The midwife and everyone else in the palace know very well that the puppies have a queen mother, and the princesses have a dog mother. It would be cruel and wrong to take either away from the other. Even so, when the bitch was out of the way, lying under a tree sleeping, or being given its dinner by the servants, the queen would put her puppy children into the bitch's kennel and take the princess puppies onto her lap. She would cradle them in her arms and tearfully wish that they were truly hers. But strangely, the bitch didn't feel the same way about the puppies. She didn't pine for them and was quite happy to think of them as belonging fully to the queen. And yet, she was just as possessive about the princesses as a human mother would have been. "I can't let the queen go on hankering for my children," thought the bitch to herself, "and it's confusing for them to be whisked away by the queen whenever my back is turned. I must take them somewhere where she can't get at them." So she took them in her mouth to a cave in the forest, next to a pure running stream, and brought them up there very contentedly. What the queen thought about this, what she did with the puppies, whether she ever had human children of her own, is not told. But there is plenty more to say about the princesses and their dog mother. One day, when the girls were about 10 years old, and their mother was out hunting for food for their dinner, 2 princes from a neighboring kingdom were hunting in the forest. It was hot, and they were very thirsty. Noticing that one of their hunting dogs was wet and muddy, they told one of their attendants to follow it to wherever it had found water. The attendants returned to say that not only they found a pure running stream, but there were 2 beautiful young girls sitting beside it, stark naked, playing with pebbles. "Take us there," said the princes, and they were brought to the cave and the stream. The princesses fled into the cave when they saw the newcomers, but not before the princes had seen their innocent, naked beauty and had instantly fallen in love with them. It would take a long time to describe the gentle solicitude by which the princes eventually persuaded the princesses to come out of the cave, be wrapped in shawls, and be brought back to the palace to become their brides. But somehow all this happened, leaving their dog mother desperate with distress when she returned to the cave to find her children gone. 12 years went by as the dog mother searched for her children, never giving up, even though a human mother would have long ago concluded that they must have been carried away by wild beasts. At long last she happened to reach the palace where the princesses were now living, married to the princes who had found them in the forest. As soon as the first of the 2 saw the bitch, she recognized her at once, and ran to her with arms wide open to embrace and cuddle the mother who had cared for her and her sisters so tenderly. "Oh, my dear mother," she cried, "why did we let ourselves be persuaded to leave you? Here in this palace we have every luxury, but every day I have pined and wept for you, and for the simple cave and the pure running stream where we lived in such peace and happiness." "Darling daughter," said the bitch, "I myself have never ceased to pine, and never gave up hope that you and your sister were both alive. But before we talk further, let me see her too." The princess no longer got on very well with her sister, who had grown into a rather selfish and unpleasant person. She was afraid that something might go wrong if her sister and her mother met, and she tried to persuade her to wait until she had settled down comfortably in the palace. But the bitch was determined, and insisted on being directed to the wing of the palace where her other daughter lived. But here, her reception was very different. The second princess recognized her mother too, but was ashamed to acknowledge her in front of her servants and husband, and instead of welcoming her warmly, threw a large stone at her. The stone hit the bitch on the head, and though she managed to limp back to her other daughter, she was soon dead from the wound. Her grief-stricken first daughter dragged her dead body into a side room and covered her with an upturned basket, intending to bury her honorably later. But it so happened that her husband passed through that room soon after, saw the basket, and turned it over. To his utter amazement, he found not a dead dog, but an image of one made out of gold and silver and every kind of jewel and precious stone. Now the princess and her sister had always been vague about their true origins, and their husbands had not pressed them for more information, given that they had taken them away from their home in the forest and married them without asking their parents' permission. So when the prince asked his wife where on earth the magnificent gold and silver dog had come from, he was astonished when she said it was a gift from her parents. This was a lie, of course, and she found herself telling another lie when he asked where her parents lived. To have afforded a present like this, they must surely be fabulously wealthy. They live in the forest, she said, and was then plunged into alarm when her husband proposed to go to the forest to find them. "Oh, let me go first," she said, floundering even more desperately, "to tell them you are coming." "If you must," said the prince, and gave her a palanquin for the journey. Mortified by the lies she had told her husband, the princess decided to put an end to her life. When she was deep inside the forest, she saw a white ant's nest with a cobra hanging over it. Telling the palanquin bearers to wait for a moment, she ran to the cobra and stuck her finger into its mouth, hoping it would bite and kill her. But all her finger did was dislodge a thorn that had got stuck in the cobra's throat and was causing it a good deal of pain. "Why haven't you bitten me?" wept the princess, and told the cobra her whole story and why she now wanted to die. "I understand how you feel," said the cobra, "but you've done me such a good turn that the last thing I want to do is bite and kill you. Instead, I shall create parents and a palace for them such as your husband has never imagined. Send him to the forest at once, and I think he will be pleased." Joyfully and with no more thoughts of death, the princess returned to her husband and told him her parents are now awaiting him. The prince went to the forest with her and was astonished to find a gigantic palace there, more magnificent than any he had seen, and he was even more amazed when he was received by hundreds of retainers and shown into a splendid audience chamber in which an elderly king and queen were seated on golden thrones. They received him and the princess with great warmth and graciousness, and it never occurred to him that they were anything other than his parents-in-law. When the prince returned to his own palace, he naturally enough told his brother-in-law about the wealth of their new-found parents-in-law and the extraordinary gold and silver dog they had sent as a present, and his brother asked his wife, the dog-mother's other daughter, to take him to meet them too, so that he could be given a similar present. His wife went to his sister, the first princess, and demanded that she be told how such miracles had been achieved. "Why should I tell you?" said her sister. "You killed your beloved mother and deserve no kindness from me." But in the end, she told her what had happened. "I must find that cobra too," said the second princess. "Go ahead," said the first princess. So the second princess asked her husband for a palanquin and went into the forest. She found the cobra in the exact spot that her sister had mentioned, and stuck her finger into its mouth. This time, however, there was no thorn there. The cobra was angry at being disturbed. It bit the princess viciously, and she died. And what happened thereafter can be concocted by anyone else who tells this crazy story. The Four Quills. In the town of Vishnapur, there were 4 scholars who labored hard to train their minds by studying grammar for 12 years and the scriptures for a further 12 years. By the time they finished, they were penniless, having exhausted all their inherited wealth and property, as well as the generosity of Vishnapur's rich patrons. They decided that there was no future for them there, as most of the townspeople seemed only interested in cockfighting, donkey racing, pig chasing, elephant riding, wrestling, dancing, and the like, and not in abstruse grammatical or theological problems. So they decided they would go on a journey to seek their fortunes. But before they set out, they went to an old lady who lived in the town and who, although she was nearly blind and deaf, was reputed to have oracular powers. "We want to leave this God-forsaken place," they told her, "to seek better fortune elsewhere. Can you advise us on which direction we should take?" "Are you sure you want to go?" said the old woman in a mumbling, toothless voice. "It's possible to make your fortune here, you know. Not unless you are prepared to be as sinful and dissolute as the townspeople," said the scholars. "We've had enough of them." "Very well," said the old woman. "If you're determined to go, I'll give you these 4 magic quills. Take the road north towards the Himalayas, and when you reach the foothills, keep climbing. Wherever a quill drops off its own accord, treasure will be found. Don't hold them either too tight or too loosely. Be brave, but don't be foolhardy. Be ambitious, but not too greedy. Keep your wits about you. Learning is all very fine, but you need intelligence too, if you want to get on in the world." The 4 scholars thanked her for the quills and for her advice, and set out on their journey. Before they had even reached the foothills of the Himalayas, one of the quills dropped, and when the scholar who had dropped it bent down to examine the ground, he found it was streaked with copper. "There must be a copper mine here," he said. "Enough wealth for us all. Let's stop here and not risk journeying any further." "Don't be so feeble," said the others. "Copper isn't very valuable. We could do much better than that. You must have been holding the quill too lightly, and it fell earlier than necessary. Let's travel on." "You can do so if you like," said the scholar, "but I am staying put. If you find anything better, you can come back and fetch me." So the other 3 scholars went on. After several more days, when the foothills of the Himalayas were looming quite close to them, a second quill dropped. Again, the scholar from whose hand it had fallen bent down to look, and found the soil was full of silvers of silver. "There must be a silver mine here," he said. "More than enough for us all. Let's call it a day here. I'm tired from all this walking, and I don't want to climb those hills. I'll stay here, and you can go back and fetch our comrade. Silver is much better than copper." "You're as feeble as he," said the other 2. "If the first quill gave us copper, the second one silver, just think what the third and fourth quills could give us. We want to walk on." "As you wish," said their comrade. "I'll sit here where you can find me." The remaining 2 scholars kept walking, and soon they started to climb the foothills. The sun was strong, and they were sweating and panting and beginning to regret not having settled for silver. But suddenly the third quill dropped. The scholar who had dropped it bent down and found to his joy that the stream by which it had fallen was full of sparkling nuggets of gold. "Even on the surface here," he said, "there's enough gold to make our fortune, and just think what we will find if we start panning and digging. I'll stop here, and you can go back and fetch our 2 comrades. Gold is better than either copper or silver." "But can't you see?" said his companion. "First copper, then silver, and now gold. Just think what the 4th quill will bring us. Perhaps a mine of the most priceless gems, the finest diamonds in the world, worth more than copper, silver, and gold put together. I'm going on, even if I have to climb to the snowy peaks of the mountains." "Very well," said his friend, "but I'll wait here where you can find me." The last scholar trudged on. Up and up he went, through the forest of the foothills, up to the barren slopes of the mountains with their snowfields and glaciers soaring above of him. He struggled on until he reached a bleak plateau, where freezing winds blew and the ground was so icy that his feet kept slipping. He tried to hold the quill in the way the old woman had told them, not too tightly and not too loosely, but it still wouldn't drop, and he was about to throw it to the ground deliberately when he saw a strange and horrifying sight. There was a man there ahead of him, wailing and moaning. Blood was dripping down his face and tattered garments, and when the scholar got closer, he saw that this was because a kind of iron discus with sharp teeth was whirling around his head, and was repeatedly slashing it, gouging out flesh and bone. The scholar staggered up to him and cried, "What is going on? What is this torment you are suffering in this ghastly place? What can I do to help you?" The moment he said that, the discus shot away from the man and started whirling around his own head. He felt it rasp against his skull, and when he raised his fingers to his face, he found there was blood there too. The strange man, freed at last of his torment, burst out laughing and said, "You will now find out for yourself. Once I came here like you with a quill in my hand, and found another man who was suffering as I was. I asked him what was up, just as you did, and disgust immediately transferred itself to me. Now it's with you, and it will stay there until someone else is foolish enough to climb so high, impelled by the greed that brought both me and you here. But what of my 3 friends, and how shall I endure this pain? I shall die before I see them again." "You won't die, for that would be insufficient punishment," said the man. "Tell me where you left your friends, and I will tell them what has happened." The wretched scholar told the man as best he could, and the man raced off the mountainside. But he didn't have to walk very far before he met the 3 other scholars. Each one had grown anxious about the others, and had left the place where he had been waiting. They had met up, and were on the way to find their comrade. The freed man told them what had befallen their friend, and then said, with another callous laugh, "There's no point in climbing any higher to find him. Without those quills that you dropped, you can do nothing for him. You had best return to your copper, silver, and gold mines, and make the best of them without him." "But we didn't mark the places where the other 3 quills fell," they said, stammering with horror and regret. "How shall we find them?" "So, now you know how useless your learning has been," said the man. "Without that which the old woman told you, you would also need intelligence, courage but not foolhardiness, ambition but not too much greed. I learnt my bitter lesson, and you must too." And with that, the strange man left them, and the story doesn't say what on earth they did next. The 2 swans. This story stems from the law of karma, and the laws that govern that law. It shows how everything said and done has irrevocable consequences, unrolling in a chain of events that can only be broken by divine intervention. A hermit lived in a cave by a lake in the Himalayas, and dedicated his life totally to austerity and meditation. One day, he saw 2 beautiful swans on the surface of the lake. They were mates, and obviously very attached, and they looked so graceful and happy that the hermit was suddenly moved to bless them and say, "O perfect creatures, may you remain here in this lake as beautiful and loving as you are now for at least 1,000 years. He meant this prayer well, but he didn't know that 2 apsaras, nymphs from the lower ranks of heaven, had recently entered the bodies of the swans, displacing the souls that actually made them so beautiful. To the apsaras, the hermit's blessing was a curse, for it would condemn them to remaining swans for 1,000 years. Their fellow apsaras in heaven began to worry when their friends didn't return, and they went out in search of them. When they found them on the lake, they were horrified, beautiful though they were as swans, and after a discussion amongst themselves, they decided to go to the Lord of Karma to see if the hermit's blessings could be undone. They were told, however, that nothing could be altered. The hermit's blessing would stay in force for its full 1,000 years, because he was a Siddhavachan, one who had never, throughout his life, said anything untrue. The Apsaras returned to their homes in heaven and pondered the problem. They came to the conclusion that the only way to circumventing the law of karma was to get the hermit to utter an untruth. He would then lose his status as a Siddhavachan and his blessings would be annulled. They began to plot how to do this, and they came up by a ploy which they hoped would force the hermit to tell a lie by placing one virtue in conflict with another. One of the Apsaras turned herself into a doe, fleeing in terror, while the others became hunters on horseback, cruelly pursuing the doe with long spears. They pursued it to the lake where the hermit dwelt, so that it was forced to take refuge in his cave. Then one of the Apsaras, huntsmen, got down from his horse and asked the hermit, "O old man, have you seen the doe we were hunting? Is it in your cave?" This, of course, placed him in a dilemma, for to protect the doe would oblige him to tell a lie. But before he could work out what to do, the doe sprang out of the cave and ran away, too fast for the hunters to catch. Puzzled and embarrassed by this, they returned to heaven and found their companion already there. "Why did you ruin our plan?" they asked, with considerable annoyance. "Look at my feet," she said. "They are still sore, and in the cave they were agony." The hermit had achieved such powers by his truthfulness and austerity that his cave has developed the power to burn what is false. I was a false deer, and the ground of the cave started to scorch my hooves as soon as I was inside the cave. The pain was unendurable, so I had to run out. The Apsaras then tried another ploy. One of them disguised herself as a very old man, so weary and decrepit that he looked close to death. He hobbled up to the cave and collapsed on the ground in front of him. He didn't go inside, for he remembered how it had burnt the doe Apsara's feet. "I have been cursed to die," said the false old man. "But the sage who cursed me said that if another sage said over my corpse, 'You are alive,' I would be given 5 more years of life. Please do this for me." "Why?" said the hermit. "Everyone has to die, and you look so old and weak that 5 more years of life would be nothing but a burden to you." "I beg you, nonetheless," said the old man, "for I have been remiss in duties and ceremonies that I should have performed for the sake of my family and ancestors. If you give me those 5 years, I shall have time to perform them and then die in peace." Then, before he could say any more, he slumped down further and died. The hermit was in a quandary again, for he wanted to help the old man achieve a virtuous death, but he couldn't. Now that he did appear to be fully dead, say untruthfully that he was alive. So, instead of uttering that false statement, he prayed to God to grant the old man a further 5 years of life, so that his neglected duties could be performed. The prayer was effective, and the old man opened his eyes. Immediately they glazed over with horror, for the Apsara inside him realized that she now faced 5 years in this grotesque and decrepit body, a fate far worse than that of her friends condemned to be beautiful swans for 1,000 years. Accepting now that they could never force the hermit to tell a lie, and that the power of his word was immutable, the Apsaras in heaven decided to try pleas rather than ploys. They went to the hermit and told him everything that had happened, and how the swans he had blessed were actually their fellow Apsaras. The hermit was very distressed to hear this, for he realized that his original blessing had been wrong. Wrong because it had attempted to interfere with the laws of nature by giving 1,000 years of life to the swans, and even more wrong because it had condemned 2 Apsaras to a false existence. "Where are the souls that originally occupied the swans?" he asked. "If they can be found and put back where they belong, maybe the Apsaras can be released." The Apsaras learnt from the two swan Apsaras that they had mischievously placed the souls of the swans in two ants they had noticed under a bush by the lake, who were old and close to death. The hermit was even more upset when he heard this, for it was wrong and cruel indeed for the souls of the swans to be consigned to the ants' lowly bodies. So he said to the visiting Apsaras, "They did wrong to do this, but I did wrong too. As a penance and a solution, let me enter one of the swans myself, so that one of the Apsaras can be released and find the ants. If the souls of the swans can in turn be released from the ants, they can re-enter their proper bodies. I can go back to mine, and all can be restored to normal." This seemed like a good plan. But alas, the mischief of the swan Apsaras didn't end. The hermit, meditating on the sacred word Om and using powers achieved through long years of study and self-control, entered one of the swans through its ear. The Apsara inside it was immediately released, and it didn't take her long to find the two ants. But instead of releasing both the swans from the ants, she only released one, the drake. It immediately re-entered its proper body, releasing the other Apsara. But its beloved mate remained in the body of the ant, and the hermit remained in the body of the swan. The two visiting Apsaras, meanwhile, flew cheerfully back to heaven. And thus, for 1,000 years, the two beautiful creatures on the lake would have remained, one with its proper soul, and the other with the soul of the hermit. Lovely though they looked, their sadness was intense, for the drake was deprived of its mate, the mate was confined to the wretched body of an ant, and the hermit lived with the grief and shame of having mistakenly blessed the swans in the first place, leading to such a relentless and unfortunate chain of events. Only divine intervention could save the situation and end the story, and it happened like this. One day, a pilgrim arrived at the cave, hoping to see the hermit, whom he revered as a guru. Finding the cave empty, the pilgrim vowed to fast to death there if he didn't see the hermit again and learn what had befallen him. The hermit, imprisoned in the body of the swan, heard his vow and realized with even greater misery that 3 evils now threatened. Either the pilgrim would die, or he would break his vow, or he, the hermit, would have to abandon the body of the swan, leaving it to die without its soul being restored to it. So he prayed to Shiva, with all the intensity he could muster, for a way out of this triple dilemma. Shiva heard his prayer and asked Indra, king of the gods, to travel to the lake and investigate the problem. When Indra arrived at the lake and saw what had happened, he took pity on the hermit, for his original words of blessing, though misconceived, had been well-intentioned, and their karmic consequences had unrolled for long enough. Finding the ant which still contained the soul of the female swan, he showed it to the hermit and said, "O good old man, the soul that the Apsara had placed is here, in this aged ant. Return to your own body now, and the swan will return to hers. The ant can die, as it should have done long ago, and the pilgrim can break his fast." So all was restored, and the 2 mischievous Apsaras were punished by Indra by being incarnated as mortals, as a king and queen who suffered greatly, the king dying in battle, the queen burning herself to death on his funeral pyre. But that is another story. The Poppy Seed Girl. A rishi, a holy and learned sage, lived alone on the bank of the Ganga, devoting his days to meditation and religious observances. His only shelter was a palm leaf hut that he had made for himself under a bush. He used to sleep there at night, and a mouse lived there too. It used to eat the scraps left from the rishi's frugal meals, and they became good friends. The mouse would touch the rishi's feet and entertain him by running around merrily. The rishi, partly because he grew fond of the mouse and wanted to be kind to it, partly because he wanted someone to talk to, used his magic powers to give it the power of speech. One night, the mouse adopted a specially reverent posture, standing on his hind legs and joining his forepaws together. He then said in a squeaky, ingratiating voice, "Reverend sir, you have been very kind to me, sharing your food with me and giving me the power of speech. I am very happy here. There is only one thing that is worrying me. Every day, when you go down to the river to wash and pray, a cat comes and hangs around the hut. It's only because it is in awe of you that it doesn't come into the hut and catch me. But I'm afraid that one day it will get bold enough to do so. Could you possibly change me into a cat so that I can be a match for it?" The rishi was amused by his request. He indulgently sprinkled some holy water on the mouse, and it was immediately turned into a cat. A few years later, he asked the mouse, now a cat, "How do you like your new life?" The cat said, "I like it well except for one thing. Every day when you go down to the river, the local dogs come and bark at your hut. They can tell that a cat is inside, and I fear one day they will break in and attack me. Could you possibly change me into a dog so that I can stand up to them?" "Very well," said the rishi with a smile. "Be a dog." And his words were enough to change the cat into a dog instantly. A few days later, he asked the cat, now a dog, "Are you happy with your new life?" "You have indeed been very kind to me," said the dog, "turning me from a mouse to a cat and from a cat to a dog. But I have one problem now. The leftovers from your modest meal are no longer enough to fill my stomach. If I could be like those monkeys outside, swinging around in the trees, I could gather fruits for myself like they do." "If that's what you want," said the rishi, "I have no objection." And he muttered a special mantra that turned the dog into a monkey. The dog, now a monkey, was fine at first, and much enjoyed himself doing aerobatics on the trees and feasting off fruits. But then the weather turned very hot, and he looked with envy at the wild boars who kept themselves cool by splashing in the river all day. So when the rishi asked him if he was happy with his monkey existence, he told him it would be even better if he could be a boar. Ever kind and good-hearted, the rishi turned the monkey into a boar. And at first, the monkey, now a boar, was extremely content, wallowing in the shallows and keeping himself nice and cool. But one day he saw the king of the region riding past on a magnificently caparisoned elephant. The king was out hunting, and the boar was lucky not to be lanced by his spear. As he ran to take refuge in the forest nearby, he reflected on the dangers of a boar's life, and how he would be much better off as a pampered royal elephant. So he asked the rishi if he could use his amazing powers yet again, and the rishi, ever indulgent towards him, complied with his request yet again. The boar, now an elephant, made it his objective to get caught by the king next time he passed, so that he could join the royal stable. This he easily did, for he was exceptionally handsome, and as soon as the king saw him, he ordered his retainers to catch the elephant and tame him. At first, the grooming and attention he received were very pleasant, but he was less happy when one day he was harnessed and saddled and chosen as a mount not only for the king but for the queen, who wished to ride down to the Ganga to bathe. The elephant felt humiliated at having to carry a woman on his back, even though she was a queen. So he suddenly shook himself so violently that both the queen and the king fell off. Desperate to make sure that his wife was unhurt, the king kissed her 100 times before he thought of trying to catch the elephant again, by which time the elephant had run away into the forest. But the sight of the queen being kissed so many times by her husband had made a deep impression on the elephant, and he returned to the rishi's hut with only one desire, to become a queen like her. When the rishi saw the elephant, he said, "What's up? Weren't you happy in the royal stable?" "I was at first," said the elephant, "until I saw what a marvelous life the queen has. So cosseted by her doting husband. Please, and I promise this will be the last boon I ask of you, turn me into a queen." The rishi laughed loudly and said, "There are some limits, to what I can do. To be a queen, you need a king and a palace and hundreds of servants, and I can't create all of that. All I can do is transform you into a beautiful maiden, and with luck, a prince or king might turn up and ask you to be his wife." "Please do that," said the elephant. "If you make me as beautiful as the queen I saw, I shouldn't remain for long without a king for a husband." So the rishi used another of his mantras to turn the elephant into a beautiful maiden, whom he called Postomani, or poppy seed girl. Postomani lived in the rishi's hut and spent her time tending plants and flowers nearby. One day, a handsome, finely dressed young man passed by, who told her he was on a hunting expedition and had got very thirsty. Could she give him a drink of water? To cut a long story short, as Postomani waited on the young man, who was a king, not just with a drink of water, but with a tray of delicious fruits, he fell in love with her. When the rishi returned from the river, the king, assuming he was Postomani's father, asked him if he would agree to a marriage between them and solemnize it. The rishi, always willing to grant a request, cheerfully did so. The king took Postomani back to his palace and made her his chief and favorite queen. Her happiness was complete. But alas, it didn't last long. One day while she was standing by a well, she had an acute attack of giddiness. She fell into the well and drowned. When her lifeless body was retrieved from the water, the king was inconsolable with grief. But suddenly the rishi appeared before him. The rishi said, "Do not grieve, your majesty. What has happened was fated to happen, and you cannot undo the decrees of fate. Furthermore, the girl you took as your queen was not actually of royal blood. She was originally a mouse, whom I turned into a cat, then a dog, then a monkey, then a boar, then an elephant, then into Postomani, whom you took to be my daughter. Put her body back into the well and fill it with earth. In time, a plant will grow from her flesh and bones, which will be called Posto, the poppy plant. From the seeds of this plant, a drug called opium will be derived. This drug will have many powerful medicinal uses, but will also have strange and sometimes alarming effects on those who take it for no good reason. Users of the drug will take on the qualities of each of the animals that Postomani was. They will be as jumpy and mischievous as a mouse, as lazy and sleepy as a cat, as quarrelsome as a dog, as sordid as a monkey, as vicious as a boar, as ponderous as an elephant, and as haughty and self-centered as a queen." With that, the rishi vanished. The king followed his instructions, the plant grew, and now you know the origin of opium. The magic pots. There was a Brahmin who had a wife and 4 children to support, but who was terribly poor. His only income was the very small fees and donations he received from the rich for carrying out religious ceremonies. But he remained devoted and pious, spending hours each day in prayer and meditation, and refused to consider looking for some other kind of livelihood. His Ishta Devata, or tutelary deity, was Durga, wife of Shiva and the embodiment of the creative energy of the universe. Every day he would write the name of Durga in red ink at least 100 times before taking food or drink, and all day long he would utter, Mother Durga, have mercy on me. One day his despair over his poverty got the better of him, and he walked to a forest many miles from his village and fell on the ground there, weeping. He prayed to Durga with passionate misery, imploring her to help him, so that he could support his wife and family, for otherwise they would all starve. Shiva and Durga happened to be taking a walk on earth at that time, as they sometimes do, and saw the Brahmin from a distance. "Do you see that poor man?" said Durga to her husband. "He is especially devoted to me. My name is constantly on his lips, and even now he is begging me to help him out of the poverty that is afflicting him and his wife and children. I think we should do something. Why don't you give him a handi, an earthenware cooking pot, that will produce an inexhaustible supply of muri?" Shiva smiled fondly at his wife and agreed. Muri is a kind of parched, puffed rice, not a lavish sort of food. For a god as great as Shiva to produce it out of an empty pot was no problem at all. Durga then called the Brahmin to her, and he was awestruck and thrilled to see before him the goddess who had been the object of his prayers for so long. "O Brahmin," said Durga, "I have watched and heard your devotion to me for many years, and I know how sorely troubled you are by poverty. Through the grace of my divine husband, I give you now this cooking pot. If you turn it upside down and shake it, you will find that a stream of muri will come out, and it will not cease to flow until you turn the pot the right way up again. This will help you. You and your family can eat the muri yourselves and also sell it for other kinds of food." Speechless with astonishment and gratitude, the Brahmin did his best to thank the goddess, and then set off back to his house, carefully carrying the cooking pot. On the way, he decided to test what the goddess had promised him, and sure enough, as soon as he upturned the pot, a stream of fresh white muri emerged and spread over the ground at his feet like snow. The Brahmin picked up what he could and tied it into his dhoti. It was nearly midday by now, and he was hot and hungry. But he couldn't eat before he had bathed and said his prayers, so he started to look about for a place where he could do so. He came to a humble tea shop with a bathing tank nearby, and he decided that this would be a good place to stop. He put the cooking pot on the ground and asked the shopkeeper to guard it carefully while he bathed, promising to return for tea and breakfast afterwards. While he was absent, the shopkeeper grew curious. Why was the Brahmin carrying this cooking pot, and what was so special about it? Picking it up carefully, the shopkeeper began to examine it. He turned it this way and that, and in the end, he turned it upside down to look at its bottom. Immediately, a stream of muri flowed out, and had soon covered the floor of the tea shop. Come quick," he called to his wife and children. "A Brahmin left this magic pot for me to look after, and see what happened when I turned it upside down. With muri like this to sell, we'll make our fortune." And he ordered his wife to find another pot similar to the magic pot, and his children to pick up all the muri and fill every spare bowl and jar with it. They had just managed to do so, and to replace the pot with another in the exact spot where the Brahmin had left it, when the Brahmin returned from his prayers and ablutions. The Brahmin, suspecting nothing, sat down, wrote Durga's name 100 times in red ink, then broke his fast with tea from the shop and the muri that he had in his dhoti. He then paid the shopkeeper and walked on carrying what he thought was the magic cooking pot. How joyful he was as he approached his house, thinking of the wonder and delight of his wife and children when they saw what the pot could do. As soon as he arrived, He called to his wife and cheerfully explained what had happened. When she heard him talk about the stream of muri coming out of an empty pot, she thought he must have gone mad, and her fears were confirmed when he upturned the pot to demonstrate, and nothing came out of it at all. The wretched Brahmin was devastated at this setback, and rightly concluded that the shopkeeper must have stolen the magic pot and replaced it with an ordinary one. He rushed back to the tea shop and angrily accused the shopkeeper of stealing his pot. The shopkeeper reacted with even more anger. "How dare you call me a thief?" he roared. "You must be crazy." Dejected and dismayed, the Brahmin decided that all he could do was appeal to Durga again. So he returned to the forest and went down on his knees in the same place as before. Durga appeared again and listened with kind concern to his tale of woe. "Here is another pot," she said, "which I think will help you." And she handed him a cooking pot that was exactly the same as the one the shopkeeper had stolen. The Brahmin took it with tearful gratitude and set off back home. On the way, he decided to test the pot as before, and he reverently turned it upside down. But to his shock and horror, instead of stream of muri, about 20 demons sprang out, huge and surly, and started to punch and kick him. They would have beaten him to death had he not had the wit to turn the pot the right way up, and they all disappeared inside it again. "Mother Durga has given me this pot to punish the shopkeeper," said the Brahmin to himself, and he walked on to the same tea shop as before. Seeing him approach, the shopkeeper was about to drive him away, until he noticed that he had another cooking pot in his hand. He then burst into unctuous smiles, asked the Brahmin to sit down, and said that of course he would watch the pot as before. While the Brahmin was absent, bathing in the tank and saying his prayers, the shopkeeper picked up the pot. Calling his wife and children to watch, he said, "Here is another stroke of good fortune. Let's hope this second pot will produce sandesh this time." Sandesh is a delicious sweet meat. But as soon as he had upturned the pot, the demons sprang out, knocking the pot out of the shopkeeper's hand, pummeling him and his family, and smashing up the shop. The Brahmin returned from his ablutions to chaos, uproar and cries for mercy. "I can save you," he said, "but only if you give me back my other pot, the one that you stole." The shopkeeper was forced to agree, and the Brahmin walked on with the two pots, the muri pot and the demon pot, leaving the shopkeeper well disgraced and punished. This time, when he returned home with an account of all that had happened, his wife was obliged to believe him, for the muri pot did indeed produce a stream of muri on which they were able to live well. Indeed, the fame of his muri grew so fast that they were soon selling it far and wide, and the Brahmin grew rich. He built a new brick house, and all continued happily until one day his children picked up the wrong pot, turned it upside down, and the 20 demons sprang out. They had been given strict instructions never to touch it, but their curiosity got the better of them. The Brahmin, who was bathing and praying at the time, returned to find his house in chaos, and his wife and children being beaten up cruelly by the jabbering, unruly demons. He managed to retrieve the demon pot and turn it the right way up, and peace was restored. But from then on, he locked the demon pot in a room that no one was allowed to enter. There was no further mishap before the Brahmin was finally able to achieve wealth and contentment for the rest of his days. One day, when the Brahmin and his wife were out, the children started to quarrel over who should be allowed to upturn the muri pot. As they fought over it, it fell to the ground and broke. This brought the prospect of doom and poverty again, for without the pot, how would the supply of muri be maintained? The Brahmin decided he would have to appeal to Durga yet again, and he returned to the forest where she had appeared to him twice before. She duly appeared a third time in answer to his prayers, and gave him a third pot, saying that this would be the last, and he should take special care of it. This time the Brahmin took it straight home. When he upturned it in front of his wife, something occurred that was even more miraculous than before. A stream came out, not of murri, but of delectable, finest quality sandesh, with an endless supply of the sweets they would never want for anything. Sandesh is eaten at weddings and on special occasions, and the Brahmin supplied them to the finest houses in the district. A local zamindar's son was about to get married. The zamindar heard that the Brahmin's sandesh came out of a magic pot. He persuaded him to come with the pot to his palace, so that enough of the sweets could be produced for the thousands of guests who were coming to the wedding feast. The Brahmin was reluctant to do this, but eventually agreed, and the feast went swimmingly until the greed of the zamindar grew so great that he ordered his retainers to snatch the pot from the Brahmin and drive him out of the house. But now the demon pot came into play again. The Brahmin brought it from his house and upturned it while the feast was still going on. The demons sprang out and immediately wreaked total havoc, beating up the guests, chasing the zamindar round his palace, dragging the women of his harem out by their hair, and smashing up the furniture and crockery. The zamindar had to fall on his knees before the Brahmin and beg for mercy. Justice having been done, the Brahmin turned the demon pot the right way up. The demons disappeared inside it again, and peace was restored. And after that, no one dared disturb the Brahmin anymore or steal his miraculous pot. The Snake Bridegroom. A Brahmin and his wife were becoming increasingly sad and depressed because they had no children. They prayed every day and went through numerous religious ceremonies to no avail. But suddenly, one day the woman found herself pregnant, and in due course she gave birth. But to the horror of all, the baby was not a human child, but a snake. Husband, friends, and relatives all fervently advised that the snake should be destroyed. Its mother, after she had got over the initial shock, took a different attitude. "He may be a snake," she said, "but he's my baby, my son, and I love him." She insisted on caring for the snake exactly as she would a human baby, bathing it, playing with it, cooing to it, and putting it to bed in a comfortable quilted box. As the snake grew up, its mother loved it more and more. Whenever there was a wedding in the neighborhood, she even thought about finding it a bride. But which girl would marry a snake? One day the Brahmin came home to find his wife in a flood of tears. "What's the matter?" he asked, tenderly putting his arm round her. She was crying so much that she couldn't answer him. So he asked her again, "What's happened? What has upset you so?" Between her sobs and wails, his wife then managed to say, "You know how I love my son, and I know that you have never loved him as I do. But he is our son as well as mine, and he is now fully grown. He should be married now, like any son, but you have shown no interest in finding him a bride." "A bride?" said the Brahmin. "Which parents would allow their daughter to be married to a snake? And which girl would be willing to be married to one? I understand that you're sad about this, but what can I do?" His wife had no answer except to cry even more helplessly. In the end, to calm her down, and because he was basically kind-hearted, the Brahmin agreed to search for a bride for his son. He roamed all over the kingdom where they lived, and into other kingdoms too, but with little idea of where to go or whom to ask. Eventually, he decided to go to a city where an old friend of his lived. He had not seen him for years, but he thought of him as his best friend in the world. When he arrived at his friend's house, His friend was as delighted at their reunion as the Brahmin was. He received him with warm hospitality, and they greatly enjoyed chatting and catching up on what they had done since they last met. The Brahmin found it difficult to work round to his real reason for visiting his friend. But at last he plucked up courage to speak of what was on his mind. "I have a son," he said, "and I'm looking for a bride for him. Can you suggest anyone?" "Why didn't you mention that straight away?" said his friend. "I have a daughter, and I need a bridegroom for her. She is good and beautiful. Let your son and my daughter be married. It would crown our friendship." The Brahmin gave a nervous smile. "That is very generous of you," he said, "and I'm truly grateful. But I think you and your daughter should see my son first." "There is no need for that," said his friend. "You and your wife are both good and handsome people, so why should your son not be as well? Let's make arrangements for the wedding immediately." The Brahmin went back to his wife and told her the news. She was overjoyed and couldn't resist boasting to her neighbors about it. But they were dismayed to think that a beautiful young girl should be married to a snake, and they secretly sent word to the girl. The girl, however, was made of stronger and nobler stuff than they were. She told them they had no business to come to her secretly like this, and she had no interest in listening to them. "My father has promised me as a bride for his best friend's son. I shan't do anything against his wish. You say my future husband is a snake? Even if he's a cockroach, I'm pledged to marry him, and marry him I shall." So the wedding went ahead. The snake bridegroom travelled in a lavish palanquin to the city where his bride-to-be lived, accompanied by a large wedding procession. The bride didn't bat an eyelid when she was unveiling during the wedding ceremony and saw her husband for the first time. She travelled back with him to his parents, and they began to live together as man and wife. She was devoted to him, and her mother-in-law found nothing to criticize in her at all. She cooked and swept and talked cheerfully to the snake. It blinked at her placidly and spent most of its time, as it had done for years, in its comfortable quilted box. But one night, as she was going to bed, she suddenly saw a gorgeous young man standing in her room. He was slim and handsome. His hair was perfectly groomed, and his clothes were immaculately pressed and laundered. She was startled and alarmed at first, but his calm manner and winning smile quickly allayed her fears. "Who are you?" she asked. "I'm your husband," said the young man. "Don't you know me? I have seen how devoted you are to me. Stay with me now. The night is young." "But my husband is a snake," said the girl. "He is sleeping in his box." "Have a look in the box," said the young man. She looked in the box and saw not a sleek snake curled up as usual, but a limp, flattened snake skin. "That's my skin," said the young man. "I have come out of it to show you myself as I truly am. Look, I'll prove it to you." He then stepped in the box and magically slid back into the snake skin. He then wriggled out of it again and stood up once more in his full human form. His wife was enthralled. She fell at his feet, and for the rest of the night they enjoyed all the rapture that was their due as man and wife. Just before dawn, the young man returned to his snakeskin. There were many tears and caresses at the parting of the two young lovers, but he promised his wife he would return each night. This went on for some time, and the wife was very happy. She longed for her husband to be human during the day as well as at night, but she was dutiful and accepting, and she counted her blessings that she had him in human form at night, and during the day, when he was a snake, he was no trouble. One night, her father was finding it difficult to sleep, and he heard movements and murmurings from his daughter's bedroom. He got up stealthily and peered in through the keyhole. To his shock and amazement, he saw a young man there. Thinking for a brief, horrified moment that his daughter had taken an illicit lover, he burst into the room and roared, "Who are you? How dare you enter my daughter-in-law's bedroom? Get out of my house at once." The young man smiled calmly and said, "I am your son and her lawful husband, free of the snakeskin that has imprisoned me all these years. Have a look in my box." The Brahmin looked into the snake's box and saw the limp, flattened snakeskin. Without knowing quite what he was doing, he seized it, ran out with it, and hurled it onto the kitchen fire, where it immediately shriveled up and burnt to ashes. Returning to his daughter-in-law's bedroom, he found the young man still there, more calm and assured and handsome than ever before. "At long last, you have released me from the curse that kept me imprisoned in a snake's skin. I had to remain like that until someone, without my asking, destroyed my external form. You have done so at last, and I am free to be human again, not only at night, but always." And thereafter, son, daughter-in-law, father and mother lived together in perfect happiness and harmony. Their reward for the devotion of the two women, the patience of the snake, and the presence of mind of the Brahmin. The Golden Geese. The Bodhisattva, the Buddha in a previous incarnation, was once a goose. Indeed, he was a king of geese, called Dhritarashtra, and he lived with his flock on the sacred and beautiful lake Manasa in the Himalaya. He had a general called Sumukha, who was his closest advisor on all matters relating to the ruling of his kingdom. Both Dhritarashtra and Sumukha were outstandingly beautiful. Their feathers were the color of pure gold. They were also supremely virtuous and wise, and dedicated to the happiness of their flock. They and all their subjects could talk like human beings, enunciating every syllable with perfect grace and clarity. Lake Manasa was adorned by the presence of the geese, and the gods and the supernatural beings were also charmed and impressed by them, that in their various incarnations and travels round the world, they spread word of their beauty. Soon, almost everyone had heard of them. A king of Benares called Brahmadatta heard about the geese, and in particular about the perfectly golden king of the geese and his general, and developed a fervent longing to see them. So he called on his counselors to find a way of making that possible. After conferring amongst themselves, the counselors came up with the following scheme. Let a lake be made here, near Benares, so beautiful and so ornamented with flowers on its banks that it will rival Lake Manasa herself. Let it also be declared a bird sanctuary with complete protection and immunity from hunting of all birds who choose to live here. Since it is said that the geese on Lake Manasa understand human language, the proclamation of the sanctuary should, in time, reach them and will encourage them to visit so safe and beautiful a place. The king agreed to this plan, and gave orders for the lake to be made, with no expense spared. The result was a place that was indeed of unprecedented beauty. The waters of the lake were covered with white, pink, and blue lotuses and water lilies. Shady, flowering trees surrounded it. Shoals of glittering fish were introduced into it, and it quickly became a haven for bees, butterflies, and every kind of songbird. At night, it was like a gleaming mirror, reflecting the moon and the stars. As advised by his counselors, the king declared the lake a sanctuary. The proclamation to that effect was made daily, saying, "The king donates this lake to all birds and grants them immunity from hunting or harassment." In the autumn, the season when young geese take wing from Lake Manasa, a pair flew off, and their wanderings over the country brought them to King Brahmadatta's beautiful lake. They were enchanted by it. The scent of the flowers and delicacy of the air exceeded anything they had known. They found it hard to tear themselves away, but eventually they felt compelled to return to Lake Manasa and tell the king, General Sumukha, and all the geese about this magical place. This they did, and their lyrical description aroused the curiosity of the king and the assembled geese. Eagerness to visit the lake soon stirred among them, but the king turned to Sumukha for his opinion. "I think you should be careful," said the wise general. "Men are capable of creating beautiful things, and their words can be charming and enticing, but they are often liars and deceivers. For all we know, this lake may be a lure and a trick to bring us to their traps and snares, and within range of their hunters' arrows. I do not think we should go." The king accepted the wisdom of Sumukha's advice, but the other geese were not satisfied. As autumn turned to winter, and the air in the Himalayas turned cold, and the warm air of the plains grew more and more attractive, their desire to see the lake became overwhelming, and in the end the king gave in to it. Followed by Sumukha and the entire flock, he rose into the air and headed south towards King Brahmadatta's lake. When the geese arrived, they were enraptured. The lake was so warm and pleasant, and the proclamation of immunity was made daily. What was to stop them spending the whole winter there? The superintendents of the sanctuary were not slow to notice the arrival of a new flock of geese, and when they caught sight of the golden Dhritarashtra and Sumukha, they knew that the plan had worked. These were surely the geese from Lake Manasa. They rushed to the king to tell him the good news. The king's intention had only been to see the golden geese, but greed and possessiveness now entered his heart, and he commanded his royal fowler to catch the pair, so that they could be brought to his palace for him to look at closely. The fowler was delighted to be given such an important commission. He went to the lake and spent several days hiding in the bushes on the shore, observing the movements of the golden geese. Having detected their preferred territory and nesting spots, the fowler laid cunning, concealed snares, and hid himself even more slyly to wait for results. As fate would have it, it was the king of the geese himself, Dhritarashtra, who happened to step on one of the snares. His foot was firmly trapped. With the selflessness and concern for his subjects that were characteristic of him, he immediately let out a special warning cry to prevent any other geese from being caught. The geese panicked when they heard this, and immediately flew off in a great swanking crowd, like a terrified army fleeing when their leader has been killed. Only the brave and loyal General Sumukha stayed behind. He remained steadfastly by the side of his king. An ardent debate between the two now ensued. The king urged Sumukha to flee too, lest he be caught and trapped as well. Also, he argued the geese would be leaderless without him. It was essential that he return to Lake Manasa to rule them wisely in the king's absence. Sumukha, however, insisted that his first duty lay with his king. To abandon him would be an appalling betrayal, and if the king was fated to die, then his devoted general was prepared to die with him. While they were debating thus, the fowler emerged from the bushes, overjoyed at having caught, so it seemed, not just one, but both the famous golden geese. But when he was close to them, he saw to his astonishment that although one of them was trapped, the other was not, and appeared to have stayed with his companion voluntarily. So he said to Sumukha, "You are not trapped, so why do you remain here? Why don't you flee at once? Your broad wings are unharmed, and I would not be able to stop you if you choose to soar into the air and follow the other geese back to their homeland." Sumukha answered, in perfect enunciated human speech, that was the cause of even greater astonishment in the fowler. "It is my king who has been trapped, with bonds that are indeed too strong for us to break. But even stronger are the bonds of loyalty and affection that tie me to him. I am his general, and I shall not leave his side." The fowler was deeply impressed by this, and was quite lost for words. Seeing this, his admiration and sympathy had been engaged. Sumukha went on, "I can tell from your face that you do not wish me ill. So let me make a suggestion. If one victim is sufficient, why not take me instead of my king? We look almost identical. If you grant this request, you will have achieved your main goal, but will also have made me and the whole flock of geese happy. Just imagine their joy when they see their king return shining in the sky." The fowler was now so overwhelmed with respect and reverence for both the golden geese that he released Dhritarashtra forthwith. But before he could think about fettering Sumukha instead, the general said, "Now that you have shown your goodness by releasing my king, please let us both accompany you to the court of King Brahmadatta. We will come freely. The king will satisfy his desire to see us both, and will reward you handsomely for bringing us to him." Willing by now to follow Sumukha's advice in everything, the fowler carried the 2 golden geese on a pole on his shoulder right into the king's council chamber. There was amazement all round at their golden radiance, and the king and his courtiers were even more amazed when they heard from the fowler of Sumukha's noble spirit of self-sacrifice. The king arranged for the king of the geese to sit on a golden throne with jewel-encrusted legs, and for Sumukha to sit on an elegant cane chair that was normally reserved for Prime Minister. Dhritarashtra, king of the geese, and actually the Bodhisattva, now spoke eloquently and at length on the true duties of a king, and the king listened attentively and resolved to follow his sage advice without wavering. At the end of his speech, the Bodhisattva made a request that the fowler be rewarded not only for bringing the golden geese for the king to admire, but for giving way to his better feelings by undoing the snare. King Brahmadatta was very happy to agree, and the fowler left the court, a rich and joyous man. After conversing further with Dhritarashtra and praising not only him but his excellent great Sumukha, the king gave them both leave to depart. They flew up into the clear blue autumn sky, their golden feathers reflecting the rays of the setting sun, and made their way back to Lake Manasa, where they were received with joy and relief by the rest of the flock. Thus did Lord Buddha not only reveal his greatness in his earlier incarnation as a goose, but also spread some of the wisdom and kindness that were later associated with him, and his general Sumukha was no less wise, moderate, and virtuous. The Woodpecker. In another of the Jataka stories, the Bodhisattva, the Buddha to be, was a woodpecker. He had a beautiful, brightly colored plumage and was loved and admired for his gentleness and compassion by all the creatures of the forest where he lived. He would instruct them in the law that later the Buddha was to preach. He did his best to help those who were in distress and tried to prevent those who were less virtuous from committing crimes and misdeeds. One day, the woodpecker was roaming round the forest, observing his fellow creatures with interest and sympathy, when he saw a lion who was clearly in great pain. He was writhing and rolling on the ground, and his fine coat and mane had become dirty and matted. "What's the matter, O king of beasts?" asked the woodpecker. "Have you been hit by a hunter's poisoned arrow? Are you ill? Tell me what is afflicting you, so that I can do my best to assist you." "I know that you are good and kind," said the lion, "but you have only a frail bird's body. What can you do to help me?" Lo, down in my throat, splinter of bone has caught. It is stuck there at both ends, and I can neither swallow it down nor cough it up. It's too deep down for my paw to reach. It hurts me dreadfully, and as it also prevents me from eating, I fear I shall die of starvation." "Let me see," said the woodpecker, and he hopped right up to the mouth of the lion and peered in. The woodpecker was not only kind, he was also supremely intelligent, and by thinking carefully, he managed to work out a way of removing the bone. First, he found a stick long enough to pop open the lion's jaw. Then he told him to open his mouth wide, and he carefully wedged the stick so that there was enough space for him to slip right in. Slowly and courageously, he edged his way down the lion's throat, taking great care not to tickle it with its feathers, lest the lion cough and choke and suffocate the woodpecker as well as himself. He reached the splinter of bone and felt round it with his delicate beak, for he was unable to see anything in the dark. He loosened it at either end and drew it out and edged his way back up the throat with the bone in his beak. When he reached the lion's teeth, he knocked the stick out with a sharp thrust of his wing and hopped free before the lion's jaw could snap shut again. No surgeon could have achieved such a feat, so good a result. The lion was overjoyed to be relieved of the pain and to know that his life had been saved, and the woodpecker felt joy too at having helped a fellow creature. The lion thanked him profusely, and they said goodbye to each other warmly. Some days later, the woodpecker was roaming through a very dry region of the forest, where there was very little to eat. The green shoots and red berries that were his usual diet were scarcely to be found. He began to feel hungry and exhausted, but suddenly he saw the very same lion that he had helped a few days ago, greedily tearing and munching the flesh of a young fawn he had just killed. The woodpecker was a vegetarian by habit, and only fierce hunger would drive him to eat another creature's flesh. So it was the extreme uncertainty, distaste, and embarrassment that he hovered over the lion, unable to bring himself to ask for a morsel of food, but he was so hungry that he could not tear himself away either. The lion looked up and recognized the woodpecker, but took no notice of him. Not only he was enjoying his meal, but also entirely lacked the compassionate, unselfish feeling that never deserted the bodhisattva in any of his human or animal incarnations. Surprised at the lion's indifference and wondering if he had perhaps not recognized him, the woodpecker landed on the ground beside the lion and managed to say, though it was not easy for him to make any kind of request, "O King of Beasts, I wish you every success in your life, and pray that your prowess as a hunter will always keep you well supplied with food. Could I ask you to show kindness to a hungry beggar? If you do, you will win praise and merit to add to your strength and courage." The woodpecker's words were modest and courteous as always, but the lion responded with rudeness and aggression. "How dare you bother me during my meal?" he snarled. "You who had the impudence to enter my mouth and throat. It should be enough for you to know that you escaped with your life. Be grateful for that, and do not bother me again, unless you are already tired of this life and would like to have experience of the next." Embarrassed and dismayed by the lion's unpleasantness, but unwilling to respond with any anger or unpleasantness of his own, the woodpecker merely flew away, leaving the lion to finish his selfish meal. A wood sprite had observed this exchange of words between the lion and the woodpecker, and was outraged by the lion's rudeness and ungratefulness. She caught up with the woodpecker when he stopped to rest on a branch, and said, "Why should the lion have got away with that? Surely you should not have been so indulgent. Small though you are, you could have pecked at his eyes and face, and you could have swooped down and snatched some food from between his teeth. I appreciate your concern, said the woodpecker, but I do not see anything to be by returning with like. If someone has received a favor but chooses to be ungrateful and treat one who has been kind to him with rudeness and selfishness, this damages him, but does not harm at all to the others. The lion will have damaged his own store of merit, and that is punishment enough. Why should I damage mine too? Anger is always bad, even when directed against someone who has been ungrateful. The wood sprite was deeply impressed by the woodpecker's wise words. You may have the body of a woodpecker, she said, but underneath you are a saint and a sage. You have shown that a truly good person can never turn to evil, even when provoked. The lion may be sleeping contentedly now after his lavish meal, but he will pay sorely for his selfishness, both in this life and in lives to come. And showing the woodpecker the way to a tree that was laden with juicy berries, the wood sprite left him, resolved to spread even more widely among the creatures of the forest news of the woodpecker's saintly reputation and the lesson she had learnt from him. Devadatta's hatred. Like any great leader and teacher, the Buddha attracted hatred and jealousy as well as reverence and love. Brahmin priests and philosophers regarded him as a dangerous challenge to their orthodoxy, and his cousin Devadatta was his bitter rival, not only in his present life, but in many previous lives. Devadatta too had pursued the disciplines of meditation and asceticism and had acquired considerable powers. But because his nature was evil, those powers eventually caused his downfall. Such was his charisma, however, that he had established an order of 500 monks and had been given protection and high spiritual status in the court of King Sevit. The crown prince Ajasat was very much under Devadatta's influence and was encouraged by him to murder his father and take over the kingdom for himself. This he managed to do after several unsuccessful attempts, and Devadatta was now in a position to use all the new king's resources in his own plots against the Buddha. For his first assault, he asked Ajasat to supply him with a band of 500 archers. He carefully selected 31 of these and ranked them in order of skill and ruthlessness. The most deadly archer of all was commanded to kill the Buddha, but he also secretly ordered the next 2 to kill the first archer, and the next 4 to kill the 2, and the next 8 to kill the 4. That left 16, whom he intended to kill himself, so that the whole plot would remain secret. But each archer who approached the Buddha was immediately transfixed by his radiant goodness, willingly listened to his preaching, and ended up a convert. So, instead of 31 dead archers, there were 15 new Buddhist monks, and the likelihood of many more conversions among their fellow archers. In another attempt, Devadatta positioned himself on a cliff above where the Buddha was walking and heaved a great rock down on him. But instead of crushing him, it broke into pieces, one of which caused no more than an insignificant scratch on his foot. Devadatta now tried a more elaborate and unusual plot. He decided to make use of a notoriously temperamental elephant called Malagiri, who was completely unmanageable unless supplied every day with 6 large measures of beer. Devadatta gave orders that on a day when he knew that the Buddha and his disciples would be walking through the streets of the city in search of alms, Malagiri should be given double his usual quantity of beer, which he hoped would make him not more pacific, but wildly drunk and violent. He publicly announced that he had done this, warning the townspeople that the elephant would be let out into the streets. He assumed that the Buddha would not be deterred. Believing him to be arrogantly confident that nothing could harm him. But he also believed that this time he would receive his comeuppance and that the violence of the elephant would be too much even for him. The townspeople appeared at their windows and on their balconies in force, divided into two camps: those who had absolute faith that the elephant could pose no threat to the Buddha, and those who, in their hatred of his goodness, hoped and prayed that the elephant would gouge and trample him to death. The whole city was like a gladiatorial arena, though everyone knew that whatever powers the Buddha might use against Malagiri, they would not be violent. The elephant was given his double ration of beer and was let loose into the streets. Immediately he went on the rampage, knocking over stalls, smashing up shops, trampling on gardens, knocking down walls and fences. The monks who surrounded the Buddha were terrified. They implored him to take refuge inside a strong building, or, if he would not do that, would he let them form a human wall around him. If anyone was to be killed by the elephant, let it be his disciples, not the Buddha himself. No, said the Buddha to their appeals. Not only would it be quite wrong for me to protect myself by placing you at risk, I also have powers that you perhaps do not have. Trust in them. Ananda, chief and the closest of the Buddha's disciples, was still not reassured by this, and begged to be allowed to show his devotion to his master by placing himself between him and the elephant. But the Buddha, by a single peaceful yet irresistible gesture of command, motioned to him to stand aside. Then a little girl ran out of a house nearby, right in the path of Malagiri, who charged towards her and would have killed her, had not the Buddha called out, "Stop! You were let loose today only to kill me, not anyone else." The power over wild animals that the Buddha had shown in many of his previous incarnations was now fully and publicly demonstrated. For when Malagiri directly faced him, his drunkenness and fury faded away. He approached the Buddha gently and reverently and knelt down in front of him. The Buddha gave his essential teaching to the elephant, how he should cease from all sin, should never hurt anyone, and should be kind to all. And to the wonder and amazement of the townspeople, the elephant repeated these precepts in clear human language, trumpeting them out loudly so that everyone could hear. The crowd reacted with thunderous cheers and applause. They threw flowers and jewels at Malagiri, hailing and worshipping him as they would a human saint. 84,000 people lined the streets, cheering and praising the Buddha for his wonderful power, and the elephant for his humble conversion. Even King Ajasat, who had been wicked enough to murder his own father, was profoundly moved, and not long afterwards he himself was converted to the Buddhist way. Receiving him as a disciple, the Buddha said, "By this single act of conversion and repentance, you will ensure your progress towards the eventual release of nirvana. But because you slew your own father, you will have to pass through many lower stages before that. You will be spared the lowest hell, but you will spend 60,000 years in the other hells before being welcomed by the gods and being reborn on earth as a fully enlightened one." For Devadatta, however, there was no such hope. He continued to hate the Buddha and gathered together 500 more followers. But the Buddha sent 2 of his wisest disciples to preach to them, and they were all won over to the Buddhist side. Then Devadatta fell ill and was close to death. He asked his servants to carry him to the Buddha, so that he could seek his forgiveness. On hearing that Devadatta was on his way to see him, the Buddha said to his disciples, "I feel no ill will towards him, even though he has tried to destroy me not just in this life, but in previous lives too. but it is not in my powers to pardon him for his crimes. Must pay a price for them according to the relentless law of karma. He will never be able to see the true way, even if he saw 1,000 Buddhas face to face. The dying Devadatta approached Buddha's monastery, carried on a palanquin. But when he was helped out onto the ground at the entrance, flames rose up from the lowest hell. They enveloped first his feet, then his waist, then his shoulders, just before they engulfed his head too. He cried out for help and repeated the verse of a hymn, by which he accepted the fundamentals of Buddhist teachings. From this, we can be sure that eventually even he will attain release after many thousands of years of penance and suffering, and after being given in hell a body of fire that was 1,600 miles in height. The Golden Teeth. A student from the Bengali city of Bardhaman had gone to Benares, hoping to pass the examination for entry to the city's famous observatory. After arriving in the city, he was wandering around, exploring it, and looking for possible accommodation when he saw a mastiff and a greyhound viciously fighting each other in a small, secluded public park. There was no one else around, so the student, who liked dogs and was not afraid of handling them, dragged the pair apart. The greyhound looked up at him with his large eyes and seemed to be thanking him for saving her from the larger dog. He gave her a pat, and she ran off. The mastiff remained where she was, growling and bristling and baring her teeth. He noticed that 4 of those teeth were of gold. He was puzzled by this, wondering who would have gone to the trouble of providing a dog with golden teeth. But he shrugged his shoulders, left the dog in the park, and went on exploring the city. An hour or so, he was walking along the sacred steps that lead down to the Ganga in Benares, when a woman stopped him and asked if he was looking for anything. He looked at her face and was astonished to see that she also had 4 golden teeth, and they looked exactly the same as the teeth he had seen in the mastiff's mouth. "I am looking for the observatory of Benares," he said rather nervously. "I'm hoping to take the entrance examination there." "You're going the wrong way," said the woman. "Well," said the student, "I haven't been here long, and I don't yet know my way about." "Ah," said the woman, "that explains why you were walking along the sacred golden strand with your shoes on." The student felt even more nervous and foolish. He had heard of the golden strand, but the steps he was walking on seemed to be made of stone, not gold. "Come with me," said the woman. "You might get into trouble with the police or with pilgrims if they see you wearing shoes here. If you're looking for accommodation, you're welcome to stay in my house." She led him through Benares's maze of narrow streets until they reached a substantial house with a high wall round it. She took him through a courtyard, which was clean swept and had an elegant old fountain in the middle of it, and then she showed him into a neatly furnished room on the first floor overlooking the courtyard. It seemed ideal, but something made him feel uneasy, and he wondered if he could possibly afford the rent for such a well-appointed room. However, the rent she asked for was very reasonable, and there seemed no reason to forego an opportunity that he would have called golden were not the woman's gold teeth so oddly disturbing. He found it difficult to sleep that night, despite the comfort of the bed and the excellent meal the woman had served him. Why was she living all alone in this house? Who was she? And as he drifted between sleep and wakefulness, her mouth and that of the mastiff, both with their teeth of gold, kept converging in his mind. Sometime during the night, it must have been well past midnight, for the streets outside were absolutely silent. He heard a horse neighing. It seemed to be just outside the gate to the courtyard. It neighed again, and he began to wonder if he should get up and investigate, for the noise would certainly wake and disturb other people in the neighborhood. Then he heard the woman call out, "That's enough, Chandrika. You needn't go on neighing. I'm coming straight away. And this time we shall fight to the finish." Chandrika? Who was Chandrika? At first he was too sleepy to remember, but then he recalled that over supper the woman had suddenly said, "Why did you take a shine to Chandrika? Why did you let her get away like that?" "I don't know what you mean," he had stammered. "I don't know anyone called Chandrika." "Yes, you do," said the woman. "She was the greyhound you patted, scheming, stuck-up bitch." But now in the courtyard, the woman was standing by the fountain in the bright moonlight. She was sprinkling water over herself. Amazed and fascinated, he then saw her take off every stitch of clothing and go to a kind of kennel in the corner of the yard and take out a stone tablet. He saw her reading from the tablet and heard her muttering some unintelligible mantras. Then she put the table back into the kennel, turned her face towards the moon, and slowly metamorphosed into a large black mare. She ambled out through the gate of the courtyard, and her clopping hooves, together with those of the other horses, eerily echoed as they trotted off down the street. Driven by curiosity, but also by a force he couldn't quite explain, he got up, went down into the courtyard, and followed them down the street. The sound of their hooves was just loud enough to direct him back to the same small park where he had seen the dogs fighting. As he approached the park, the noise of hooves and neighing grew louder and louder, and he arrived to find them fighting viciously. It was terrifying. They were rearing right up on their hind legs, running round each other in circles and lashing out at each other with their teeth and forelegs. In the mouth of the black mare that his hostess had become, he could clearly see those same gold teeth. He didn't stay to see the outcome of their fight, but ran as far away as possible. He made no attempt to return to the woman's house, but wandered the streets until dawn. He turned up for the examination exhausted and angry, for the small amount of money he had brought had been left in the woman's house, along with a change of clothes, his books, and a few other possessions. He failed the exam. Talking to one of the guards afterwards, at the entrance of the observatory, he found himself telling him of his weird experiences and how upsetting they had been. "So, you too fell for her?" said the guard. "You're not the first, and you won't be the last. She's a witch. She can turn herself into any animal that she likes, and you were lucky she didn't turn you into an animal, for she can do that as well. There was someone else who came from Bardhaman, a young scholar like you, who was turned into an ox by her. Fortunately, her rival Chandrika, who is another witch, turned him back into a man again." "I think you're too blind to be an astronomer," the guard went on. "You should have been able to see through her at once. Why don't you try philosophy? The School of Philosophy here has an entrance exam tomorrow. There are plenty of philosophers in Benares who are as good as blind." But the student had no wish to stay in Benares. He left the city in search of some other place where he could study. Storytellers differ over where he eventually fetched up. The Iron-Eating Mice. A merchant called Naduk had got into difficulties with his business. He was losing money fast and was badly in debt. So he decided to leave his hometown and go on a journey to see what luck he could find in some other place. To pay for his travels, he had to sell most of his remaining possessions, but he kept one thing of value, a large, heavy iron beam. He had a friend called Lakshman, and before he left on his journey, he went to visit him. His friend listened sympathetically as Naduk told his long tale of woe. "Is there anything," he asked, "I can do to help you before you go? Anything I can look after while you are away." "I have a large iron beam," said Naduk. "I've sold everything else, even my house, so I need to leave it somewhere. Can I leave it with you?" "Of course," said Lakshman. "No trouble at all. I'll keep it in my storeroom. Would you like me to send my servants to fetch it?" "Thank you," said Nakul. "You're a real friend. I hope that when I return, I'll be able to afford a house again in which to keep it." The two friends bade farewell with an affectionate embrace, and Naduk set off on his travels. He kept on moving around from town to town for several years, and his luck gradually improved. He started as a traveling trader in cloth, made enough money to buy a small shop, which he let to someone else, then another shop in another town, and in time became rich again. He sold his various businesses and returned at last to his hometown, with all the money he would need to buy a house and start up a business there. When he was re-established in his fine new house, he went to see his friend Lakshman. How delighted his old friend was to see him! He embraced him warmly, sat him down on his veranda, gave him tea and sweets, and showered him with questions about his years on the road. Naduk gave him a vivid account, and it was clear from his beaming smiles and prosperous girth that he had done very well for himself. When he had finished his storytelling, he said, "There's just one thing I need now, that large iron beam you were looking after for me. I want to make some alterations to the house I've just bought, and it will come in very useful." Lakshman looked rather sheepish. He still had the beam, but his own finances were not as good as they had been, and he had recently borrowed some money on the assumption that he would be able to repay the loan by selling Naduk's beam. After all, he had been away for so long that everyone had given up hope of seeing him again. He had a sudden idea. "I am terribly sorry, my friend," he said, with a deliberately worried expression, "but I haven't got the beam anymore. I kept it carefully in my storeroom, but mice got in and ate it. They don't make beams like that anymore. Otherwise, I would have replaced it for you." Naduk looked at him rather sharply when he heard this, but he quickly recovered his smile and said breezily, "Don't worry, it's impossible to keep mice out of a storeroom. Nothing lasts forever, not even an iron beam." He chatted for a bit longer and then got up to leave. Just before going, he said, "Oh, I almost forgot. I've brought back a present for you from my travels. Could you send your son Ramu along with me to fetch it?" Lakshman felt very swifty. He had betrayed his friend by telling an absurd lie, and, what was worse, Naduk seemed to have believed him and was offering him a present. But he certainly wanted to see what the present was, so he called Ramu, and the boy went off with Naduk in the rickshaw that had been waiting for him. When Naduk reached his house, he took the boy down to the cellar and locked him in. The boy hammered and wailed piteously, but Naduk ignored him. Besides, he couldn't be heard in the main part of the house where Naduk did his work and received visitors. By evening, Lakshman was worried about his son, and he went round to Naduk to ask for him. "I am terribly sorry," said Naduk, "but on our way here, a hawk swooped down from the sky and carried him off. There was nothing I could do. I was hoping that the hawk might bring him back before I had to give you the bad news. I didn't want you to start worrying unnecessarily. But there's been no sign of the hawk or of Ramu." Lakshman burst into a rage. "Don't be ridiculous," he yelled. "A hawk couldn't carry off a baby, let alone a 15-year-old boy. You are a rogue and a liar." Naduk lost his temper in return and called Lakshman all manner of names for calling him a liar. A crowd was attracted by his quarrel, and in the end they decided to go to court. They marched to the local magistrate's court, followed by an excited gaggle of onlookers, and Lakshman roared, "This man, Your Honor, who I thought was my friend, has stolen my son. You must order him to give him back." "Is this true?" said the magistrate. "Of course not," said Naduk. "I told this man, who I thought was my friend, that a hawk swooped down on us and carried the boy away in its claws. A tragic and unusual occurrence, no doubt, but no fault of mine." "Impossible," said the magistrate. "No hawk has the strength to do that. You're a liar." "If a mice in Lakshman's storeroom can eat up my iron beam, then a hawk can carry away a boy." "What on earth are you talking about?" said the magistrate. Naduk then told him the whole story. The onlookers in the courtroom became more and more raucous with mirth. Lakshman looked more and more sheepish. Turning to Lakshman, the judge said wearily, "Return the iron beam to Naduk, and I expect you will get back your son. Your worry over the last few hours has probably been punishment enough. Don't lie again, and don't betray your friends." So the boy was released and was given a large tip by Naduk to make up for his unpleasant experience. The story doesn't say whether Naduk and Lakshman became friends again. The Three Friends. Three friends decided to go on a journey together to see the world with its varied peoples, customs, and languages. One of the friends was a Christian, another was a Jew, and third was a Muslim. But there was no animosity between them. They often used to discuss and compare their respective faiths, and they had respect too for the other faiths, Hindu, Buddhist, or whatever that they encountered on the way. One day they walked for many miles, and their feet got extremely sore. They were also very hungry, for they relied on alms and hospitality as they walked, and they had been passing through a barren, sparsely populated region. Darkness was falling, and they began to worry about where to find shelter for the night. They entered a village, but the villagers were already asleep. There was no light anywhere, and every door and shutter was closed. "We had better lie down under this banyan tree," said one of the friends. "Its leaves and branches are so thick that it will protect us a bit if it rains, though in this barren place there doesn't seem much chance of that." The others agreed, and they spread out their bedrolls and lay down to sleep, famished though they were. Suddenly, an old man hobbled up in the gloom, and they called out to him and asked if he could give them anything to eat. "I am poor," said the old man, "and my wife and I have scarcely enough for ourselves. But I have just been to visit our married daughter, and she gave me a few sweets to take home. You can have them if you like. Sweets are not good for my old stomach, and my wife won't miss them if she doesn't know about them." The three friends thanked him warmly, and he hobbled onwards along the path, quickly fading into the darkness. When he had gone, one of the friends said, "These sweets are all very well, but they won't make much of a meal. If we share them out, none of us will feel satisfied at all. Better that one of us should have them, to give him strength to look for some food in the morning and bring it back for us all. Let us sleep first, and whoever has the best dream can eat the sweets. Agreed?" The other two agreed. They spread the sweets on a plate that they carried with them, covered them with a handkerchief, and lay down to sleep. It was the month of Ramadan, when Muslims fast between sunrise and sunset. Just before dawn, the Muslim heard the call to prayer from a neighboring mosque. He immediately got up while the others were still asleep, and, because he felt uncontrollably hungry, scoffed the sweets in a trice. He then covered the empty plate with a handkerchief and lay down again to wait for the others to wake. Soon after sunrise, the Christian and the Jew awoke. "Let's hear each other's dreams," said the Christian, and the others agreed. The Christian spoke first. "I had a marvelous dream. I dreamt that I soared up into the sky and found myself in heaven. There were saints and angels there, in glorious white and blue garments, singing a wonderful chorus of praise. A prophet stepped forward and told me he was the prophet Isaiah. I spoke with him, as with a great and wise teacher. Then I woke. Next, the Jew described his dream. "My dream was even better than yours," he said. "A peacock appeared with a gorgeous, colorful tail, and he carried me to the top of Mount Sinai. I shall never forget the warm, throbbing, quivering of his wings as he soared into the sky. And there, on the peak of the mountain, I spoke with God. His throne towered above my head, and God was so immense that I felt like a sparrow before a lion. But there was great compassion in his gaze and voice. I felt completely at ease, as if talking to my own father." The Muslim spoke. "My dream was awful," he said. "A hideous demon appeared with mottled, lizard-like skin and fiery red eyes. He gripped me by the throat with icy, clawed hands and hissed, 'Get up at once, eat those sweets, everyone, or I shall break your neck.' What could I do? I ate them in my dream, and it seems, if you look under the handkerchief, that I must have eaten them in reality too, for when I woke up my lips and hands were sticky. I'm terribly sorry." The Christian and the Jew were most put out when they heard this. "We were sleeping alongside you," said the Christian. "Why didn't you wake us up? We could have chased the demon away." "I was screaming blue murder," said the Muslim, "calling out both your names and yelling for help." "Then why didn't we hear?" said the Jew. "We can't have been so sound asleep that your screams would not have woken us." "But I thought you both said you soared up into the sky," said the Muslim. "One of you was in heaven and the other was on the top of Mount Sinai." "Would my screams have traveled that far? You'd need a voice of Allah himself to be heard over such a huge distance. There was nothing I could do but eat the sweets myself." "Very well," said his two friends. "We accept that you've eaten them, though you had by far the worst dream. You'd better go and find some food for us now. Make sure it's good food, and make sure also that we get the lion's share of it." So the Muslim went off to search for food, feeling somewhat ashamed of himself, but happy that his friends were prepared to forgive him. The Bodh's teaching. A merchant called Ratnavarman had a son called Ishwarvarman, whom he had educated carefully in all the arts and sciences. But as the boy approached manhood, there was one area of life in which the merchant felt his son needed special instruction: how to deal with women, and how not to be led astray by prostitutes and courtesans. So he sent his son to a notorious Bodh called Yamajiva, and engaged her as an instructress. He chose her because he had overheard her telling her own daughter how to entrap men, how to fleece them of their wealth, and how to put on a show of love with the skill of an accomplished actress. "Madam," he said to the Bodh, "I can tell from what you have told your daughter that you are highly experienced in these matters. Please tell my son about the tricks of your trade, so that he can be forewarned. For this valuable advice, I shall pay you 1,000 gold muhars." The Bodh agreed, and Ishwarvarman was sent to her for several months of lessons. Yamajiva showed him how she trained the prostitutes who were in her charge, and taught him how to recognize that the charm and affection they showed to their clients was nothing but pretense. The young man went back to his father after the agreed period of time, and told him all that the Bodh had taught him. His father was well pleased, and assumed that from then on his son would be safe from courtesans, because he had seen how contrived and cynical their behavior was. Then he gave him 5 crore of rupees, telling him to launch himself on a life of business by using it as capital. Ishwarvarman took it gratefully and set out on a journey to seek his fortune. He arrived at a town called Kanchanapura and camped with his entourage in a garden outside the town. After bathing and dressing the next day, he entered the town and made for a temple where he heard there was to be a spectacle. A dancing girl called Sundari was performing. She, like others of her profession, was well practiced in the techniques about which the board had taught him. Even then, he was so bowled over her beauty that he forgot all Yamajiva's warnings and fell head over heels in love with her. Before long, he had moved in with her as her lover, and she busily started to fleece him by charming, flattery, singing, dancing, and by fully offering her body. She soon extracted gold and jewels from him, and 2 of the 5 crores of rupees his father had given him. A friend called Arthadatta, who had accompanied Ishwarvarman on his journey and had remained encamped outside the city, observed with dismay what had happened. "Have you forgotten everything that Yamajiva taught you?" he said. "Think how distressed and angry your father will be when he discovers that the lessons he expensively paid for have been all for nothing." "I know what prostitutes and dancing girls are like," said Ishwarvarman, "but Sundari is different. I love her passionately and she loves me." Then Arthadatta resorted to subterfuge to get Ishwarvarman away from Sundari. He said to her in Ishwarvarman hearing, "Your lover had embarked on a journey when he saw you and fell in love with you. He had set out to make his fortune. Let him continue with that objective, and when he has succeeded and has multiplied many times the money his father has given him, he will return and support you in luxury for the rest of your life." Ishwarvarman listened soberly as his friend spoke and remembered his duty to his father. With a sigh, he agreed that he should leave Sundari for a while, but promised he would return. Advised by her mother, Makarakati, who was as well versed in the arts of the courtesans as Yamajiva had been, Sundari put on a show of grief at her lover's departure. "But don't worry," her mother said. "I know a way of stopping him from leaving. You know that drinking well outside the city? I have a net stretched inside it. Follow him as far as the well, then throw yourself into it, so that he thinks you have drowned." Sundari did as her mother advised. When they reached the well, she hurled herself into it. The net prevented her from drowning, but when her servants hauled up her body in front of Ishwarvarman, she acted as if nearly dead, and so appalled was he by her apparent attempt at suicide that he returned with her and promised never to leave her again. He then indulged her even more than before, and had soon given her the remaining 3 crores of the capital his father had given him. When it was clear that he had no more wealth to give, Sundari and Makarakati threw him out of the house, and he returned to the encampment outside the city, destitute and too ashamed to return to his father. His friend Arthadatta, however, went back to Ishwarvarman's father and told him the sorry tale. His father immediately went back to the board Yamajiva, angry and upset at the failure of the lessons she had given his son. "I agree he has not been a very good student," she said, "but if you bring him back here, I will teach him a sure way of getting back all his wealth from Makarakati and leaving her destitute instead." Unconvinced that she would succeed this time, when last time she had failed, Ratnavarman nevertheless agreed to give her and his son one more chance. Arthadatta was asked to return to Kanchanapura and do his best to persuade Ishwarvarman to return to his hometown. "Your father loves you dearly," said Arthadatta when he reached Ishwarvarman. "He is distressed at what has happened, but he wants to help you to recover your dignity and capital, and Yamajiva says she knows a way of doing so." The crestfallen Ishwaraman agreed to return to his father, who did indeed greet him kindly and forgivingly. "There is a lot you still have to learn," said Yamajiva, and I am partly to blame for not warning you about the well and net trick. But your salvation is here, in this monkey, who is a pet of mine, and is called Allah." She summoned the monkey and then gave it 1,000 muhars to swallow, which it immediately did, as it had been trained to do. "Now," said the board to the monkey, "show us how you can bring up whatever sum we ask for. Bring up 20 muhars." The monkey immediately regurgitated 20 muhars, and each time he was asked for a different sum, 25, 60, or whatever, he produced exactly what was required. Yamajiva then told Ishwaraman to return to Sundari's house and introduce her to the monkey. She and her mother will think the monkey is an inexhaustible source of money and will become desperate to buy him from you. And this is exactly what happened. Sundari and Makarakati were not at all pleased to see Ishwarvarman at first, but as soon as he called on the monkey to produce 300 muhars for their immediate eating and drinking expenses, they were so impressed that they let him stay. Soon they became determined to buy the monkey from him, as each time money was needed, the monkey produced it. Ishwarvarman, who was now much better versed in the ways of the world, drove a hard bargain, and in the end agreed to sell them the monkey for the 5 crore of rupees that they had previously extracted from him. Before giving them the monkey, he made it swallow some more money that his father had given him. So, for the first few days that Sundari and Makarakati had Allah with them, he produced money at their command. But then the money ran out, and however furiously they commanded him, not a single coin came out of his mouth. Sundari lost her temper at this and hit the monkey, who immediately sprang back at her, biting and scratching and ruining her beauty. Her mother then attacked Allah with a stick and beat him to death. So now they had no money and no ape, and Sundari's face was so badly scratched and scarred that she quite lost her value. Ishwarvarman, meanwhile, proceeded on his journey with the 5 crores of rupees that his father had originally given him, and before long he had set himself up as a successful businessman. When he eventually returned to his home to be greeted joyously by his father, he rewarded Yamajiva handsomely and then got happily and respectably married. He had learnt his lesson and was never again deceived by the wiles of prostitutes and dancing girls. The 4 Poets. There were 4 brothers who were Brahmins, but were very poor and ignorant. They couldn't read or write and had failed to earn money as priests or by any other way. Their wives went without decent clothes or ornaments, and their children had barely enough to eat. Their wives often used to nag them about how useless they were at earning money, and one day one of the wives said, "There are lots of Brahmins who can go to the Raja's darbar, recite some verses and get handsome fees and presents from him. Why don't you 4 try that?" "We are not clever or educated," said her husband. "We can't compose verses ourselves, nor learn verses written by other people." His wife wouldn't accept that as an excuse, however, and the other 3 wives joined forces with her in a campaign to persuade their husbands to try their hands at poetry. "Maybe if we just go to the darbar," said one of the brothers gloomily, "God will help us to produce verses or impress the Raja somehow. Let's go and leave what happens to fate." Desperate to get away from their wives' nagging, the others agreed. So they set off together for the Raja's palace. When they reached it, they went to the royal audience chamber. They walked in during the Raja's darbar, and the Raja welcomed them courteously, recognizing from their shaven heads and sacred threads that they were Brahmins. "What is it you desire?" said the Raja. "We have come to recite verses," said the 4 brothers. "The darbar is just about to end," said the Raja. "Please return tomorrow, and I shall listen to your verses with pleasure." The Brahmins took their leave and retired to a cheap lodging house for the night. They rose at dawn and went to a tank nearby to bathe. "What are we going to do now?" said one of the four. "The Raja is expecting us to recite verses, and we have none." The others had nothing to suggest, and they all four sat down silently on the steps going down to the tank, pondering their predicament and hoping for a miracle. As they watched the huge red disk of the rising sun, one of the brothers suddenly said, "The glory of the sun has given me an idea. I have thought of a verse. It goes like this: O glorious sun, rising high, like a great copper frying pan in the sky." "Brilliant," said his brothers in chorus. Then one of them said, "I had no idea you had such talent. At least one of us has a verse. But what about the rest of us?" They remained sitting by the bank, brooding over the problem. There was a beautiful flowering jasmine a few yards from the tank. A second brother stared at it intently and then suddenly said, "I've thought of a verse too. Listen to this. Jasmine blossom, so white and full, like a bale of new-washed cotton wool." "Fantastic!" cried the other three, and the first brother said, "There you are. If I can do it, so can you. Now we've got 2 verses. Surely we can come up with another 2. They went on sitting and thinking. They stared at the water of the tank, and one of them noticed a piece of sola floating like a cork. He stood up and waded out into the water to get it. He brought it back and squeezed it dry, meditating on its spongy qualities. "I know," he suddenly said. "I think I've got a verse now too. How about this? A dry piece of sola turns into gunge when it's soaked with water like a sponge." "Wow," said the first two. "You can do it too. Now we have 3 verses. It's all right for the 3 of you," said the fourth Brahmin. "But I know I can't produce a verse myself. I've been staring at the tank all this time, and not a single idea has come to me." "Don't worry," said the others gaily. "Come along anyway. Who knows what inspiration will come to you at the last minute." The sun was up, and it was time to go to the Raja's darbar. The 3 Brahmins who had composed verses were in very good spirits, confident that the Raja would be impressed with their efforts and would shower them with presents. The fourth brother was still somber. His brow was furrowed, and he looked at the ground as he walked, struggling to come up with an idea for a verse. They entered the audience chamber, and the Raja welcomed them as graciously as before, and showed them to a low platform on which normally people of talent and distinction sat. "You said you had verses to recite," said the Raja. "Let me hear them." The courtiers fell silent in anticipation of an impressive flow of Sanskrit on some religious, mythological, or philosophical theme. Anyone with the confidence to recite poetry to the Raja would have to come up with something good. The first brother stood up and stepped forward confidently. He recited his verse about the sun as if it were poetry of the utmost subtlety and depth, gesturing extravagantly to emphasize the meter. "Is that all?" said the Raja. "If that's the best you can do, you'd better leave at once. Let's see if your brothers can do any better." The courtiers summarily evicted the first Brahmin from the court, and the second one stood up to recite. He spoke even more pompously than the first, after elaborately positioning himself in an elegant attitude and lengthily clearing his throat. The courtiers gasped at the banality of his shloka, and the Raja was so pained and disgusted that he said nothing. He merely indicated by an irritable gesture that the Brahmin should be dismissed. Then he said with a sigh, "2 down, 2 still to go. Let's live in hope." The third one rose, confident that even though his brothers had displeased the Raja, his own verse would be appreciated. He recited it with exquisite and affected precision, And this time the courtiers didn't even wait for the Raja's command. They bundled him straight out amidst general jeering and laughter. Now it was the turn of the fourth Brahmin, who had sat glumly through the proceedings, still racking his brains for a verse. But suddenly inspiration came to him. He rose to his feet with a smile and said, "Your Majesty, I shall recite my verse. You may like it better than my brother's verses." "If you must," said the Raja impatiently, "though I don't see how, if 3 brothers are so stupid, the 4th will be any improvement. You have seen what happened to them?" "I'll take the risk," said the 4th Brahmin, and then he recited, "Each of us 4 is as thick as the others. You should call us bullocks, not Brahmin brothers." "Bravo," laughed the Raja, smiling broadly, with not a trace of his former anger and scorn in his face or voice. "You've hit the nail on the head. You've made us all laugh, and you deserve a reward." Then he ordered his courtiers, who were splitting their sides with laughter too, to give the 4th Brahmin a bag with a handsome quantity of gold coins. The Brahmin bowed deeply as he received it, and left the audience chamber backwards, with the utmost gratitude and reverence. But as soon as he was outside, he skipped along cheerfully, overjoyed at the prospect of returning to his wife with such wealth and success. The story doesn't say what his brothers thought of him thereafter, or whether he was kind enough to share the money with them and their wives. But we can be fairly certain that none of them tried to compose poetry ever again. The Crazy Pathan. In a land that has as many races and castes and religions as India, some groups can consider themselves cleverer than others. In the Punjab, there are stories about the foolishness and craziness of the Pathans, the northwest frontier tribesmen who are famed more for brawn than brain. Here is one such story. A Muslim priest was teaching the village children in a mosque when a hefty Pathan came by with a donkey in tow. He stopped to look over the wall and saw the priest shouting at a boy and slapping him. "I'm doing my best," roared the priest, "to turn you from a donkey into a man, yet you still don't understand what I teach you?" "This is amazing," thought the Pathan to himself. "If this man can turn donkeys into men, he must have extraordinary magic powers." He then stopped into the yard where the lesson was going on and said to the priest, "I heard you saying you can turn donkeys into men. Please take my donkey and these 50 rupees and turn it into a man for me. I'll come back after 6 months." The priest grinned at the Pathan and said, "Very well. The 50 rupees will be just enough for the donkey's feed while you are away, so I have no objection to your leaving it with me." Failing to understand that the priest had made no promise whatsoever, the Pathan went on his way, certain that he had got a good bargain. 6 months later he returned. The priest had made good use of the donkey in his absence, and had come to rely on it for fetching and carrying. So he made good care to ensure that it was hidden from the sight when the Pathan appeared, and the Pathan assumed that the donkey had indeed been turned into a man. "You must have finished the job by now," he said. "Give me the man who was once my donkey." The priest grinned even more broadly than before and said, "You're too late. I put too much spice into the feed and potions that turn donkeys into men, and your donkey has moved up in the world. He's become the Nawab of the next village. Go to him and claim him as your own." The Pathan was delighted to hear this, though he had no clear idea what he would do with a man who was now a Nawab. He walked to the next village, asked his way to the Nawab's house, marched up to his veranda, where the Nawab was sitting and smoking, and said, "You were my donkey, and I gave 50 rupees to the priest to turn you into a man. He's done a very good job, for I see you are rich and powerful. But you are mine, and you must come along with me." The Nawab puffed at his hookah as the Pathan spoke to him in this nonsensical way, and assumed he was mad. "Turn this fellow out," he said to his servants. "He says that I was a donkey, but he's clearly an ass himself." The burly Pathan did his best to resist the servants, but they were too many for him, and they roughly turned him out on the street, laughing and jeering at him. Bruised and humiliated, he made his way back to the priest. "What trick have you played on me?" he whined. "The Nawab took no notice when I claimed him as my own. He just called his servants to throw me out, and they did so very roughly." "A big fellow like you?" said the priest, trying hard to suppress his laughter. "How can a few wretched servants stop you from claiming what belongs to you? Go back to the Nawab, remind him of how he was once a pupil of mine, and of all the spice I used to turn him from your donkey into the rich man he now is." The Pathan went back to the Nawab's house, and this time he charged on to the veranda with a heavy stick in his hand, and the servants shrank back when they saw how hefty and angry he was. "You ignored and insulted me last time," he bellowed, "and your servants treated me like an animal. But you were an animal once, not I. You were my donkey. The priest turned you into a man and put so much spice in your feed that you became a Nawab. But I lent you to him for 6 months only, and you rightfully belong to me. Come along now, or I'll beat you harder than I ever did when you were a donkey." The Nawab looked up from his hookah and eyed the Pathan with some sympathy for him in his madness. "You mentioned the priest?" he said serenely. "He must have said something to you to put these crazy ideas into your head. Come with me to the priest, and I expect he will sort things out." The Pathan calmed down at this suggestion and was happy to accompany the Nawab back to the priest. They rode together in the Nawab's horse carriage, and the Nawab told the Pathan to wait in it while he had a word with his old teacher. "He's mad, of course," said the Nawab. "But what was it you said that put all this nonsense into his head?" "It was just that he passed by when I was punishing one of my pupils," said the priest. "He stopped and looked over the wall, and heard me saying to the boy, as I often do, that I was doing my best to turn him from a donkey into a man, but that he was too stupid to understand anything. From this he got the idea that I could turn his donkey into a man." "Have you still got the donkey?" asked the Nawab. "Yes," said the priest, "but even if I gave it back now, he wouldn't be freed from his delusions. He wouldn't recognize it as his own, because he's convinced that his own donkey has become a man." "In that case," said the Nawab, "we'd better tell him that his donkey has become the village fakir. The fakir really does have magic powers, and maybe if the Pathan can witness them, he will stop attributing miracles to you." So the Nawab went back to the Pathan, where he was waiting in the carriage, and said, "I've had a word with your friend, the priest, and the confusion has been sorted out. It wasn't me that he turned your donkey. It was our village fakir. You'll find this is a much better bargain, for although the fakir isn't rich, he has extraordinary powers which may benefit you greatly when you claim him as your property." The Pathan was pleased by this new stroke of good fortune and went off to find the village fakir. He was directed by the villagers to a hovel on the edge of the village, where he saw the fakir sitting under a tree, meditating and muttering prayers. "Hello," said the Pathan. "The people here may think you are a fakir, but I know you're really my donkey. I paid 50 rupees to the priest to turn you into a man, and he seems to have done a good job, for I hear you have magic powers. Come along with me now." The fakir blinked at the Pathan as he looked out from the shade of the tree into the bright mountain sunshine. With the wisdom and insight of his calling, he did not try to dispel the Pathan's delusions, but said kindly, "Yes, I was your donkey once, and I'm glad to see you again, for you treated me well, only beating me occasionally when I was stubborn. I'll gladly come with you. But can you first do me a favor? I have a friend, also a fakir, who lives on the other side of the broad river. Take these chapatis to him as a present from me, and then come back." "Very well," said the Pathan, "but how shall I cross the river? I have no boat." "Just make respectful salams to the river," said the fakir, "and tell it that I have sent you. You will then be able to cross." Trusting his words, just as he had trusted the priest when he gave him his donkey, the gullible Pathan did as he was told. When he reached the river bank, he bowed low with respectful salams, and the water parted to reveal a narrow path. As he walked along the path, the water closed behind him, and when he had climbed up on the opposite bank and turned to look behind him, the river was flowing just as before, full and broad and glinting in the sunshine. He found the second fakir and respectfully gave him the chapatis, saying they were a present from his friend. Then, as he turned to cross the river again, he was faced with the same problem, and the second fakir gave him the same solution, to make salams to the river and tell it that the second fakir had told him to go back over it. The Pathan did as he was told, and the waters parted again, closing when he had crossed so that no trace of the narrow path could be seen. He made his way back to the first fakir's hovel, all set to claim him as his property, and excited at the prospect of owning someone who had such miraculous powers. "Come with me now," he said when he reached the fakir. "The priest did a wonderful job indeed. You were once my donkey, but now you are a fakir, who can make the waters of the river part. Who knows what other miracles you can perform?" "At least you have understood that point," said the fakir. "But can you not understand too that if anyone can turn donkeys into men, it would have to be I or my colleague across the river?" Then, without needing to be told how the Pathan had acquired his delusion in the first place, he said, "When you heard the priest saying that he was doing his best to turn donkeys into men, that was just a figure of speech. He meant that he was trying to turn a stupid boy into a clever one, a fool into a reasonable being." Then a true miracle was wrought, for the Pathan began to understand how foolish he had been. "I think I begin to see," he said slowly. "I shall go back to the priest and see if he can impart some of that learning to me." So he went back to the priest, bowed low before him and said, "I gave you my donkey, but in fact it was I who was the biggest donkey. The fakir is indeed a miracle worker. He made the waters of the river part. But even more wonderful, he made me understand what an ass I was. Please, tall and grown up though I am, let me join your school so I can be taught along with the children." Touched by the Pathan's new-found sanity and humility, the priest restored to him both the donkey and the 50 rupees, and admitted him into his school. The Pathan learnt well, and the priest never had to beat him. When he left eventually with his donkey in tow as before, he said to himself, "Maybe I wasn't so wrong about the priest after all. I was little more than a donkey once, but now, thanks to him, I am truly a man." The blind fakir. An old blind fakir used to sit every day outside the gate of a city, for no good reason other than his apparent poverty, gentle demeanor, and reliance on begging. He was regarded by the local people as a saint. Indeed, they called him Hafiz, a title given to anyone who can recite the whole Quran by heart. His standard cry, loudly and dolefully repeated at intervals during the day, was, "O beloved of God, come to me and let me only feel 100 gold muhars." One day a soldier passed by, on his way out of the city, and heard Hafiz's cry. He was moved by it, and by his apparent poverty and helplessness, and made an inner resolution. "If I ever find myself in possession of 100 gold muhars, I shall take them to that poor old man and let him feel them." He walked on, and suddenly noticed a small cloth bag on the road. He picked it up, and was astonished to find that it was full of mohurs. He quickly withdrew behind a bush beside the road and counted the coins. There were exactly 100, neither more nor less. Remembering his resolution, he stuffed the bag into his knapsack and retraced his steps back to the city gate. Hailing Hafiz cheerfully, he said, "I have a miracle to report. Just after I passed you and heard your cry, I saw a small bag on the road. It contains 100 gold mohurs, so I can let you satisfy your heart's desire. Hold the bag, take out the coins and feel them." Hafiz stretched his skinny right hand towards the soldier, clutched the bag, and with many mumblings of thanks and praise, poured the coins out on his lap. He counted them carefully, feeling the gold lovingly, and sometimes raising a coin to his nose to sniff it. Then he put all the coins back into the bag, and hid it in the folds of his lungi. "1,000 blessings upon you," he said to the soldier. "Your charity will reserve you a place in heaven." "But you only asked to feel the mohurs," said the soldier. "I gave them to you on that basis. It was I who found them, and they are mine. Please give them back." But at this, Hafiz broke into shouts and cries of a very different sort. "Friends, neighbors, townfolk," he screeched, "come quickly. Day after day I have sat here, and I have lived off the few pice that passers-by have thrown at me. Now at last my prayers have been answered. I have 100 gold mohurs, yet the man who gave them to me as an act of charity now wishes to take them back. He is a thief. He will go to hell for his dishonesty and meanness. Drive him away, so that I can keep and enjoy what is truly mine." The townsfolk came rushing, and all took Hafiz's part, for they knew him of old and regarded him as a harmless fixture at the gate of their city, whereas the soldier was a stranger and not to be trusted. "Be off with you," they shouted. "Thief, criminal, our Hafiz is a saint. To steal from him is a sin, and you will go to hell." They gathered round the soldier, punching and kicking him and tearing at his clothes, and would have beaten him to death had not Hafiz himself said, "That's enough. Let him flee from our city and never come near it again." The soldier fled for his life as far as the place where he had found the mohurs. He withdrew behind the same bush and lay there for some hours, groaning from the pain of his bruises and cursing the duplicity of Hafiz and the idiotic cruelty of the townsfolk. In the end, when darkness fell, he decided to seek his revenge. Wrapping his shawl around his head so as not to be recognized, he crept back down the road. As he neared the gate city, he saw Hafiz tottering to his feet, supporting himself on his hamza, a stick with a crescent on the top. The soldier followed him as he groped his way along the narrow streets of the city, tapping the ground and the walls of houses with his stick. In the darkness and the confusing lights of the shops and the scurrying townsfolk, it was not difficult for the soldier to sidle along unnoticed, even though he had to keep only a few yards behind Hafiz in order not to lose sight of him. They reached a street which apparently housed a whole community of blind fakirs, for many of them were sitting outside their houses with the same kind of stick in their hands. The last house in the row seemed to be Hafiz's, for he groped to unclasp the door. Being blind, he was unaware that the soldier was right behind him. Nor did he realize that the soldier had followed him right into the room and had taken up a position in a dusty corner of it, as Hafiz shut the door and bolted it. It was too dark to see anything clearly, but he could hear Hafiz muttering joyously, 100 muhars to add to the 400 already here. That makes 500. He then heard a shuffling and scrapping and saw the hunched shape of Hafiz bending down over a stone slab in the opposite corner of the room. From his huffing and puffing, it was evident that he was shifting the slab, and there must have been a hiding place underneath it, for the soldier now heard the unmistakable sound of coins being poured into a brass pot, and from the noise they made as they fell, it was clear that the pot had other coins already inside it. The soldier remained absolutely still as Hafiz covered up the hiding place again, and then lay down on his cot. When his breathing had settled into a regular snore, the soldier crept over to the hiding place and started to shift the slab as slowly and quietly as possible. Reaching down into the hole, he felt the brass pot and lifted it out, taking great care not to shake it. The tiniest clink from the mohurs would have woken Hafiz, and the soldier held his breath as he stood up with the brass pot in his hands. He managed to make no sound, but he had not noticed a shelf above the corner, and as he straightened his neck, he banged his head on it. Stunned and hurt by the blow, he let the pot slip from his hand, and it fell back into the hole with a resounding crash. The noise of this instantly woke Hafiz, who, with surprising speed and energy for one who seemed to be old, leapt to his feet, grabbed his Hamza, and started to dance and bound round the room. Lunging with his stick and yelling, "Thief! Thief!" he became quite frenzied in his efforts to find and catch the thief, wheeling round like a whirling dervish, smashing water pots and knocking over furniture. The soldier wheeled around too and managed to get to the door, which he unbolted, and he would have been content once again to run for his life, had not another blind fakir from the house next door charged past him in the darkness into Hafiz's room. He had been alerted by his screams and had come as fast as he could to discover what was up. Hafiz was in such an insane frenzy by now that he didn't recognize his friend's voice and assumed that the man who was in the room with him was the thief who had tried to steal his treasure. He lurched towards him and grappled with him wildly. Soon they were rolling round on the floor together, shouting and scratching and tearing each other to pieces. The soldier then seized this chance. He slipped back into the room while the two blind beggars fought and screamed and rolled on the floor. He made straight for the hiding place, grabbed the brass pot, and ran through the door again. The two blind fakirs were wrestling and grappling far too hard to notice, so the soldier got away not only with the 100 muhars that Hafiz had deceitfully taken from him, but the 400 that he already had in his hiding place. Who most deserved the money? The soldier was ecstatic with joy at his newfound wealth, and Hafiz, when he realized he had been fighting a friend, not a thief, and that his treasure was gone, was delirious with grief and rage. He had gained it partly by deception. But if it was his weird magic that had put the bag of money on the road in the first place, maybe it was really his. One thing was certain, however, he was not as saintly as he seemed. Saint Thomas's Arm. The Syrian or Saint Thomas Christians of South India trace their origins to the ministry of Saint Thomas the Apostle. According to the 3rd century Syriac text Acts of Judas Thomas, Saint Thomas reached India by Central Asia trade routes about the middle of the 1st century. He preached the gospel there, converted many to Christianity, including members of royal families, suffered martyrdom, and was buried in India. Later, his remains were transferred to Edessa. Oral Indian traditions, however, maintain that he first landed by sea in the southwest at Kranganore on the coast of Kerala in AD 52. He converted high-caste Hindu families there, then moved to the Coromandel, southeast coast of India, where he made more conversions. He traveled on to China, where he continued to preach the gospel. He then turned to India, organized the Christians on the southwest coast and moved back to Coromandel, where he was martyred. He was buried at Mylapore, just south of Madras, and his tomb is venerated to this day in the 19th century Gothic Cathedral of S. Thome. There are a number of legends about the death of St. Thomas. The fullest of those goes like this. St. Thomas's virtue and the power of his preaching had made the Brahmins of Coromandel envious. They also felt that they had been discredited by him before the king. So they decided to kill him, and sought him out in a cave at a place called the Little Mount, near the southern bank of the Adayar River, which enters the sea at Mylapore. The cave was dark, except for a small amount of light that came through a narrow opening. The Brahmins peered through this opening and saw the apostle on his knees, deep in prayer. His eyes were closed, and he was so calm and still that he looked as if he might be dead already. Without any challenge or warning, the Brahmins thrust a spear through the opening of the cave and plunged it into the side of St. Thomas. He uttered no cry, no complaint. He just let out a quiet and accepting sigh. The murderers ran away, shamed and frightened by his saintly self-control. St. Thomas managed to drag himself out of the cave to a hill known as the Big Mount, farther along the river to the west. His local disciples were alarmed when they visited his cave and found him no longer there. They were amazed, too, to see that marks had been left on the stone where he had knelt, clear print of his knees that could only have been made by someone of exceptional spiritual power. They followed his footprints to the Big Mount, where they found his dead body. Stricken with grief and appalled by the savage wound that the murderers had inflicted on St. Thomas, they carried his body to the church that had been established on the coast at Mylapore. They also brought the stone with the marks of his knees and buried it with the saint. An extraordinary miracle occurred when they buried him. Each time they lowered him into the grave, his right arm shot up and resisted all attempts to lay it to rest beneath the soil. For a long time it remained pointing up into the air, but then some Chinese came, Christians who had been converted by St. Thomas on his visit to China. They cut off the arm, intending to take it back to China as a relic, but it sprang from his hands and fell back on the grave. It sank into the soil and disappeared from view. When the Chinese cut off the arm, it had already become an object of great veneration. It had been clothed in silk, and crowds of people came to kiss the saint's hand. In another version of this story, no Chinese came. Instead, St. Thomas simply withdrew his arm into the tomb, indicating to the local Christians who were being persecuted by the kings of the region that they should leave Mylapore and build up their communities in the southwest, on the Malabar coast, and in the mountains behind it. Or it might have been that he withdrew his arm to prevent its being cut off. Some say that the Mughal emperor came with a large army to sever the arm, having heard about the miracle. Many of the legends of St. Thomas, not only about his death, but about the miracles he performed during his ministry, were written down by Portuguese visitors to Mylapore and other Syrian Christian centers in the 16th century. One of these Portuguese writers, Montserrat, suggested that St. Thomas's arm had resisted burial because it had touched the sacred side of Jesus Christ, as described in the 20th chapter of the Gospel according to St. John. The suspended seawater. Many of the Syrian Christian legends of St. Thomas contain evocative images of the seashore, for, according to oral Indian tradition, St. Thomas first arrived in India by sea, landing among fishermen on the Malabar coast. In one such story, Saint Thomas was walking quietly up and down a beach, soon after his arrival, praying and contemplating the mission that lay ahead of him. Some Hindu holy men saw him and approached him with curiosity and courtesy. They had never seen anyone like him, either in dress or physical appearance, but something in his demeanor attracted them to him. They recognized in him a kindred spirit. Saint Thomas smiled as the holy men approached him. According to the story, they then conversed, though what language they could have had in common remains a mystery. Saint Thomas told the holy men his name and indicated that he had traveled a long way across the sea. Maybe he was able to tell them that his faith in God had protected him during the voyage, for the conversation soon turned to God and to the gods that the holy men worshipped. "You say your gods are powerful," said Saint Thomas, "but can you do something for me to show how powerful they are? It wouldn't be anything difficult or alarming. Just scoop up some of this seawater in your cupped hands and fling it into the sky." Puzzled and intrigued, the holy men stepped into the shallows, scooped up some water with a gesture that was very familiar to them from their own Hindu rituals, and flung it into the sky. The water shone and sparkled in the sunshine as it separated into droplets and fell back down into the sea. Saint Thomas and the holy men followed the movement of the water drops with their eyes, and afterwards they had to blink and rub their eyes to recover from the dazzle. "The water fell back," said Saint Thomas. "Can your gods prevent it from falling? Try again." The holy men laughed and said, "Of course it must fall back. Our gods are powerful, but nature's laws are powerful too, and it would be against the law of nature for the waters not to fall back. Anything thrown into the sky has to fall back to earth again, unless it is a creature with wings, like a bird or a butterfly. Leaves and seeds can float on the wind for long distances, but even they must eventually fall back to earth." "What would you say," said Saint Thomas, "if I asked my God to prevent the water from falling back? Would you not agree that my God was more powerful than yours? Would you not then forsake your many less powerful gods and start to worship mine?" The holy men chuckled and muttered amongst themselves, using speech that Saint Thomas couldn't understand. "This man from across the sea is crazy," they said. "He says his God can prevent water from falling back into the sea if it is thrown up into the sky. It won't happen, of course, so there's no harm in telling him we believe him and that we will worship his God. One should always be kind to madmen, and it would be rude and cruel to dismiss his crazy ideas." So they said to Saint Thomas, "Respected stranger, we have discussed your question and have agreed that if your God can truly suspend seawater in the air, he must be powerful indeed, and should be worshipped even above our own ancient gods. Show us what he can do." Saint Thomas then waded out into the sea, tucking up his robe as the water reached his knees. He paused with his head bowed in prayer, then bent down and filled his outstretched, cupped hands with clear blue seawater. He flung the water into the sky, and the holy men on the beach followed it with their gaze as it separated into droplets, sparkling in the sun. So dazzling was the light that they had to shade their eyes as they watched, and at first they thought the glare and heat had confused them into believing that the drops of water were hanging suspended in the sky. But they looked again, and to their wonder and amazement realized that it was true. The stranger's God really had performed a miracle. The water had been thrown up into the sky, had separated into drops, but had not fallen back into the sea. It was hanging there in the sunshine, sparkling like an array of gems. Some of the drops were big, some were tiny, some were round, some were elongated, but they were all there, quivering in the shimmering light. The sun was starting to descend towards the west, edging down behind the suspended water drops, and the holy men had to turn their eyes away, for no one can look directly at the sun. They turned and staggered back up the beach, calling to the fishermen to come and witness the miracle. And quickly a crowd of fishermen gathered, and women and children from villages along the shore and passers-by from the road, all filling the beach, looking up at the suspended sea water, exclaiming and marveling at it, then shielding their eyes and turning away again so as not to blind themselves. The sun sank lower, and its light became less intense. The crowd could now look without flinching at the suspended sea water, and the colors reflected by the droplets became more and more wonderful to behold. The red and yellow and orange and gold of the setting sun lit them up like jewels more precious and beautiful than even the richest monarch on earth can possess. When it was nearly dark and the suspended sea water could no longer be seen, the assembled people, young and old, male and female, clever and stupid, rich and poor, saintly and sinful, all fell on their knees before St. Thomas. They asked him to tell them more about the God who had performed such a miracle, and he started instructing them in the faith. Many converts were made that evening, from high castes and low, and India's first Christian community was established. It is not said whether the drops of water did eventually fall gently back into the sea under cover of nightfall, or whether they were absorbed into the air, dried up by the sun when it rose the next morning. But there was no need to repeat the miracle. Enough people had seen it and had no doubt now that St. Thomas had the authority of a rishi and a guru, and that his God was powerful indeed. Acknowledgements, Sources and Bibliography. Myths and Legends of India, originally published by the Folio Society in London in 2001, depended greatly on the work of others, poets, translators, scholars, retellers, and even a couple of novelists, Ramesh Gunashekara and Rohinton Mistry. The bibliography below lists the books that I used particularly. I am deeply grateful to all the authors, living and dead. My retellings are in my own words, and I have done my best to avoid other authors' words and phrases, though I cannot guarantee that I have succeeded entirely. To the late Professor P. Lal, whose transcreation of the Mahabharata is the source of the second section of the book, I owe special thanks. It was published by his own Writer's Workshop imprint in Kolkata. Some slight editorial adjustments were made to his work, with his permission, but in general, my Folio Society editors and I were happy to trust his sound and creative judgments in matters of layout, capitalization, italicization, etc. The choice of extracts and the prose introductions to each one were my own, though I was helped by some preliminary suggestions by P. Lal himself. In addition to the main bibliography, I have found the following books invaluable. Keith A. Berrydale, Indian Mythology, Volume 6 of The Mythology of All Races, 13 volumes, edited by Louis Herbert Gray, Marshall Jones Company, 1913-64. Napat Jain, Indian Mythology, an Encyclopedia of Myth and Legend, New Delhi, Indus, 1992. The Mahabharata of Vyasa, condensed from Sanskrit and transcreated into English by P. Lal, New Delhi, Vikas Publishing House, 1980. Walker Benjamin, The Hindu World, an Encyclopedic Survey of Hinduism, 2 volumes, London, George Allen and Unwin, 1968. The list of sources related to the main bibliography. For the extracts from P. Lal's Mahabharata, I have given Parva, episode and verse reference in the Sanskrit text that he worked from. See bibliography. followed by the writer's workshop volume and page numbers and the publication date of each volume. I would like to thank Mrs. Monawara Seetal for the help she gave me in preparing the Folio Society edition, and also the present 2-volume edition. Professor J.C. Wright for applying his Indological rigor to the sweeping statements in the draft of my introduction, and Sue Bradbury, Bridget Frost, and David Watkins of the Folio Society for their encouraging guidance. Thank you for listening to this production of Hindu Myths and Legends, Volume 2 by William Radice. Production copyright Penguin Random House, India, 2019. Text copyright William Radice, 2001-2016.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.